Dedication, Preface, and Introductory of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. The Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane, 10th Earl of Dundonald, Volume 1. Dedication to the Electors of Westminster, by whose generous support, nearly half a century ago, I was rescued from despair, the result of unmerited injuries inflicted by a hostile political faction in retaliation for my advocacy of naval and administrative reforms, and to whose honour be it recorded that in no instance, during our long political connection, did any of their body ever ask me to procure for him place, benefit, or emolument. This volume is inscribed by their faithful servant, Dundonald. Preface. This present volume narrates my services in the British Navy, from my entrance into it, and including the action in X Roads, on the 11th, 12th, and 13th of April, 1809. The result of that action, viz. The court-martial of Lord Gambier, virtually a prosecution of myself, my non-employment thenceforward in the Navy, the unscrupulous plot by which I was driven from that noble service, my restoration to rank by his late Majesty William IV., and to the honours which had accompanied that rank by my present most gracious Sovereign, Queen Victoria, form subjects which, together with many others, will be concisely set forth in the succeeding portion of this work. To one of these points I shall, however, here briefly allude, my restoration to the naval service, not for the purpose of prejudging the subject, but with the intention of embracing the first opportunity which has been afforded me of paying a tribute of thanks to those who, convinced of the injustice of the sentence, were mainly instrumental in procuring its reversal. Among these I am proud to rank one, the soundness of whose judgment, and the disinterestedness of whose patriotism, have throughout a long life never failed to secure the highest respect amongst men of every shade of political party, the Marquis of Lansdowne, whom, from the commencement of my unmerited troubles, has to this day manifested the most generous confidence in my honour, and has as generously supported my cause when my character has been called in question. If proof were wanted of my entire innocence of the accusation laid at my charge 45 years ago, no prouder testimony of incapability to have committed the imputed offence could be adduced than the unabated friendship of the Marquis of Lansdowne, simply because no man with a stain on his character could have retained any place in that illustrious nobleman's consideration. To another nobleman, whose name will descend to the remotest posterity as the promoter of everything rationally liberal in politics, and the untiring advocate of measures calculated to promote social advancement, my warmest thanks are no less due. First my counsel, and for half a century my friend, to the long-continued esteem of Lord Brougham, I owe no small portion of that consolation which for so many years formed my only support under a weight of persecution enough to have bowed any man, and not so supported, to the earth, into which, had it not been for the disinterested countenance thus afforded by men above reproach, I must have permanently sunk. One testimony of my venerated friend I may be allowed to adduce. Quote, I must be distinctly understood to deny the accuracy of the opinion which Lord Ellenborough appears to have formed in Lord Cochrane's case, and deeply to lament the verdict of guilty, which the jury returned after 3 hours' consulting and hesitation. Our own complaint was his lordship's refusal to adjourn after the prosecutor's case closed, and his requiring us to enter upon our defence at so late an hour, past 9 o'clock, so that the adjournment took place at midnight, and before we had called our witnesses. I speak of the trial at Guildhall only. Lord Ellenborough was equally to blame with his brethren in the Court of the King's Bench for that most cruel and unjustifiable sentence which at once secured Lord Cochrane's re-election for Westminster. In 1833, the government of which I was a member restored this great warrior to his rank of admiral in our navy. The country, therefore, in the event of hostilities, would now have the inestimable benefit of his services, whom none perhaps ever equalled in heroic courage, and whose fertility of resources, military as well as naval, places him high among the very first of commanders. That his honours of knighthood, so gloriously won, should still be withholden, is a stain, not upon him, but upon the councils of his country, and after his restoration to the service, it is as inconsistent and incomprehensible as it is cruel and unjust. Footnote begins. On the accession of her present most gracious Majesty, those honours were restored, every attempt to obtain their restoration during the reign of his late Majesty having failed from causes which will be stated in the next volume, and notwithstanding that his Majesty himself warmly espoused my cause. To many others high in public estimation, and in the councils of their sovereign, I have been equally indebted for countenance and support, but as it has been my lot to outlive them, they are beyond the reach of thanks. Among these may be mentioned the late Duke of Hamilton, the Earl of Auckland, Sir Francis Burdett, my late warm-hearted friend and colleague, Mr. Whitbread, Mr. Hume, and others whose names have escaped my memory rather than my gratitude. Last, though foremost in estimation, is another friend, found where man will seldom look for a friend in vain, at home, the Countess of Dundonald, my wife. Knowing the opinion of her sovereign with regard to the prosecution which had entailed on me so many years of misery, and equally well aware that in the first years of his Majesty's reign the non-reversal of that unjust sentence was owing to the influence of some in his Majesty's councils, whose political animosity 16 years before had no small share in its infliction, that ardent and heroic lady determined to penetrate to the foot of the throne, and learn from the lips of the sovereign himself whether it was consistent with the dignity of his crown that its attribute of mercy should be the sport of an almost extinct political faction. The step was a bold one, but the ardour which had conceived it to be necessary lacked not the energy to carry out its resolve. In spite of the coolness of some about the court, and the positive rudeness of others, whose names it is not worth while to resuscitate, this devoted lady gained an interview with her sovereign, and with the greatest respect besought his Majesty not to permit the benevolence of his disposition, and his own belief in the innocence of her unjustly maligned husband, to be thwarted by those whose office it was to advise, but not to control, his better judgment. His Majesty graciously listened, and his reply was kingly, that he would no longer allow the reparation which was her husband's due to be withheld. A change of ministry shortly afterwards followed, and, as already quoted in an extract from the writings of Lord Brougham, my restoration to rank rewarded the heroic efforts of my devoted wife. Nevertheless, a leaven of former political malice remained, sufficiently powerful to prevent my restoration to the honours with which a previous sovereign had invested me, but of which I had been despoiled with every mark of degradation which political animosity could invent. Viz. A forcible intrusion into my apartments in the King's Bench Prison in the dead of night, with a demand for the immediate surrender of the insignia. This gracious act of restoring my honours was reserved for her present Majesty, who, with the delicacy which is one of her Majesty's noblest characteristics, gave back the boon of which I had for so many years been wrongfully deprived, and subsequently conferred upon me, at the age of 73, my first command of a British fleet. For both marks of her Majesty's kindness and appreciation of my former services I am deeply grateful. But, alas, reparation came too late to compensate for the early hopes and just expectations of a life forcibly wasted as regarded myself or my country. The moral, to use an old-fashioned phrase, of my checkered career is this: that they who, in political matters, propose to themselves a strict and rigid adherence to the truth of their convictions, irrespective of personal consequences, must expect obloquy rather than reward, and that they who obstinately pursue their professional duty in the face of routine and official prejudice may think themselves lucky if they escape persecution. Such a moral may be derogatory in the national point of view, but it is the result of my own bitter experience, notwithstanding which, were my life to begin anew, I would pursue the same unflinching course with regard to naval abuses, of following out my own convictions — a course which would produce the same result to myself, the consolation of my own rectitude, even though I might be deprived of all other reward. Still, all is not dark. I have survived malignity, and its chief cause, viz. The enmity arising from my zealous advocacy of departmental and political reform. The latter has been achieved to a greater extent than the early political reformers, amongst whose ranks I was enrolled, ever dreamt of, and even departmental reform has become fashionable, though it may not have advanced far beyond that point. In one respect I will boldly assert that this narrative of my life is worthy of example. It will show the young officer that, in spite of obstacles, warm attachment and untiring devotion to my noble profession enabled me to render some services to my country upon which I may be allowed to reflect with satisfaction, even though this be accompanied with bitter reflection as to what the all-powerful enmity of my political opponents cruelly deprived me of further opportunity to accomplish. In conclusion, I must express my thanks to Mr. Earp, whose zeal has exhumed from documents almost, in my own estimation, beyond comprehension or arrangement, the mass of facts condensed within the compass of this volume. In the great earthquake of Valparaiso, in 1822, my house shared the common destruction, and from the torrents of rain which accompanied the unusual atmospheric disturbance, my papers were saturated with water, to such an extent that it became necessary to lay them to dry in the sun. Whilst undergoing this process, one of the whirlwinds common to the Chilian coast suddenly came on and scattered them in all directions. Many were lost, but many more torn, and rendered almost undecipherable, whilst all that remained have been ever since in confusion. The labour of accurate compilation from such materials may be imagined. In the succeeding portion of this work, should God spare me to see its completion, I trust to render additional service by an attempt to deduce from past naval experience the best means of preserving unimpaired our future maritime efficiency. Should the attempt be the means of awakening national attention, the gratification will be mine of having left no unworthy legacy to my country. Dundonald, December 14th, 1859. End of Preface. Introductory. Some account of the Dundonald family. Tradition has assigned to the Cochranes a derivation from one of the Scandinavian sea rovers who, in a remote age, settled on the lands of Renfrew and Ayr. There is reason to believe the tradition well founded, but to trace its authenticity would be foreign to the purpose of the present work. In later times, incidents of historic interest connected with the family justify allusion, as forming contributions not only to the national annals of Scotland, but to those of England also. The earliest authentic record of our house is contained in the subjoined extract from Crawford's Peerage of Scotland. Quote, "This family, which originally took its surname from the barony of Cochrane, in Renfrewshire, is of great antiquity, and though none of the family arrived to the dignity of peerage till the reign of King Charles I., yet it is undeniable that they were barons of special account for many ages before, and endowed with large possessions in these parts and elsewhere. The first of whom I have found upon record is Waldinus de Coveran, that is, Cochrane, who in 1262 is witness to the grant which Dungal, the son of Soyaya, made to Walter Stewart, Earl of Monteith, of sundry lands in the county of Argyll, which came in after times to be transmitted to Forester of Carden. Another William de Coveran is mentioned in Priu as a person of account in this county, who makes his submission to King Edward I, Anno Domini 1296, in the Ragman roll. Also John de Coveran is witness in the regular election of James Abbot of Paisley, 17th of David II, Anno 1346. The next remarkable person in the family is Gosseline de Cochrane, who flourished under King David Bruce. He is witness to several grants made by Robert II, when Earl of Strathern, to the religious of Paisley, an abbey he assumed into his particular patronage, wherein his ancestors' donations being made to the glory of God are particularly narrated. He left issue William de Cochrane, of that ilk, his son, who obtained from King Robert II a charter of the lands of Cochrane, to be held in as ample a manner as any of his progenitors held the same from the Lord High Steward of Scotland. Dated on the 22nd of September, 1389. As he stood in special favour with the king, so was he in no less with Robert III. His son, to whom it seems he had been serviceable. For when he came to the crown, he had been so grateful a sense thereof, that in the second year of his reign, anno 1392, he made him a grant of 40s. sterling in annuity, arising out of the profits of the burgh of Rutherglen. He was succeeded by Robert his son, who in 1456 resigned his estates in favour of Alan his son. Quote ends. This surrender of his estate appears to have been made for no other purpose than to devote himself to the study and practice of architecture, in which, as an art, Scotland was, at that time, behind other nations. In the exercise of his self-imposed profession, Robert Cochrane is said to have displayed great skill in the erection of several edifices, and when, by the favour of King James III., he afterwards rose to power, his architectural eminence procured for him, amongst the host of enemies created by his elevation, the contemptuous appellation of the Mason Chiel. It was not, however, his architectural skill alone which gave him a place in the sovereign's estimation, but his good broadsword and powerful arm, the efficiency of which, having been displayed in a combat in the king's presence, attracted his majesty's attention. Quote in footnote, "He came to be known to the king by a duel, which he fought with another, and presently from an architect came to be made a courtier, and was put in a fair way of rising to some great advancement, for having performed some lighter matters entrusted to him with diligence, and also accommodating himself to the king's humour, he was soon admitted to advise concerning the grand affairs of the kingdom, insomuch that Preston chose him to be his son-in-law." Buchanan, Vol. 2, page 301. But that which made Cochrane most envied was his earldom of March, which country the king had either given to him, or at least committed to his trust, upon the death of the king's younger brother. Buchanan, Vol. 2, page 309. Footnote and quote end. So much so that the king, finding him to be of good family and possessed of great talent, placed him near his person, the result being that in a brief space of time he became his chief adviser, and the great opponent of the Scottish nobility, who sought to hold the king in their power. In short, Robert Cochrane appears to have been to James something like what Wolsey subsequently was to King Henry VIII, not in power only, but also in ostentation. In the latter respect, Lindsay says of him that even his pavilions were of silk, and the fastening chains thereof richly gilt. Pinkerton says he became the fountain of royal favour, and was elevated to a giddy and invidious height of power, this being the earldom of Mar. This advancement to the earldom of Mar, says Buchanan, was the chief source of hatred of the nobility, who were disgusted with James, partly by reason of his familiarity with that rascally sort of people, but chiefly because he slighted the nobility, and chose mean persons to be his counsellors and advisers, the chief of these being Thomas Preston, one of good family, and Robert Cochrane, a man endued with great strength of body and equal audacity of mind. In classing Thomas Preston and Robert Cochrane amongst that rascally sort of people, Buchanan contradicts himself, for he admits that Preston was of good family, and he must have known that Cochrane's family was still more ancient, so that the historian only gives evidence of his own tuft-hunting tendencies. What were the feelings of the nobility toward Robert Cochrane may be gathered from the titles to the chapters of a scurrilous book subsequently written in their interest for the purpose of denouncing his memory. 1. This minister's (Robert Cochrane) raising himself, first by his impudence, and next by his alliance with a noble lord, whom he wormed out of power. 2. His poor condition when he first came to court. 5. His buildings and passion for hunting. 7. His working the disgrace of all the great men, and such. This last head, working the disgrace of all the great men, appears to form the key to their whole hatred, but it implies patriotism towards a monarch and a country whom the great men had previously oppressed. I am quite content to rest the reputation of my ancestor upon the libellous evidence of his adversaries, or the showing of the Scottish historians that he attempted to abridge the power of the nobles, and succeeded to such an extent as to secure his own murder. To enter at length into such matters would, however, be to substitute my ancestor's biography for my own, and therefore it will only be necessary to abridge from Pinkerton a few interesting extracts relative to this romance of Scottish history. "The new Earl of Mar, unconscious that his extreme elevation was an infallible step to the deepest ruin, continued to abuse his power, and that of his sovereign. The nobles beheld the places formerly given to their sons, now sold to Mar's followers. The prelates and other dignitaries of the church sighed at the increase of simony, and such and such. In short, the whole honour and welfare of the king and kingdom were sacrificed on the domestic altar of this base and covetous minion. Some of the peers assembled, and consulted upon the means of delivering the realm from the disgrace and destruction inflicted by Cochrane and the other royal favourites. A noble deputation had even been sent to the king, requesting that he would dismiss these pernicious counsellors, and restore the confidence placed by his ancestors in the loyalty of the nobility. The answer of James was far from satisfactory, but his peers assented to delay, and dissembled till some decisive order should arise. The Scottish army, amounting to about 50,000, had crowded to the royal banner at Burramuir, near Edinburgh, whence they marched to Sontray and to Lauder, at which place they encamped between the church and the village. Cochrane, Earl of Mar, conducted the artillery, and his presence and pomp were additional insults. On the morning after their arrival at Lauder, the peers assembled in a secret council in the church, and deliberated upon their designs of revenge. The Earls of Angus, Argyle, Huntly, Orkney or Caithness, Crawford, the Lords Home, Fleming, Grey, Drummond, Hales, and Seaton are chiefly mentioned upon this occasion, and the discontent must have spread far when we find Evandale, the Chancellor, and some bishops united to the above names. In the course of the debate, Grey took occasion to introduce an apologue. The mites consulted upon the means of deliverance from their tyrannic enemy the cat, and agreed that a bell should be suspended about her neck to notify her approach and their danger. But what mouse has the courage sufficient to fasten the bell? "I shall bell the cat," exclaimed the impatience of Angus, in whom a current of the blood of Douglas flowed, and the homely times conferred upon him the appellation of Archibald Bell the Cat. It was concluded that the king should be put in a gentle imprisonment in the castle of Edinburgh, and that all his favourites should be instantly hanged over the bridge of Lander. Cochrane, ignorant of their designs, at length left the royal presence to proceed to the council. The earl was attended by 300 men, armed with light battle axes, and distinguished by his livery of white with black fillets. He was clothed in a riding cloak of black velvet, and wore a large chain of gold around his neck. His horn of the chase, or of battle, was adorned with gold and precious stones, and his helmet, overlaid with the same valuable material, was borne before him. Approaching the door of the church, he commanded an attendant to knock with authority, and Sir Robert Douglas of Lochleven, who guarded the passage, inquiring the name, was answered, "'Tis I, the Earl of Mar." Cochrane and some of his friends were admitted. Angus advanced to him, and pulling the golden chain from his neck, said, "A rope will become thee better," while Douglas of Lochleven seized his hunting horn, declaring that he had been too long a hunter of mischief. Rather astonished than alarmed, Cochrane said, "My lords, is it in jest or earnest?" To which it was replied, "It is good earnest, and so thou shalt find it, for thou and thy accomplices have too long abused our prince's favour, but no longer expect such advantage, for thou and thy followers shall now reap the deserved reward." Having secured Mar, the lords despatched some men-at-arms to the king's pavilion, conducted by 2 or 3 moderate leaders, who amused James while their followers seized the favourites. Sir William Roger, the English musician, Preston, a gentleman, Honmill, Torfashan, Leonard, and others, were instantly hanged over the bridge at Lauder. John Ramsay of Balmain, having clasped the king's person, was alone spared. Cochrane was now brought out, his hands bound with a rope, and thus conducted to the bridge, and hanged above his companions. Even the privilege of being hanged with one of the silken cords of his pavilion was denied him, and his making such a request Pinkerton attributes to weak pride, though it certainly looked more like cool pride, which would not condescend to beg life, and only asked to die like a gentleman. Much in the same spirit, but showing the abilities of the man, are the following extracts from a detection of the falsehood abuse, and misrepresentations in a late libel, entitled The Life of Sir Robert Cochrane, Prime Minister of Scotland to James III. This Cochrane, Sir Robert, according to the greatest of the Scottish writers, lived at a time when a faction in England made war on their lawful sovereign, and imposed it on the king by force of arms, that he should bear the name and ensigns or badges of a king, but the power of the government should be in the heads of their faction, against which violence and tyranny the queen drew the sword of her husband, Henry VI. Deliverance with such vigour and success as rescued him from his enemies, slew their chiefs in battle, destroyed 2 armies, gaining 2 complete victories, and even when fortune deserted this masculine princess, in her final overthrow 36,000 men were slain before she lost the field. These were the times when Cochrane became the minion of the King of Scotland, who, departing from the counsels of his ancient servants, and withdrawing himself from the nobility, chose mean and infamous persons to be the companions of his pleasures and the advisers of his reign. Of these one Preston was chief, though born of a better family than any of his comrades, who abandoned himself to indulge the king's humour in all things, and Cochrane came next, who, as a builder, was instantly made courtier. History describes him as a man of great bodily strength, and of equal impudence, who, making himself known to the king by a duel which he fought, was later admitted at court with great expectations of advancement. Having been employed in matters of small concern, which he performed with great application, and insinuating himself into the king's favour by constant assiduity, he became immediately advised with in the most important and most intimate councils of the kingdom. Preston upon this made him his son by giving him his daughter in marriage. Quote ends. To return to the descendants of this murdered minister, quote begins, this Alan, son of the murdered Robert, in 1452, is witness to the mortification which Robert Lord Lisle made to the abbot and conventual brethren of the monastery of Paisley, of the fishing on the river at Clyde, at the place called Crokershot, for the help of their prayers to advance his spiritual estate, in which deed he is designated Alanus Cochrane, Armiger, his father being then alive, and to whom he succeeded before the 1480. He married daughter of by whom he had Robert a son, who was father of John Cochrane of that ilk, who immediately succeeded his grandfather upon his death. Which John, for some consideration I know not, obtained a licence from his sovereign, Lord King James IV., under the Great Seal, imploring him to dispose of either his lands of Easter Cochrane in Renfrewshire, or his lands of Pitford in Perthshire. Accordingly, he alienated part of his lands of Cochrane to James, Archbishop of Glasgow, anno 1519, to which deed he appends his seal, the impression bearing 3 boars' heads erased, and circumscribed Sigillum Johannes de Cochrane. His wife Elizabeth, daughter of John Simple of Fulwood, who bore him a son, John, who was served and returned heir to his father on the 12th of May, 1539, he, dying in 1557, left issue by Mary his wife, daughter of Lindsay of Dunrod, in Vicomtau de Renfrew, a son, William, who succeeded him. In 1593 he erected from the foundation at Cochrane, the ancient seat of the family, a very high tower of freestone, and adorned it with large plantations. He marrying Margaret, daughter of Robert Montgomery of Skelmurley, in Vicomtau de Ayr, by Mary, his wife, daughter of Robert Lord Semple, had a daughter Elizabeth, his sole heir. He, wisely considering the proper way of supporting his family was to settle his daughter in his own time, and, declining to marry her to a richer family than his son, he made a prudent and discreet match for her with Alexander Blair, a younger son of an ancient and genteel family in Ayrshire, whose ancestors had been seated in the country aforesaid for many ages before, so that, beside a noble alliance, and a competent patrimony, he yielded to change his name to Cochrane, which was almost the only condition the old gentleman required. This Alexander, so taking upon him the surname of Cochrane, was a virtuous and frugal man, and studied as much the good of the family as if he himself had been born the heir thereof. In 1622 he acquired the lands of Cowden, with an intention to unite them to the ancient patrimonial inheritance of Cochrane. but afterwards he sold them to Sir William, his second son, as to provide for his younger children, for, besides Sir John, his eldest son, he had 6 other sons and 2 daughters. Sir William Cochrane of Cowden. Alexander, a colonel in the king's service in the wars of Ireland, which commenced in 1641, with the murder of upwards of 50,000 Scots and English by the native Irish. Hugh, author of the branch of Fergusly. He was a colonel, first under the renowned Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, and afterward to King Charles I, in the time of the Civil War in Ireland. Bryce, a colonel in the time of the Civil War, who lost his life in the king's service, anno 1650. Captain Lord Cochrane. Gavin Cochrane of Craigmore was the 7th and youngest son. Elizabeth married to John Lennox of Woodhead in Stirlingshire. Grisel to Thomas Dunlop of Housley, which Sir John, in time of the unhappy civil war in Britain, firmly adhered to the interest of King Charles I, and had a colonel's commission in the army. In the year 1644 he was sent ambassador to several princes to solicit their assistance in his Majesty's behalf, which he performed with such diligence and conduct, that in the treaty of peace which was set on foot betwixt the King and the Parliament of England and the Estates of Scotland, anno 1646, he was, together with the Marquis of Huntly and Montrose, the Earls of Nithsdale, Crawford, Traquair, and such, proposed to be accepted from the King's pardon, which the King generously refused. Upon the murder of the King, he attended King Charles II into foreign ports, and in 1650 was sent into Poland to crave the aid of the Scots merchants there, but before his return the King and the Scots army were defeated at Worcester. He, continuing with the King during his exile, died about the same time of the Restoration, without issue, so that his next brother, Sir William, became the heir. Which Sir William was carefully educated in grammar learning in his youth, whence he was removed to the University, where having applied himself indefatigably to his studies, and highly improved his natural endowments with academical learning, he removed from thence after he had taken the degree of Master of Arts, and studied our laws, in which profession he attained to an uncommon perfection. Soon after his entering on the stage of business, he became much famed for his prudent management and conduct, by which he acquired a fair estate, both in the shires of Renfrew and Ayr, for the last of which he had the honour to serve as a member in the Parliament, 1647, wherein his abilities were soon discovered by the great and leading men of the house, and he showed himself, through the course of the sitting of that Parliament, a good and even patriot, wholly intent upon the honour and safety of the King, whose interest he did visibly advance, and the welfare and tranquillity of the nation, then in no small ferment. On the visit of Charles I to his Scottish dominions in 1641, for the purpose of allaying the hostile feelings which his arbitrary acts had there excited, Sir William Cochrane of Cowden had sufficient influence to be instrumental in reconciling the monarch and his angry subjects, together with sufficient substance and loyalty to minister to the necessities of his sovereign. For these and other services Sir William was at this time elected to the peerage under the title Lord Cochrane of Cowden, the gratitude of Charles, however, not being openly manifested until some years afterwards a prisoner in Carisbrooke Castle. As this circumstance is, to the best of my knowledge, unique, and is at variance with the statements of some Scottish genealogists, who give the date of letters patent as at Scarborough, December the 27th, 1647, an extract from the Acts of the Privy Council in Edinburgh, confirming the original patent, may be gratifying to the historian. Quote begins, "At Edinburgh, the 1st day of April, 1648. The which day and year of our Lord, at his Majesty's Privy Council, John, Earl of Cranford and Lindsay, produced a patent under his Majesty's Great Seal, dated Carisbrooke, the 26th day of December, 1647, by which his Majesty, considering the faithfulness and good affection of Sir William Cochrane of Cowden towards his Majesty's service, and his Majesty being willing, for the further encouragement to continue therein, to bestow some token of his royal favour on him, hath given and granted to the said Sir William Cochrane, and his heirs male lawfully begotten, the title and dignity of a Lord of Parliament within this kingdom, to be called in all time coming Lord Cochrane of Dundonald, and to have exercise and enjoy all the privileges, liberties, and preeminences belonging thereto, and such, in token whereof Archibald Marquis of Argyle, President of the Council at this time deliberate, in the name of Lord Cochrane, received the same on his knees, and such, extractum de libris actorum." Quote ends. It is not my intention to dilate upon the course pursued by Lord Cochrane in promoting the reconciliation of Charles and his hereditary liegemen. Suffice it to say that whilst his lordship's predilections and services were in favour of the constitutional power of the king, he made a firm stand against his despotic tendencies, especially when meditating the subversion of the Scottish Church under the guise of ecclesiastical reform. In the national struggle which ensued after the death of Charles I., Lord Cochrane was amongst the most active in raising troops to assert the right of Charles II. To the throne. The subjoined letter from that monarch, divested of its antique orthography, will show the nature of the services rendered. Charles II. Right trusty and well beloved, we greet yon well. We have seen your letter to the Duke of Hamilton, whom you give no encouragement, so hope that sometime you, with the horse raised upon the baronies of Ayr and Renfrew, shall soon be in arms. Having been engaged to give to General Major Vandrosk the first regiment of horse raised within our kingdom of Scotland, we could not possibly break our promise to so deserving a person. But seeing your brother was appointed to have the command of one of the regiments of foot before they were converted into horse, he will now be disappointed, as likewise will Colonel Cunningham, of their expectations. We have therefore thought fit to desire you to shift your brother up to the army to us, and we do oblige ourselves to take him in our particular favour, and to give him the command of a regiment, either of horse or foot. We likewise find you desire the removing of the garrison from Newark, but having advised twice with our Committee of Estate, we find it is not for the good of the service to remove the said garrison, but we are content that the strength be reduced to the number of 30 soldiers only. We shall desire that you would be assisted in hasting these levies, and continue in your barony all public despatch, so as you may be in continual receipt of our respects to you. So we bid you now heartily farewell, from our Camp Royal at Woodhend, the 5th of August 1651, to our right trusty and well beloved the Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. The preceding letter marks the dawn of that ingratitude towards his tried adherents of which Charles has been, not without reason, accused. Lord Cochrane's reward for raising the first regiment of horse in Scotland was the displacement of his brother from the command in favour of a Dutchman, notwithstanding that the whole expenditure had been borne by his lordship, whose fate it subsequently was that the Stuarts should draw largely upon resources which, to the injury of his descendants, his loyalty ungrudgingly supplied. Passing over the defeat which followed, I select from others a letter addressed by Charles when in exile to Lord Cochrane, under the assumed name of Lenos and Richmond, its purport being to show that the unfortunate royal family depended upon Lord Cochrane's management not only for advice, but, what was more to the purpose, for the means of subsistence. Letter begins, February 2nd, 1657. My Lord, I find myself very much obliged to your lordship by your great care of my dear son's interests and mine, and have seen your letter concerning the gentleman recommended for a commissioner, who, though a stranger to me, yet since it is the opinion of your lordship that he be added to the number of the commissioners, I do in this, as in other things, hearken to your lordship's advice, relying on your lordship's favour to me, and therefore do hereby invite him, if he will accept the trouble, with many thanks, to your lordship and to him. I must further beseech of your lordship to intend the raising of 5000 pounds upon Glasgow, and to labour the sale of Methuen and Kilmurrocate, both with all possible expedition. I hope to have the happiness of seeing your lordship in these parts ere long, that I may have a longer conveniency of making my acknowledgments to your lordship for your eminent favour to your lordship's most humble servant, C.R. Lenos and Richmond. For my Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. Whether Lord Cochrane visited the exiled court or not, I have no documents to decide, nor is it at all material, these letters being adduced to show the nature of his connection with the Stuarts in their day of humiliation, which only appeared to add to his zeal for their welfare. The son alluded to in the preceding letter was the Duke of Monmouth, for espousing whose cause in the subsequent reign of James II. The Cochrane family suffered severely. Soon after the Restoration, in 1660, Lord Cochrane was sworn a Privy Councillor, and by his Majesty's special choice was constituted one of the Commissioners of the Treasury and Exchequer, which great and weighty employment, says Crawford, he discharged with admirable prudence and integrity, to the general satisfaction of the whole nation. In increasing still more in wealth and honour, he acquired the lordship of Paisley, where he fixed his seat, and lived with great splendour and hospitality for many years. After the barbarous murder of the late king, his lordship contributed his best and hearty endeavours towards bringing home Charles II. To inherit the rightful possession of the throne of those realms, which no doubt was the cause, when Oliver Cromwell came to be called Protector, why he fined my Lord Cochrane, among other royalists, in £5,000 sterling, by a special ordinance of the Commonwealth of England, dated April 12th, 1654. The following letters of the Dukes of Lennox and Monmouth are still in my possession, and from historic interest alone require no apology for their introduction in this place. Letter begins: London, December 27th, 1662. My Lord, I received a discharge from your Lordship, which, being ill drawn, I have forborne to sign it, but shall readily perform it as soon as it comes to my hands corrected by Mr. Graham. I must entreat of your Lordship's endeavours to raise £1,500 upon the 2 years' rent of Gila and my other lands for the year 1661, with which I would desire your Lordship to discharge the £600 you borrowed from me when I was in Edinburgh, and the £700 I borrowed of Sir James Stewart at the same time, the rest to be returned to me, who am your Lordship's humble servant, Lenos and Richmond. For my Lord Cochrane. P.S. I desire your Lordship to excuse my own writing, for nothing but illness should make me make use of another. London, February 26th, 1663. My Lord, give me leave to add this trouble to your Lordship's favours, in desiring that you will be pleased to send me a full account of all you know of the condition of my affairs in Scotland, and wherein and how you conceive any part of my estate proper or casual may be better improved to my advantage, with your Lordship's advice for the management thereof for the future. If you know of any grants made by me to any person in Scotland, when I was there, which may be prejudicial to or on my estates, you will be pleased to acquaint me with it, for I am resolved to repose all my confidence upon your Lordship's directions, and to take measures of all the management of my affairs from them. I shall wholly trust to your Lordship, and therefore entreat you will not impart this to anybody, but conceal the request of your Lordship's very humble servant, Lenos and Richmond. For my Lord Cochrane. Whitehall, August the 25th, 1663. My Lord, I must desire your Lordship to give yourself the trouble of sending me word how my engagements stand to my estate mortgaged in Scotland, that I may know whether it be convenient that the several persons to whom it is mortgaged should receive the profits of the lands mortgaged to them till both principal and interest are satisfied, or whether it be convenient if one person, in the name of the rest, should receive the whole profits of the estate, and engage to pay all the debts, both principal and interest, in so many years, and then to return the estate to me again. I must beg your Lordship's faithful advice in this, having found it so formerly. And, good my Lord, let me know in how many years my estate will pay the debt upon it, for both principal and interest. I cannot believe that anybody will be so warm in my concerns as yourself, and therefore wholly repose this trust in you, desiring you to send me in writing a conveyance of my estate to yourself for the payment of the debt in the aforesaid years, with the return of the estate into my hands, who am, my Lord, your Lordship's most obliged servant, Lenos and Richmond. Letters end. The following letter, written to Lord Cochrane after the removal of the court to Oxford, on account of the plague raging in London, will show the straits to which even the wealthiest of the Scottish nobility had been reduced. Letter begins: Oxford, November the 11th, 1665. My Lord, I had written to your Lordship before this, had I not an intention of coming to Scotland myself, but being now prevented by other affairs, I must desire your Lordship to make all possible speed that may be to return me £500 out of the £1,000 that are due to me. My Lord, I was never in a greater strait in my life, the plague having prevented my tenant's payment. If you ever did intend to oblige me, I am sure you could never have a better opportunity than making me a present payment. Good my Lord, do not fail me, who am your most humble servant, Richmond and Lenos. For my Lord Cochrane. P.S. My uncle Aubigny is very sick at Paris, and we expect to hear he is dead by every post. The last letters assuring he was past recovery. July 1666. My Lord, I need not acquaint your Lordship how great a confidence I have in your Lordship's friendship and assistance. Having now sent Boreman into Scotland to attend and follow your Lordship's directions, and my Lord Newburgh's for the completion and settling the whole affairs of the Admiralty, if my Lord Macdonald goes on in his intended bargain, I shall expect 6000 to be paid and returned to me by Michaelmas. Please remember the 100 you reserved till Boreman's coming. I shall trouble your Lordship with nothing more at present, but the assurance of being your Lordship's very humble servant, Richmond and Lenos. For my Lord Cochrane. London, 18th of September 1666. My Lord, though I consider that 5000 is too small a sum for so considerable and convenient an estate to my Lord Macdonald, yet I am satisfied to be ruled by the market, and the exigency of my own affairs, but especially by your Lordship's judgment and kindness, of which I have had so good experience. My Lord, the sad accident of fire which hath lately happened in London hath almost ruined us all. I must therefore earnestly entreat you to return me what money you have in your hands of mine, with all possible speed, not knowing which way to turn myself at present, there being no such thing as money here. Pray likewise hasten Boreman in returning what money is due to me on the prizes, in doing all which you will very much oblige your Lordship's humble servant, Richmond and Lenos. For my Lord Cochrane at Edinburgh. Letters end. I have purposely refrained from comment on these letters as being foreign to the purpose of this introductory chapter, which is not to dilate on immaterial subjects, but simply to point out the connection of the Cochrane family with the Stuarts and their faithful adherents. The subjoined from the Duke of Monmouth is also curious, as alluding to the disaster of invasion, in addition to those of plague and fire. Letter begins. June 28th, 1667. My Lord, so soon as I received your Lordship's of the 26th of May, I was commanded by the King for Harwich, and have ever since been so hurried about in this confusion upon the arrival of the Dutch, that I have not had time to answer your Lordship, to whom I do acknowledge myself very much obliged for your care of my affairs. And if it lies in my power to acknowledge it otherwise than in words, your Lordship shall ever find me really to be, my Lord, your Lordship's real friend and servant, Monmouth and Buccleuch. These for my Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. On the 12th of May 1669, Lord Cochrane was created Earl of Dundonald. The annexed is His Majesty's Order for the Patent. Order begins. Our Sovereign Lord, considering that it has always been the ancient, constant, and worthy practice of all kings to confer titles and degrees of honour and dignity upon such of those subjects whose good services and worth have so deserved, and that His Majesty's father of blessed memory did, in the year 1641, dignify and confer upon his right trusty and well-beloved William Lord of Cochrane the title of Lord Cochrane, and now His Majesty, in consideration of his faithful services, and for the better encouragement of him and his family to continue in their constant and affectionate adhering to his interest and service for the future, being graciously pleased to confer a further mark of his royal favour upon him, doth therefore of his royal and princely power ordain a letter patent to be made and decreed under the great seal of his ancient kingdom of Scotland in due form, making, constituting, and creating the said William Lord Cochrane and his heirs male, which failing, the oldest heirs female, without division, already procreate, or to be procreate, of the body of the said William Lord Cochrane, and such and such and such, to be called and designed now and forever hereafter Earl of Dundonald, Lord Cochrane of Paisley and Ochiltree, and such and such. Brackets, then follow the usual technical formalities. Close brackets. May it please your Majesty, this contains your Majesty's warrant for a patent to be passed under the Great Seal of Scotland for creating William Lord Cochrane Earl of Dundonald, Lord Cochrane of Paisley and Ochiltree, with power and such and such and such, for subscription. Lauderdale. Sit supra scribitur. Charles R. Warrant ends. The subjoined letters from the Duke and Duchess of Monmouth, the latter the heiress of Buccleuch, are not without historical interest. Letter begins. Whitehall, May 2nd, 1671. My Lord, this is expressly to beg your Lordship's pardon that I writ you not. by the person that brought you my commission concerning my lands, in which I was confident to put your Lordship's and Lord Cochrane's names, being assured that neither yourself nor any of your family would deny me the favour of your assistance in the management of my estate, which I have now taken into my own possession, and hope to see the good effects of it. I beseech your Lordship to give my service and excuse to Lord Cochrane, and tell him I hope he will be no worse a friend to me than you have been, whom, I must acknowledge, have obliged me ever to be, my Lord, your very humble servant, Monmouth and Buccleuch. For Lord Dundonald. Whitehall, May 25th, 1671. My Lord, I know not how to express my thanks to your Lordship for the trouble I have put upon you in your journey to Broholm, where your presence hath been of that advantage in my affairs as could not, without you, have been expected. I thank your Lordship most heartily for this, and all other your kindnesses to me, and particularly your advice concerning Orkney and such, and to refrain the signing of anything but what shall be most maturely advised by your Lordship, and such other my friends, to whose counsel and advice, as always faithful to me, I shall firmly adhere, and constantly remain, my Lord, your very affectionate friend and humble servant, Monmouth and Buccleuch. For the Right Honourable the Earl of Dundonald. October the 31st, 1671. My Lord, being very sensible of your constant care and industry to promote and advance all our interests in Scotland, and receiving daily demonstrations of your particular kindness and friendship to us, we are the more confident on all occasions to depend wholly upon you for resolution in doubtful, and assistance in difficult, cases, and do entreat your Lordship to take them seriously in your own consideration, and weighing all circumstances, deal freely and candidly with us, and declare truly to us your opinion, what you do conceive fit for us to do, to extricate ourselves out of those dangers both we and our estate lie under. We are now both of us so near the time of our majority, and are told that it is very necessary for us to undertake a journey to Scotland this next spring. If your Lordship be of the same judgment, we must, if possible, find out some expedient to effect it. My Lord, we are informed that many of our late chamberlains are resolved to stand trial with us for 3000£, yet remaining in their hands upon the balance of their accounts, unless they may have such discharge as they please. We do therefore very earnestly recommend it to your Lordship's care to proceed vigorously against them, not only for that, but also for the great waste and destruction they have made of the woods. A letter is also written to the Lord President Stair, and the rest of the Lords of the Session's favour, for a speedy dispatch of our concerns before them. We shall have the satisfaction that in the place where we have received so great obligations from your Lordship and the rest of our friends, even there we shall express with much sincerity that we are, my Lord, your Lordship's very affectionate and humble servants, Buccleuch and Monmouth, Anna Buccleuch and Monmouth. For the Right Honourable the Earl of Dundonald. March 14th, 1674. My Lord, the great assurance we have had of your affection and kindness to us, which upon all occasions you have given sufficient testimonies of in your adherence to and promoting our interest in Scotland, encourages us to entreat and, indeed, earnest lie to your continuance thereof, but especially at this time when we find our tenants like to be ruined and undone by the severity of continued frost and snow. How mischievous the consequences thereof may be to us, we are not able at this distance to conjecture, only we have just reason to fear the worst. But we, depending very much, if not solely, upon your Lordship's wisdom and good conduct at this juncture, and very well knowing how prevalent your countenance and authority will be among our tenants, and what encouragement they will receive from your presence, must needs desire and entreat your Lordship that you will not fail to be at the next land settling. For it is your discretion and prudence that shall be our guide and measure in the regulation of our own interests, or that of any of our tenants who shall be held fit objects of our consideration and favour in so general a calamity, if they be recommended by your Lordship unto my Lord. Your Lordship's most affectionate friends and servants, Buccleuch and Monmouth, Anna Buccleuch and Monmouth. For Lord Dundonald. September 29th, 1674. My Lord, upon all occasions my wife and I do receive new testimonies and proofs of your continued kindness to us, and your unwearied care and industry to do all good offices which may anywise conduce to our profit and advantage, and in truth the great pains you have taken about our affairs, and the trouble you took upon you of an inconvenient journey to be at our land settling, are sufficient assurances of your zeal and affection for our welfare and prosperity, for which we owe you a particular acknowledgment; and I do assure your lordship, I am so extremely sensible of these and all the other kindnesses which you have done for us, that it shall never be my fault if I do not make it appear how much I am, my lord, your lordship's most affectionate friend and servant, Buccleuch and Monmouth. For Lord Dundonald. Whitehall, 19th March, 1676. My Lord, we are truly sorry to understand, by your letter, that you are unable to ride by reason of your age and weakness, and that you cannot go all the way in your coach to our land settling. We know very well, and have had long and great experience, how useful you have been in that affair for many years together, and we may have just reason to fear that we may suffer very much by your absence from that service, so many of our lands lying at this time waste. The tenants will be apt to be discouraged, when they want your countenance, to whom they are so well known. But, my lord, we do not think it reasonable to press you with arguments to undertake anything, how necessary soever it may be for our service, if it be in the least prejudicial to your health and safety. Therefore, if your infirmities cannot well dispense with your own going that journey, we do entreat your lordship to prevail with your son, my Lord Cochrane, to supply your place. For we are very sure that there is not one related to you but will have a great influence on our tenants, and, next to yourself, we can desire none more considerable than your son. We need not tell you how much the present necessity of our affairs requires all prudence, all the countenance and authority, and all the diligence of ourselves, and of my lords our commissioners, to bring our estate out of that waste, ruinous, and scandalous condition under which it hath lain. And we do know that your lordship will contribute as much pains, and be as instrumental to bring this to pass, as any person whatsoever. And in this assurance we do subscribe ourselves, as in truth we are, my lord, your lordship's most affectionate friends and servants, Buccleuch and Monmouth, Anna Buccleuch and Monmouth. For Lord Dundonald. Letters End. The Earl of Dundonald was subsequently appointed by James II. One of the Privy Council of Scotland. As the place from which the patent was dated, viz. Hounslow Heath, is of historical significance, I shall give the document entire. Patent begins. James R. Right trusty and right entirely beloved cousin and counsellor. Right trusty and well beloved cousin and counsellor. Right trusty and entirely beloved cousins and counsellors. Right trusty and right well beloved cousins and counsellors. Right trusty and well beloved cousins and counsellors. Right trusty and well beloved counsellors and trusty and well beloved counsellors. We greet you well. Whereas we are fully satisfied of the loyalty, abilities, and dutiful affection to our service of our right trusty and well beloved Earl of Dundonald, we therefore thought fit to add him to our Privy Council of that our ancient kingdom, and do authorise and require you to admit him accordingly. And we do hereby dispense with him from taking the test, oath of allegiance, or any other oath, except that of Privy Councillor only, for doing whereof this shall be your warrant, and to him a full and ample security. Given at our camp on Hounslow Heath, the 10th day of June 1686, and of our reign the 2nd year. By His Majesty's command, Melfort. Patent ends. In the subsequent rebellions of Argyle and Monmouth, the Cochranes again suffered severely, John, the second son of the Earl of Dundonald, being deeply implicated therein, and only escaping with his life by the Earl satisfying first the greed of James II's popish priests, and secondly that of James himself. The annexed extracts from Burnet will show all that needs to be said on this head. Cochrane, another of those who had been concerned in this treaty, as to an insurrection in Scotland, was complained of as having talked very freely of the Duke's government of Scotland, upon which the Scottish Secretary sent a note to him, desiring him to come to him, for it was intended only to give him a reprimand, and to have ordered him to go to Scotland. But he knew his own secret, so he left his lodgings and got beyond the sea. This showed the court had not yet got full evidence, otherwise he would have been taken up, as well as others were. The deliberations in Holland, among the English and Scots that fled thither, came to ripen faster than was expected. Lord Argyle had been quiet ever since the disappointment in the year '83. He had lived for most part in Friezeland, but came off to Amsterdam, and met with the rest of his countrymen that lay concealed there, the chief of whom were the Lord Melville, Sir Patrick Hume, and Sir John Cochrane. The first of these, Melville, was a fearful and mean-spirited man, a zealous Presbyterian, but more zealous in preserving his person and estate. Hume was a hot and eager man, full of passion and resentment, and instead of minding the business then in hand, he was always forming schemes about the modelling of matters, when they should prevail, in which he was so earnest that he fell into perpetual disputes and quarrels about it. Cochrane was more tractable. With these Lord Argyle communicated all the advices that were sent to him. On margin, Argyle designed to invade Scotland. Volume 3, 27, folio Volume 1, 632. Argyle landed in the Isle of Bute with his adherents. He had left his arms in a castle with such a guard as he could spare, but they were routed by a party of the king's forces, and with this he lost both heart and hope, and then, apprehending that all was gone, he put himself in disguise, and had almost escaped, but he was taken. A body of gentlemen that had followed him stood better to it, and forced their way through, so that the greater part of them escaped. Some of these were taken. The chief of them were Sir John Cochrane, Ailoffe, and Rumbold. These last two were Englishmen, but I knew not upon what motive it was that they chose rather to run fortunes with Argyle than with the Duke of Monmouth. Thus was this rebellion brought to a speedy end, with the effusion of very little blood. Volume 1, folio, page 629. Cochrane had a rich father, the Earl of Dundonald, and he offered the priests 5000 to save his son. They wanted a stock of money for managing their designs, so they interposed so effectually that the bargain was made. But to cover it, Cochrane petitioned the council that he might be sent to the king, for he had some secrets of great importance, which were not fit to be communicated to any but to the king himself. He was upon that brought up to London, and after he had been for some time in private with the king, the matters he had discovered were said to be of such importance, that in consideration of that, the king pardoned him. It was said he had discovered all their negotiations with the Elector of Brandenburg and the Prince of Orange, but this was a pretence only, given out to conceal the bargain, for the prince told me he had never once seen him. The secret of this came to be known soon after. Volume 1, folio 634. Lord Macaulay's account of the same event, as regarded my ancestor, for it is from this Sir John Cochrane that the present branch of our family is descended, will complete all which is necessary to be alluded to in this place. With Hume, Sir Patrick, was connected another Scottish exile of great note, Sir John Cochrane, second son of the Earl of Dundonald. The great question was whether the Highlands or the Lowlands should be the seat of war. The Earl, Argyle, wished to establish his authority over his own domains, and to take possession of the ancient seat of his family at Inverary. But Hume and Cochrane were impracticable, seeing that amongst his own mountains and lakes, and at the head of an army of his own tribe, he would be able to bear down their opposition, and to exercise the full authority of a general. They said that the Campbells took up arms neither for liberty, nor for the Church of God, but for MacCallum More alone. Cochrane declared that he would go to Ayrshire if he went by himself, and with nothing but a pitchfork in his hand. Argyle, after long resistance, consented, and Cochrane and Hume were at the head of a force to invade the Lowlands. Ayrshire was Cochrane's object, and the coast was guarded by English frigates. A party of militia lay at Greenock, but Cochrane, who wanted provisions, was determined to land. Hume objected, but Cochrane was peremptory. Cochrane entered Greenock, and procured a supply of meal, but found no disposition to insurrection. Cochrane, having found it impossible to raise the population on the south of the Clyde, rejoined Argyle in Bute. The Earl again proposed to make an attempt on Inverary, and again encountered pertinacious opposition. The seamen sided with Hume and Cochrane. The Highlanders were absolutely at the command of their chieftain. Cochrane was taken, and sent to London. He held amongst the Scotch rebels the same rank which had been held by Grey in the west of England. That Cochrane should be forgiven by a prince vindictive beyond all example seemed incredible, but Cochrane was the younger son of a rich family. It was, therefore, only by sparing him that money could be made out of him. His father, Lord Dundonald, offered a bribe to the priests of the royal household, and a pardon was granted." The history of the succeeding Earls of Dundonald, down to the failure of issue in the first branch, is thus detailed by Crawfurd. "William, 1st Earl of Dundonald, married Euphemie, daughter of Sir William Scott of Ardross, in Comitau de Fife, by whom he had 2 sons and a daughter. One, William Lord Cochrane, who died in the flower of his age, anno 1680, leaving issue by the Lady Catherine his wife, daughter of John Earl of Castles, John who succeeded his grandfather in the honour, William Cochrane of Kilmarnock, a member of Parliament for the borough of Wigton, and the other town in that district, and one of the commissioners for keeping her Majesty's signet, Sir Alexander Erskine, Lord Lyon, and John Pringle of Hanning being joined in commission with him. He married Grissel, daughter of James, 2nd Marquis of Montrose, and has issue, Thomas Cochrane of Polkey, 3rd son, died without children. Alexander Cochrane of Bonshaw, the youngest, also 3 daughters. 1st Margaret, married to Alexander Earl of Eglinton. 2nd Helen, to John Earl of Sutherland. 3rd Jean, to John Viscount of Dundee, and afterward to William Viscount of Kilsyth. 2nd son, Sir John Cochrane of Ochiltree in Ayrshire, likewise a daughter Grissel, married to George Lord Ross. This earl gave way to nature in the spring of the year 1686, and was by his own direction interred in the paroch church of Dundonald, without any funeral monument, but upon his escutcheon I find the arms of these noble and ancient families. Paternal side, Cochrane of that ilk, Lord Semple, Cunningham of Glengarnock, Lord Carlisle of Torthorald. Maternal side, Cochrane of that ilk, Montgomery of Skelmerley, Lindsay of Dunrod, Lord Semple. To William Earl of Dundonald succeeded John his grandson and heir, a nobleman of great goodness and excellent parts. He died in the prime of his years, anno 1691, regretted by all those who knew him, leaving issue by the Lady Susanna his wife, daughter of William Duke of Hamilton, 2 sons, William, who succeeded him in the honours, but died unmarried, the 19th of November 1705, and John married Anne, daughter of Charles, Earl of Dunmore, a lady who wanted no virtue to make her an acceptable wife. She died in 1711, universally lamented, whose conduct in all conditions of life rendered her loss a lasting grief to her relations. He had by her a son and 3 daughters, William Lord Cochrane, Lady Anne, Lady Catherine, Lady Susanne. Arms, argent, a chevron, gules, betwixt 3 boars' heads azure, supported by 2 rutch hounds, of the first, crest a horse, argent, motto, virtuti et labore. End of Introductory. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. My Boyhood and Entrance into the Navy. My birth is recorded as having taken place on the 14th of December, 1775, at Ansfield, in Lanarkshire. My father was Archibald, 9th Earl of Dundonald. My mother, Anna Gilchrist, daughter of Captain Gilchrist, a distinguished officer of the Royal Navy. My father was descended from John, the younger son of the first Earl, noticed in the introductory chapter as the companion of Argyle. On default of issue in the elder branch of the family, the title devolved on my grandfather Thomas, who married the daughter of Archibald Stewart, Esquire, of Torrance, in Lanarkshire, and had issue of 1 daughter and 12 sons, the most distinguished amongst whom, in a public capacity, was Admiral the Sir Honourable Alexander, father of the present Admiral Sir Thomas Cochrane. Some of my father's earlier years were spent in the Navy, in which he became an acting lieutenant. A cruise on the coast of Guinea gave him a distaste for the naval profession, which, in after years, postponed my entrance therein far beyond the usual period. On his return home, he quitted the Navy for a commission in the army, which was, after a time, also relinquished. Of our once extensive ancestral domains, I never inherited a foot. In the course of a century, and before the title descended to our branch, nearly the whole of the family estates had been alienated by losses incurred in support of one generation of the Stuarts, rebellion against another, and mortgages, or other equally destructive processes, the consequence of both. A remnant may latterly have fallen into other hands from my father's negligence in not looking after it, and his unentailed estates were absorbed by expensive scientific pursuits presently to be noticed, so that my outset in life was that of heir to a peerage, without other expectations than those arising from my own exertions. My father's day was that of Cavendish, Black, Priestley, Watt, and others, now become historical as the forerunners of modern practical science. Imbued with like spirit, and in intimate communication with these distinguished men, he emulated their example with no mean success, as the philosophical records of that period testify. But whilst they prudently confined their attention to their laboratories, my father's sanguine expectations of retrieving the family estates by his discoveries led him to embark in a multitude of manufacturing projects. The motive was excellent, but his pecuniary means being incommensurate with the magnitude of his transactions, its object was frustrated, and our remaining patrimony melted like the flux in his crucibles. His scientific knowledge, as often happens, being unaccompanied by the self-knowledge which would have taught him that he was not, either by habit or inclination, a man of business. Many who were so knew how to profit by his inventions without the trouble of discovery, whilst their originator was occupied in developing new practical facts to be turned to their advantage and his consequent loss. An enumeration of some of my father's manufacturing transactions, extensively and simultaneously carried on, will leave no doubt as to their failure in a pecuniary sense. First, the preparation of soda from common salt as a substitute for barilla, till then the only alkali available for soap and glass making. Secondly, a manufactory for improvement in the production of alumina, as a mordant for silk and calico printers. Thirdly, an establishment for preparing British gum as a substitute for gum Senegal, these products being in use amongst calico printers to the present day, the latter especially being at that distant period of great utility, as the foreign gum was scarce and expensive. A fourth manufactory had for its object the preparation of sal ammoniac. At a fifth was carried on the manufacture of white lead, by a process then new to the productive science. A sixth establishment, on a ruinous scale, as compared with his other resources, was for a new process of extracting tar and other products from pit coal, the former as an effective agent in protecting timber from decay, whilst the refuse coke was in request amongst iron founders, whose previous operations for its manufacture were wasteful and unsatisfactory. After this enumeration, it is unnecessary to dilate on its ruinous results. It is simply the old adage of too many irons in the fire. One by one his inventions fell into other hands, some by fair sale, but most of them by piracy, when it became known that he had nothing left wherewith to maintain his rights. In short, with 7 children to provide for, he found himself a ruined man. In the present state of manufacturing science, by which the above objects are accomplished through improved means, the mention of such matters may, at first sight, appear unnecessary. Yet 70 years ago they bore the same relation to the manufacturing processes of our time, as at that period did the crude attempts at the steam engine to its modern perfection. In this point of view, which is the true one, reference to my father's patents, though now superseded by improvements, will fairly entitle him to no mean place amongst other inventors of his day, who deservedly rank as benefactors to their country. One of my father's scientific achievements must not be passed over. Cavendish had some time previously ascertained the existence of hydrogen. Priestley had become acquainted with its inflammable character, but the Earl of Dundonald may fairly lay claim to the practical application of its illuminating power in carburetted form. In prosecution of his coal tar patent, my father went to reside at the family estate of Culross Abbey, the better to superintend the works of his own collieries, as well as others on the adjoining estates of Valleyfield in Kincardine. In addition to these works, an experimental tar kiln was erected near the Abbey, and here coal gas became accidentally employed in illumination. Having noticed the inflammable nature of a vapour rising during the distillation of tar, the Earl, by way of experiment, fitted a gun barrel to the education pipe leading from the condenser. On applying fire to the muzzle, a vivid light blazed forth across the waters of the Frith, becoming, as was afterwards ascertained, distinctly visible on the opposite shore. Strangely enough, though quick in appreciating a new fact, Lord Dundonald lightly passed over the only practical product which might have realised his expectations of retrieving the dilapidated fortunes of our house, considering tar and coke to constitute the legitimate objects of his experiments, and regarding the illuminating property of gas merely as a curious natural phenomenon. Like Columbus, he had the egg before him, but unlike Columbus, he did not hit upon the right method of setting it on end. The incident just narrated took place about the year 1782, and the circumstances attending it are more vividly impressed on my memory from an event which occurred during a subsequent journey with my father to London. On our way we paid a visit to James Watt, then residing at Handsworth, near Birmingham, and amongst other scientific subjects discussed during our stay were the various products of coal, including the gas-light phenomenon of the Culross Abbey tar kiln. This gave rise to some interesting conversation, which, however, ended without further results. Many years afterwards, Mr. Murdoch, then one of Mr. Watt's assistants at Soho, applied coal gas to the illumination of that establishment. Though even with this practical demonstration its adoption for purposes of general public utility did not keep pace with the importance of the fact thus successfully developed, until, by the persevering endeavours of Mr. Windsor, its advantages overcame prejudice. It is no detraction from Mr. Murdoch's merit of having been the first to turn coal gas to useful account, to infer that Watt might, at some period during the interval, have narrated to him the incident just mentioned, and that the fact accidentally developed by my father had thus become the subject of long and careful experiment. For this must have been the case before the complete achievement shone forth in perfection. Mr. Murdoch, so far as I am aware, never laid claim to a discovery of the illuminating property of coal gas, but to its useful application only, to which his right is indisputable. As it is not generally known to whom an earlier practical appreciation of gaslight was in reality due, I have placed these facts on record. One notice more of my father's investigations may be permissible. To Sir Humphrey Davy is usually ascribed the honour of first pointing out the relation between agriculture and chemistry. Reference to a work published in 1795, entitled A Treatise Showing the Intimate Connection between Agriculture and Chemistry, by the Earl of Dundonald, will decide the priority. Davy's work may, in a theoretical point of view, surpass that of my father, insomuch as the analytical chemical science of a more modern date is more minute than that of the last century. But in point of patient investigation, from countless practical experiments, my father's work is more than equal to that of his distinguished successor in the same field, and is, indeed, held in no small estimation at the present time. The reader will readily pardon me for thus devoting a few pages by way of tribute to a parent whose memory still exists amongst my most cherished recollections, even though his discoveries, now of national utility, ruined him, and deprived his posterity of their remaining paternal inheritance. During boyhood we had the misfortune to lose our mother, and as our domestic fortunes were even then at a low ebb, great difficulty was experienced in providing us with the means of education, 4 of us being then at an age to profit by more ample opportunities. In this emergency temporary assistance was volunteered by Mr. Rowland, the Minister of Culross, who thus evinced his gratitude for favours received in the more auspicious days of the family. Highly as was the offer appreciated, family pride prevented our reaping from it the advantage contemplated by a learned and truly excellent man. Perceiving our education imperilled, the devotedness of my maternal grandmother, Mrs. Gilchrist, prompted her to apply her small income to the exigencies of her grandchildren. By the aid thus opportunely afforded, a tutor was provided, of whom my most vivid recollection is a stinging box on the ear, in reply to a query as to the difference between an interjection and a conjunction. This solution of the difficulty effectually repressing further philological inquiry on my part. We were, after a time, temporarily provided with a French tutor, a Monsieur Durand, who, being a Papist, was regarded with no complacent eye by our not very tolerant Presbyterian neighbours. I recollect this gentleman getting into a scrape which, but for my father's countenance, might have ended in a Kirk session. As a matter of course, Monsieur Durand did not attend Abbey Church. On one side of the churchyard was the Culross Abbey cherry garden, full of fine fruit, of which he was very fond, as were also the magpies which swarmed in the district. One Sunday, whilst the people were at church, the magpies, aware no doubt of their advantage, made a vigorous onslaught on the cherries, provoking the Frenchman, who was on the watch, to open fire on the intruders with a fowling piece. The effect of this reached farther than the magpies. To fire a gun on the Sabbath was an abomination, which could only have emanated from a disciple of the Scarlet Lady, and neither before nor after did I witness such a hubbub in the parish. Whatever pains and penalties were to be found in Scottish church law were eagerly demanded for Monsieur Durand's benefit, and it was only by my father's influence that he was permitted to escape the threatened martyrdom. Annoyed at the ill feeling thus created, he relinquished his engagement before we had acquired the rudiments of the French language. Even this inadequate tuition was abruptly ended by my father taking me with him to London. His object in visiting the metropolis was to induce the government to make use of coal tar for protecting the bottoms of inferior ships of war, for in those days copper sheeting was unknown. The best substitute, by no means a general one, was to drive large-headed iron nails over the whole ship's bottom, which had thus the appearance of being hobnailed. Even this indifferent covering was accorded to superior vessels only, the smaller class being entirely left to the ravages of the worm. It was for the protection of these small vessels that my father hoped to get his application adopted, and there is no doubt of the benefit which would have resulted had the experiment been permitted. But this was an innovation, and the Board of Admiralty being then, as too often since, opposed to everything inconsistent with ancient routine, refused to entertain his proposal. It was only by means of political influence that he, at length, induced the Navy Board to permit him, at his own expense, to cover with his composition one side of the buoy at the Nore. The result was satisfactory, but he was not allowed to repeat the process. As compared with the exposure at that time of ships' bottoms to rapid destruction, without any effort to protect them, my father's plan was an even greater improvement than is the modern substitution of copper sheeting for the hobnail surface, which it tardily superseded. Failing to induce the government to protect their ships of war, he applied to the mercantile interest, but with no better success. I remember going with my father to Limehouse in the hope of inducing a large shipbuilder there to patronise his composition, but the shipbuilder had an even greater horror of innovation than the Admiralty authorities. His reply was remarkable. "My lord," said he, "we live by repairing ships as well as by building them, and the worm is our best friend. Rather than use your preparation, I would cover ships' bottoms with honey to attract worms." Foiled in London, my father set on foot agencies at the outports, in the hope of inducing provincial shipbuilders to adopt his preservative. Prejudice, however, was not confined to the metropolis, and the objection of the Limehouse men was everywhere encountered. Neither they, nor any artisans in wood, would patronise a plan to render their work durable. Unsuccessful everywhere, my father turned his attention to myself. My destination was originally the army, whether accordant with my taste or not, for he was not one of those who considered it necessary to consult the inclinations of his children in the choice of a profession, but rather how he could best bring family influence to bear upon their future interests. Unfortunately for his passive obedience theory, my penchant was for the sea. Any hint, however, to this effect was peremptorily silenced by parental authority, against which it was useless to contend. My uncle, the Honourable Captain, afterwards Admiral, Sir Alexander Cochrane, had the sagacity to perceive that as inclination became more rooted with my growth, passive obedience on this point might one day come to an end. Still further, he was kind enough to provide against such contingency should it arise. Unknown to my father, he had entered my name on the books of various vessels under his command, so that nominally I had formed part of the complement of the Vesuvius, Carolina, La Sophie, and Hind. The object, common in those days, being to give me a few years' standing in the service, should it become my profession in reality. Having, however, a relative in the army who possessed influence at the Horse Guards, a military commission was also procured for me, so that I had simultaneously the honour of being an officer of His Majesty's 104th Regiment, and a nominal seaman on board my uncle's ship. By way of initiation into the mysteries of the military profession, I was placed under the tuition of an old sergeant, whose first lessons well accorded with his instructions not to pay attention to my foibles. My hair, cherished with boyish pride, was formally cut, and plastered back with a vile composition of candle grease and flour, to which was added the torture incident to the cultivation of an incipient queue. My neck, from childhood open to the lowland breeze, was encased in an inflexible leathern collar or stock, selected according to my preceptor's notions of military propriety, these almost verging on strangulation. A blue semi-military tunic, with red collar and cuffs, in imitation of the Windsor uniform, was provided, and to complete the tout ensemble, my father, who was a determined Whig partisan, insisted on my wearing yellow waistcoat and breeches, yellow being the Whig colour, of which I was admonished never to be ashamed. A more certain mode of calling into action the dormant obstinacy of a sensitive, high-spirited lad could not have been devised than that of converting him into a caricature hateful to himself and ridiculous to others. As may be imagined, my costume was calculated to attract attention, the more so from being accompanied by a stature beyond my years. Passing one day near the Duke of Northumberland's palace at Charing Cross, I was beset by a troop of ragged boys, evidently bent on amusing themselves at the expense of my personal appearance, and, in their peculiar slang, indulging in comments thereon far more critical than complimentary. Stung to the quick, I made my escape from them, and rushing home, begged my father to let me go to sea with my uncle, in order to save me from the degradation of flowered head, pigtail, and yellow breeches. This burst of despair aroused the indignation of the parent and the Whig, and the reply was a sound cuffing. Remonstrance was useless, but my dislike to everything military became confirmed, and the events of that day certainly cost His Majesty's 104th Regiment an officer, notwithstanding that my military training proceeded with redoubled severity. At this juncture, my father's circumstances became somewhat improved by a second marriage, so that my brother Basil and myself were sent to Mr. Chauvet's academy in Kensington Square, in order to perfect our military education, Basil, like myself, being destined for the army. At this excellent school we only remained 6 months, for with slightly increased resources, my father resumed his ruinous manufacturing pursuits, so that we were compelled by the res angusta domini to return to Scotland. Lord Dundonald about this time entered upon a series of experiments which, as usual, were productive of more benefit to his country than himself, viz. An improved mode of preparing hemp and flax for the manufacture of sailcloth. For this he subsequently took out a patent, and submitted his process, together with samples of the manufacture, to the Admiralty. So sensible was the Board of the advantages of the plan, that it was subsequently stipulated in every contract that hemp should be steeped and boiled in the way recommended in his lordship's patent. Since that period, the use of sailcloth so manufactured has become general. Formerly it was sold by weight, the worthless material of which it was composed being saturated with a composition of flour and whitening, so that the first shower of rain on a new sail completely whitewashed the decks. Of so flimsy a nature were the sails, when this composition was washed out, that I have taken an observation of the sun through the foretopsail, and brought it to a horizon through the foresail. 4 years and a half were now wasted, without further attempt to secure for us any regular training. We had, however, during the short advantage enjoyed at Kensington, studied diligently, and were thus enabled to make some progress by self-tuition, our tutor's acquirements extending only to teaching the rudiments to the younger branches of the family. Knowing that my future career depended on my own efforts, and more than ever determined not to take up my military commission, I worked assiduously at the meagre elements of knowledge within my reach, in the hope that by unremitting industry my father might be convinced that opposition to his views was no idle whim, but the result of conviction that I should not excel in an obnoxious profession. Pleased with my progress, and finding my resolution in favour of the naval service unalterable, he at length consented that my commission should be cancelled, and that the renewed offer of my uncle to receive me on board his frigate should be accepted. The difficulty was to equip me for sea, but it was obviated by the Earl of Hopetoun considerately advancing £100 for the purpose. With this sum the requisite outfit was procured, and a few days placed me in a position to seek my fortune, with my father's gold watch as a keepsake, the only patrimony I ever inherited. The Dowager Countess of Dundonald, then meditating a journey to London, offered to take me with her. On our arrival in the metropolis, after what was at that time the formidable achievement of a tour through Wales, her ladyship went to reside with her brother, General James Stuart, in Grosvenor Street. But anxious to become initiated into the mysteries of my profession, I preferred going on board the Hind at Sheerness, joining the ship on the 27th of June, 1793, at the mature age, for a midshipman, of 17 years and a half. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Autobiography of a Seaman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Cruise of the Hind. My kind uncle, the Honourable John Cochrane, accompanied me on board the Hind for the purpose of introducing me to my future superior officer, Lieutenant L'Amour, or, as he was more familiarly known in the service, Jack L'Amour, a specimen of the old British seaman, little calculated to inspire exalted ideals of the gentility of the naval profession, though presenting at a glance a personification of its efficiency. Jack was, in fact, one of a not very numerous class, whom, for their superior seamanship, the Admiralty was glad to promote from the forecastle to the quarter-deck, in order that they might mould into ship-shape the questionable materials supplied by parliamentary influence, even then paramount in the navy to a degree which might otherwise have led to disaster. Lucky was the commander who could secure such an officer for his quarter-deck. On my introduction, Jack was dressed in the garb of a seaman, with marlinspikes slung round his neck, and a lump of grease in his hand, and was busily employed in setting up the rigging. His reception of me was anything but gracious. Indeed, a tall fellow, over 6 feet high, the nephew of his captain, and a lord to boot, were not very promising recommendations for a midshipman. It is not impossible that he might have learned from my uncle something about a military commission of several years' standing, and this, coupled with my age and stature, might easily have impressed him with the idea that he had caught a scapegrace with whom the family did not know what to do, and that he was hence to be saddled with a hard bargain. After a little constrained civility on the part of the first lieutenant, who was obviously not very well pleased with the interruption to his avocation, he ordered me to get my traps below. Scarcely was the order complied with, and myself introduced to the midshipman's berth, than I overheard Jack grumbling at the magnitude of my equipments. "This Lord Cochrane's chest? Does Lord Cochrane think he is going to bring a cabin aboard? The service is going to the devil. Get it up on the main deck." The order being promptly obeyed, amidst a running fire of similar objurgations, the key of the chest was sent for, and shortly afterwards the sound of sawing became audible. It was now high time to follow my property, which, to my astonishment, had been turned out on the deck, Jack superintending the process of sawing off one end of the chest just beyond the keyhole, and accompanying the operation by sundry uncomplimentary observations on midshipmen in general, and on myself in particular. The metamorphose being completed to the lieutenant's satisfaction, though not at all to mine, for my neat chest had become an unshapely piece of lumber, he pointed out the lubberliness of shore-going people in not making keyholes where they could be most easily got at, viz. At the end of the chest instead of the middle. The observation was, perhaps, made to test my temper, but if so, it failed in its object. I thanked him for his kindness in imparting so useful a lesson, and left him evidently puzzled as to whether I was a cool hand or a simple one. Poor Jack! His limited acquaintance with the world, which in his estimation was bounded by the taffrail and the bowsprit, rendered him an indifferent judge of character, or he might have seen in me nothing but an ardent desire diligently to apply myself to my chosen profession. with no more pride in my heart than money in my pocket. A short time, however, developed this. Finding me anxious to learn my duty, Jack warmly took me by the hand, and as his only ideas of relaxation were to throw off the lieutenant, and resume the functions of the able seaman, my improvement speedily rewarded my kind, though rough, teacher, by converting into a useful adjunct one whom he had, perhaps not unjustifiably, regarded as a nuisance. We soon became fast friends, and throughout life few more kindly recollections are impressed on my memory than those of my first naval instructor, honest Jack Larmour. Another good friend in need was Lieutenant Murray, a son of Lord Dunmore, who, observing that my kit had been selected rather with regard to economy than fitness, kindly lent me a sum of money to remedy the deficiency. The period at which I joined the service was that during which events consequent on the first French Revolution reached a crisis, inaugurating a series of wars which for 20 years afterwards devastated Europe. Whatever might have been the faults of the British government in those days, that of being unprepared for the movements of revolutionary neighbours was not amongst them, for the energy of the government kept pace with the patriotism of the nation. That fearful system of naval jobbery which unhappily characterised the subsequent progress of the war, crowding the seas with worthless vessels, purchased into the service in exchange for borough influence, had not, as yet, begun to thwart the unity of purpose and action by which the whole realm was at first roused into action. With few of those costly appliances in the dockyards which, at the present day, absorb vast sums voted by the nation for the support of the navy, to the exclusion of its real strength, trained men, the naval ports presented a scene of activity in every way commensurate with the occasion by which it had been called into existence. Their streets abounded with seamen eager to share in anticipated prize money, for, whatever may be the ideas of modern statesmen on this subject, prize money formed then, as it will ever form, the principal motive of seamen to encounter the perils of war. On this point there is, at the present day, a tendency to dangerous doctrine, and a word respecting it will not be out of place. I have seen it openly proclaimed that seamen will fight for fighting's sake, and without expectation of reward. If the propounders of such an opinion were to ask themselves the question whether they engage in professional or commercial pursuits from pure patriotism, and without hope of further remuneration, their own reply would show them the fallacy of ascribing to seamen a want of those motives which impel all men to adventure and exertion. Human nature is the same in all its grades, and will remain so despite romantic notions of its disinterestedness and patriotism. The result of my own experience is that seamen fight from two leading motives. First, prize money. Second, from a well-grounded belief in their own physical and disciplinary superiority, which refuses to be beaten, and is not satisfied with less than conquest. Take away the first motive, and we may find difficulty, on an emergency, in getting men to accomplish the second. The bounty system, which has superseded the press gang, is a direct proof of money being admitted as the seaman's inciting motive to engage in war. The press gang itself was a no less decisive proof, for it rarely had to be resorted to, except in case of unpopular officers, inefficient vessels, or out-of-the-way stations, where the chances of prize money were few. For ships commanded by well-known officers, and with a favourable chance of making prizes, the press gang was unnecessary. This circumstance forms no indifferent comment on the real motives which induce seamen voluntarily to enter the service. On this most important subject more will be said hereafter. To return to our cruise. The destination of the Hind was the coast of Norway, to the fjords of which country the government had reason to suspect that French privateers might resort as lurking places, whence to annoy our North Sea and Baltic commerce. To ascertain this was our primary object. The second was to look out for an enemy's convoy, shortly expected from the West Indies by the northern route, round the Orkneys. We had not, however, the luck to fall in with either convoy or privateers, though for the latter every inlet was diligently searched. The voyage was therefore without incident, further than the gratifying experience of Norse hospitality and simplicity, qualities which, it is to be feared, may have vanished before the influence of modern rapidity of communication, without being replaced by others equally satisfactory. To us youngsters this Norwegian trip was a perpetual holiday, for my uncle, though a strict disciplinarian, omitted no opportunity of gratifying those under his command, so that we spent nearly as much time on shore as on board, whilst the few hours occupied in running along the coast from one inlet to another supplied us with a moving panorama, scarcely less to our taste than were the hospitalities on shore. Our great amusement was sleighing at racing speed to the musical jingling of bells, without a sound from the cat-like fall of the horses' feet on the snow. Other variations in the routine of pleasure were shooting and fishing, though these soon became secondary objects, as the abundance of fish and game rendered their capture uninteresting. But the principal charm was the primitive aspect of a people apparently sprung from the same stock as ourselves, and presenting much the same appearance as our ancestors may be supposed to have done a few centuries before, without any symptoms of that feudal attachment which then prevailed in Britain. I have never seen a people more contented and happy, not because their wants were few, for even luxuries were abundant and in common use. Much, however, cannot be said for Norwegian gallantry at that period. On one occasion my uncle took me to a formal dinner at the house of a magnate named De Kappa. The table literally groaned beneath the feast, but a great drawback to our enjoyment of the good things set before us was that, during a 5 hours' succession of dishes, the lady of the house stood at the head of the table and performed the laborious duty of carver throughout the tedious repast. Her flushed countenance, after the intervals between the various removes, moreover warranted the suspicion that the very excellent cookery was the result of her supervision. It is to be hoped that the march of civilisation has altered this custom for the better. It is possible that these remarks may be considered somewhat profound for a midshipman of 3 months' standing, but it must be remembered that, from previous hard necessity, no less than maturity, they are those of a reflective midshipman. At any rate, the remarks were duly jotted down, and to this day their reperusal calls forth somewhat of the freshness of boyhood to a mind worn down not so much with age as with unmerited injuries, which have embittered a long life, and rendered even the failings of age premature. From boyish impressions to a midshipman's grievances is but a step. At the first moment of my setting foot on board the Hind, it had been my determination never to commit an act worthy of punishment, but it was equally the determination of Jack Larmour to punish me for my resolution the first time he caught me tripping. This was certain, for Jack was open and above board, and declared that he never heard of such a thing as a faultless midshipman. For a long time he watched in vain, but nothing occurred more than to warrant his swearing twice as much at me as at any other of my messmates, Jack never troubling himself to swear at a waister. To use his own words, it was expending wind for nothing. One day when his back was turned, I had stolen off deck for a few minutes, but only to hear on my return the ominous words, "Masthead, youngster." There was no alternative but to obey, certainly not cheerfully, for the day was bitterly cold, with the thermometer below zero. Once caught, I knew my punishment would be severe, as indeed it was, for my sojourn at the masthead was protracted almost to the limit of human endurance, my tormentor being evidently engaged in calculating this to a nicety. He never mastheaded me again. By way of return for the hospitality of the Norwegian people, the frigate was freely thrown open to their inspection. On one of their frequent visits, an incident occurred not unworthy of record. On board most ships there is a pet animal of some kind. Ours was a parrot, which was Jack Larmour's aversion, from the exactness with which the bird had learned to imitate the calls of the boatswain's whistle. Sometimes the parrot would pipe an order so correctly as to throw the ship into momentary confusion, and the first lieutenant into a volley of imprecations, consigning Poll to a warmer latitude than his native tropical forests. Indeed, it was only by my uncle's countenance that the bird was tolerated. One day a party of ladies paid us a visit aboard, and several had been hoisted on deck by the usual means of a whip on the main yard. The chair had descended for another whip, but scarcely had its fair freight been lifted out of the boat alongside, than the unlucky Parrot piped " Let go." The order being instantly obeyed, the unfortunate lady, instead of being comfortably seated on the deck, as had those who preceded her, was soused overhead into the sea. Luckily for Poll, Jack Larmour was on shore at that time, or this unseasonable assumption of the boatswain's functions might have ended tragically. On the return of the Hind from Norway, my uncle was appointed to the Thetis, a more powerful frigate, for though the Hind carried 28 guns, they were only 9-pounders, an armament truly ridiculous as compared with that of frigates of the present day. It may almost be said that the use of such an armament consisted in rendering it necessary to resort to the cutlass and boarding pike, weapons to be relied on. Had such been the object of the Board of Admiralty as regarded the smaller class of frigates, it could not have been better carried out. The lighter class of vessels were even worse provided for. 7 years later a sloop was placed under my command, armed with 4-pounders only. One day, by way of burlesque on such an equipment, I walked the quarter-deck with a whole broadside of shot in my coat pockets. The Thetis was ordered to equip at Sheerness, and knowing that her first lieutenant, instead of indulging himself ashore, would pursue his customary relaxation of working hard aboard, I begged permission to remain and profit by his example. This was graciously conceded, on condition that, like himself, I would put off the officer and assume the garb of a seaman. Nothing could be more to my taste, so with knife in belt and marlinspike in hand, the captain of the forecastle undertook my improvement in the arts of knotting and splicing, Larmour himself taking charge of gammoning and rigging the bowsprit, which, as the frigate lay in dock, overhung the common highway. So little attention was then paid to the niceties of dockyard arrangement. Dockyards in those days were secondary objects. At Sheerness the people lived, like rabbits in a warren, in the old hulks, hauled up high and dry, yet everything was well done, and the supervision perfect. It would be folly to advocate the continuance of such a state of things, yet it may be doubted whether the naval efficiency of the present day keeps pace with the enormous outlay on modern dockyards, almost, as it appears to me, to ignoring the training of men. I would rather see a mistake in the opposite extreme, men before dockyard conveniences, and am confident that had such been our practice, we should not have recently heard humiliating explanations that we were without adequate naval protection, and that our national safety depended on the forbearance of a neighbouring state. Precision in stone and mortar is no more naval efficiency than are the absurd coast fortifications, to which there is an evident leaning, national safety. The true fortification of England is, always to be in a position to strike the first blow at sea the moment it may become necessary. To wait for it would, under any circumstances, be folly. To be unprepared for it, national suicide. The service now seems to savour too much of the dockyard, and too little of the seaman. Formerly both officers and men had to lend a hand in everything, and few were the operations which, unaided by artificers, they could not perfectly accomplish. On 2 occasions my own personal skill at pump work has saved ships and crews, when other assistance was not available. The modern practice is to place ships in commission with everything perfect to the hands of the officers and crew, little being required of them beyond keeping the ship in order whilst at sea. The practice is to a certain extent praiseworthy, but it has the disadvantage of impressing officers with the belief that handicraft skill on their part is unnecessary, though in the absence of practically acquired knowledge it is impossible even to direct any operation efficiently. Without a certain amount of this skill, as forming an important part of training, no man can become an efficient naval officer. It would be gratifying to me should these remarks lead to an inquiry on the subject. I must confess my inability to peruse the accounts of inexperience in the fleet at the outbreak of the late war with Russia, without grave misgivings that the supervision of the navy in the present day is not that of old time. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Voyage of the Thetis. As soon as the Thetis had obtained her complement, she was ordered to join the squadron of Admiral Murray, which was being fitted out for North America, whither, soon after the declaration of war against England by the French Convention, the Government had despatched orders to seize the islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon, previously captured from the French in 1778, but restored at the termination of the American War. It was in order to regain these islands, and for the protection of our commerce and fisheries generally, that a stronger force on the Nova Scotia station was deemed essential. The conduct of the American people was doubtful, as, from the assistance rendered by the French in the War of Independence, and still more from the democratic institutions recently established in France, little doubt existed that their leaning would be upon the side of the enemy. The United States Government, however, did all in its power to preserve neutrality by proclamations and addresses, but as its authority was little more than nominal, throughout the various states, a disposition on the part of American shipowners to assist the French in providing stores of every kind was manifested very soon after the declaration of war. On our return from Leith to Plymouth to join the Admiral, we detained several American vessels laden with corn and other provisions for French ports, one of the objects of Admiral Murray's squadron being to intercept traffic of this nature. The squadron sailed from Plymouth, and when about midway across the Atlantic, an incident occurred worth relating, as bearing upon a conjecture made a few years ago by the master and passengers of a merchant vessel regarding some vessels supposed, though erroneously, to form part of Sir John Franklin's expedition. One night, finding the temperature of the atmosphere rapidly decreasing, the squadron was proceeding under easy sail, with a vigilant look-out for icebergs. At dawn, we were close to a block of these, extending right across our path as far as the eye could reach. The only alternative was to alter our course and pass to leeward of the group, to which, from the unwonted sublimity of the site, we approached as nearly as seemed consistent with safety. The appearance of icebergs is now so well known that it would be superfluous to describe them. I shall only remark that on passing one field of great extent, we were astonished at discovering on its sides 3 vessels, the one nearest to us being a polacca-rigged ship, elevated at least 100 feet, the berg having rolled round or been lightened by melting, so that the vessel had the appearance of being on a hill forming the southern portion of the floe. The story of 2 vessels answering the description of Sir John Franklin's ships having a few years ago been seen on an iceberg was scarcely credited at the time, but may receive corroboration from the above incident. Nothing can exceed the extraordinary aspect of these floating islands of ice, either as regards variety of form, or the wonderful display of reflected light which they present. But, however they may attract curiosity, ships should always give them a wide berth, the indraught of water on their weather side being very dangerous. A singular effect was experienced as we passed to leeward of the field. First, the intense cold of the wind passing over it, and occasionally the heat caused by the reflection of the sun's rays from the ice whenever the ship came within the angle of incidence. On our arrival at Halifax, we found many American vessels which had been detained, laden with corn and provisions. These had been seized by our predecessors on the station, the act by no means tending to increase our popularity on subsequent visits along the United States coast. Another practice which was pursued has always appeared to me a questionable stretch of authority toward a neutral nation, viz. the forcible detention of English seamen whenever found navigating American ships. Of this the Government of the United States justly complained as inflicting severe losses on their citizens, whose vessels were thus delayed or imperilled for want of hands. The practice was defended by the British Government, but on what grounds I am not jurist enough to comprehend. Certain it is that should another continental war arise, such a course would be impracticable, for as American ships, whether of war or commerce, are now for the most part manned by British seamen, driven from the service of their country by an unwise abrogation of that portion of the navigation laws which fostered our own nursery for the navy. The effect of such an order would be to unman American ships, and it is questionable whether the United States Government would submit to such a regulation, even if it were inclined to put it in execution. On the 14th of January, 1795, Admiral Murray appointed me acting third lieutenant on the Thetis, though not 18 months had elapsed since my entrance into the service. Thanks to my worthy friend Jack Larmour, and to my own industry, it may be stated without vanity that I was not incompetent to fill the station to which the Admiral had promoted me. This unlooked for reward redoubled my zeal, and on the 13th of April following, I was made acting lieutenant of the Africa, Captain Rodham Home, who applied to the Admiralty for my services. This additional promotion was followed on the 6th of July by a provisional commission confirming my rank. The Africa was sent to scour the seaboard of the States in search of the enemy's vessels, but not falling in with any, we ran on to Florida, with similar ill success. An accident here occurred to me which left its mark through life. I had contrived a ball of lead, studded with barbed prongs, for the purpose of catching porpoises. One day the doctor laid me a wager against hurling the missile to a certain distance, and in the attempt a hook nearly tore off the forefinger of my right hand. A perhaps not very judicious course of reading had, at that time, led me to imbibe the notion of a current spurious philosophy, that there was no such thing as pain, and few opportunities were lost of parading arguments on the subject. As the doctor was dressing my hand, the pain was so intense that my crotchet was sadly scandalised by an involuntary exclamation of agony. "What?" said the doctor, "I thought there was no such thing as pain." Not liking to have a favourite theory so palpably demolished, the ready reply was that my exclamation was not one of pain, but mental only, arising from the sight of my own blood. He laughed, whilst I writhed on, but the lesson knocked some foolish notions out of my head. On the 5th of January, 1796, the first lieutenant of the Thetis having been promoted, an order was transmitted for me to quit the Africa and rejoin my uncle's ship, which I did in the Lynx, Captain Skene. An incident occurred during the passage worth relating. The Lynx one day overhauled an American vessel from France to New York, professedly in ballast. At first nothing was found to warrant her detention, but a more minute search brought to light from amongst the shingle ballast a number of casks filled with costly church plate, this being amongst the means adopted by the French Convention to raise supplies, an intention in this case thwarted by the vigilance of Captain Skene. The sagacity of Captain Skene was exemplified in another instance. Observing one day a quantity of stable litter on the surface of the sea, it was obvious that it could only arise from the transport of animals. Tracking the refuse to the southward, we overtook and captured a vessel laden with mules, for the use of one of the French possessions. The period having arrived at which the Admiralty regulations permitted young officers to offer themselves for examination, on rejoining the Thetis I was ordered up, and passed for lieutenant accordingly, my time as a midshipman being made up from my nominal rating on board the Vesuvius, etc., as narrated in a former chapter. The mention of this practice will, perhaps, shock the purists of the present day, who may further regard me as a stickler for corruption, for pronouncing its effect to have been beneficial. First, because, from the scarcity of lieutenants, encouragement was often necessary. Second, because it gave an admiral a power which he does not now possess, viz. That of selecting for commissions those who exerted themselves, and on whom he could rely, in place of having forced upon him young men appointed by parliamentary or other influence, of whom he could know nothing, except that they did not owe their commissions to practical merit. In my own subsequent career as a captain of a man-of-war, there was never the slightest difficulty as regarded men, yet no commander could in this respect be more particular. But of many officers furnished to me through the parliamentary influence, it can only be said that they were seldom trusted, as I considered it preferable, on pressing occasions, to do their duty myself. and this, as some of them had powerful influence, no doubt made me many enemies amongst their patrons. It is all very well to talk of the inordinate power exercised by commanding officers in former times, but whilst the Admiralty, even in our day, appears to extend a system in which influence has everything, and experience nothing, to do, the so-called corruption of old, which was never made use of but to promote merit, had its advantages. No instance in which the power then indirectly pertaining to admirals commanding having, to my knowledge, been abused. This adoption for political purposes of a baneful system may, in an unforeseen emergency, tend to overthrow the state, and nothing, in my opinion, can be more injurious to the navy than the usurpation of all distributive power by a ministry in exchange for parliamentary votes. In civil offices this may be merely obstructive. In the navy it is destructive. Systems like these are such as no state can long exist under securely, and history warns us that from perversion of patronage great states have fallen. During my absence in the Africa, I lost the chance of participating in a gallant attack made by the Honourable Captain Cochrane in the Thetis, and Captain Beresford in the Hussar, on 5 French ships, which they had been watching near the mouth of the Chesapeake. These ships were fallen in with at sea off Cape Henry, and on the approach of the Thetis and the Hussar formed in line to receive them. The Hussar, being the smaller vessel, encountered the 2 leading ships, while the Thetis opened her broadside on the centre vessel and the 2 in the rear. In half an hour the French Commodore and the second in line gave up the combat and made sail, leaving the others to the mercy of the 2 English frigates, which in another half hour compelled them to surrender, one of them, however, contriving to escape. 2, the Prevoyant, 36, and the Raison, 18, were secured and taken to Halifax, where they were fitted out as cruisers, and afterwards returned with the squadron to England. This action was the only one of any importance which occurred during the dreary 5 years that we were employed on the North American coast, and is here mentioned because it has been said I was present, which was not the case. In the year 1797, Admiral Murray was succeeded in the command by Admiral Vanderput, who on the 21st of June appointed me lieutenant in his flagship, the Resolution. On joining this ship a few days afterwards, my reception was anything but encouraging. Being seated near the Admiral at dinner, he inquired what dish was before me. Mentioning its nature, I asked him if he would permit me to help him. The uncourteous reply was, that whenever he wished for anything, he was in the habit of asking for it. Not knowing what to make of a rebuff of this nature, it was met by an inquiry if he would allow me the honour of taking wine with him. "I never take wine with any man, my lord," was the unexpected reply, from which it struck me that my lot was cast among Goths, if no worse. Never were first impressions more ill-founded. Admiral Vanderput had merely a habit of showing his worst features first, or rather of assuming those which were contrary to his nature. A very short time developed his true character, that of a perfect gentleman, and one of the kindest commanders living. In place of the hornet's nest figured to my imagination, there was not a happier ship afloat, nor one in which officers lived in more perfect harmony. The only drawback was that of wanting something better to do than cruise among the fogs of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, an inglorious pursuit the more severely felt from the fact that each succeeding packet brought accounts of brilliant naval victories achieved in European waters. The French, after my uncle's capture of their store-ships, gave up all attempts to get supplies from America by means of their own vessels, and the United States Government concluded a treaty with England, in which both sides disclaimed all wish to pass the bounds observed by neutral nations, so that the squadron was without beneficial employment. Tired of the monotony of Halifax, Admiral Vanderput determined to winter in the Chesapeake, where he resided ashore. As it was his practice to invite his officers by turns to remain a week with him, our time was agreeably spent, the more so that there were several families in the vicinity which retained their affection for England, her habits and customs. Even the innkeeper of the place contrived to muster a tolerable pack of hounds, which, if not brought under the perfect discipline of their British progenitors, often led us into more danger than is encountered in an Enghsh field, in consequence of our runs frequently taking us amongst thick forests, the overhanging branches of which compelled us to lay ourselves flat on the horses' backs, in order to avoid the fate intended for the objects of the chase. Another of our amusements was shooting, and one day a circumstance took place of which I did not for a long time hear the last. Being invited to pass a week with the Admiral, who was about to give a dinner to his neighbours, it was my wish to add a delicacy to his table, and having heard that a particular locality abounded with wild hogs, it seemed practicable that a boar's head might grace the feast. On reaching the forest, nearly the first object encountered was a huge wild-looking sow with a farrow of young pigs, and as the transition from boar's head to suckling pig was not great, a shot from my rifle speedily placed one in a preliminary condition for roasting. But porcine maternal affections had not entered into my calculations. The sow charged me with such ferocity that prompt retreat, however undignified, became necessary, for my weapon was now harmless. In short, so vigorous was the onslaught of the enemy, that it became necessary to shelter myself in the fork of a tree, my gun being of necessity left at the bottom. The enraged animal mounted guard, and for at least a couple of hours waited for my descent, when, finding no symptoms of unconditional surrender, she at length moved slowly off with the remainder of her family. As the coast was now clear, I came down and shouldered the defunct pig, hoping to be in time to add it to the Admiral's table, for which, however, it was too late. Having told the story with great simplicity, I found myself at dinner roasted instead of the pig, the changes on this theme being rung till it became rather annoying. By way of variation, the Admiral asked me for a toast, and, on my pleading ignorance of such customs, insisted on my giving a sentiment, whereupon I gave the Misses Tabbs, the point consisting in the fact that these ladies were each over 6 feet high, and in the gossip of the place were understood to be favourites of the Admiral. For a moment Admiral Vandeput looked grave, but thinking no doubt the retort a fair one, he joined in the laughter against himself, though from that day he never asked me for a toast. Those were days when even gentlemen did not consider it a demerit to drink hard. It was then, as it is now, a boast with me never in my life to have been inebriated, and the revenge was that my boast should be at an end. Rapid circulation of the bottle accordingly set in, but this I managed to evade by resting my head on my left hand, and pouring wine down the sleeve of my uniform coat. The trick was detected, and the penalty of drinking off a whole bottle was about to be enforced, when I darted from the room, pursued by some of the company, who at length got tired of the chase, and I passed the night at a farmhouse. Having paid so lengthened a visit to the United States, at a period almost immediately following their achievement of independence, a few remarks relative to the temper and disposition of the American people at that period may not be uninteresting. Thoroughly English in their habits and customs, but exasperated by the contumely with which they had been treated by former British governments, their civility to us was somewhat constrained, yet so thoroughly English as to convince us that a little more forbearance and common sense on the part of the home authorities might have averted the final separation of these fine provinces from the mother country. There is every reason to believe that the declaration of the Confederation of the United Colonies in 1775 was sincere, viz. that on the concession of their just demands, the colonies are to return to their former connections and friendship with Great Britain, but on failure thereof, this confederation is to be perpetual. In vain, however, did the more far-sighted of the English public remonstrate with the government, and in vain did the City of London, by their chief magistrate, urge the wrongs and loyalty of the colonists, even to memorialising the king to dismiss from his councils those who were misleading him. A deaf ear was turned to all remonstrance, and a determination to put down by force what could not, at first, be called rebellion, was the only reply vouchsafed. It was not till all conciliatory means had failed that the first Congress of Philadelphia asserted the cause and necessity of taking up arms in the defence of freedom, the second Congress of the same place confederating the provinces under the title of the United States of America. The failure of those employed in conciliation to induce the colonists to return to their allegiance, the co-operation of the King of France in aid of the revolt, the discreditable war which followed, and the singular recoil of his own principles on the head of Louis XVI. Himself, are matters of history, and need not here be further alluded to. When the Thetis was first on the coast, the American Republic was universally recognised, and it must be admitted that our treatment of its citizens was scarcely in accordance with the national privileges to which the young Republic had become entitled. There were, no doubt, many individuals amongst the American people who, caring little for the federal government, considered it more profitable to break than to keep the laws of nations, by aiding and supporting our enemy, and it was against such that the efforts of the squadron had been chiefly directed. But the way in which the object was carried out was scarcely less an infraction of those international laws which we were professedly enforcing. The practice of taking English seamen out of American vessels, without regard to the safety of navigating them when thus deprived of their hands, has already been mentioned. To this may be added the detention of vessels against which nothing contrary to international neutrality could be established, whereupon their cargoes became damaged, the compelling them, on suspicion only, to proceed to ports other than those to which they were destined, and generally treating them as though they were engaged in contraband trade. Of these transactions the Americans had a right to complain, but in other respects their complaints were indefensible, such as that of our not permitting them to send corn and provisions to France, a violation of neutrality into which, after declaration of blockade, none but an inexperienced government could have fallen. Though there was perhaps something in the collateral grievance that American ships were not permitted to quit English ports without giving security for the discharge of their cargoes in some other British or neutral port. It would be wearisome to enter into further details respecting the operations of a squadron so ingloriously employed, or to notice the subordinate part which a junior lieutenant could take in its proceedings. Suffice to say that after remaining 5 years on the North American station, the Thetis returned to England. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 4 of Autobiography of a Seaman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Autobiography of a Seaman by Lord Cochrane. Chapter 4. Services in the Mediterranean. Towards the close of the autumn of 1798, Lord Keith was appointed to relieve Lord St. Vincent in the command of the Mediterranean fleet, and kindly offered to take me with him as a supernumerary. I therefore embarked, by his lordship's invitation, in the flagship. We arrived at Gibraltar on the 14th of December, and found Lord St. Vincent residing on shore, his flag flying upon the sovereign sheer-hulk. His lordship's reception of me was very kind, and on the 24th of December, at Lord Keith's request, he gave an order for my appointment to the Barfleur, to which ship Lord Keith had shifted his flag. This appointment, from a certain dissatisfaction at my having received such a commission after being so short a time at sea, afterwards brought me into trouble. Lord St. Vincent did not, as was expected, immediately transfer to Lord Keith the command of the Mediterranean fleet, but remained at Gibraltar, giving orders to his lordship to blockade the Spanish fleet in Cadiz. The first part of the year was spent in this employment, Lord Keith's force varying from 11 to 15 sail of the line, but without frigates. Though the Commander-in-Chief had a considerable number under his orders, the omission was the more remarkable as the blockaded Spanish force numbered upwards of 20 ships of the line, with frigates and smaller vessels in proportion. The British force for upwards of 4 months was anchored some 7 or 8 miles from Cadiz, but without rousing the national spirit of the Spaniards, who manifested no disposition to quit their shelter, even though we were compelled from time to time to leave our anchorage for the purpose of procuring water and cattle from the neighbouring coast of Africa. It was during one of these trips in the Barfleur that an absurd affair involved me in serious disaster. Our first lieutenant, Beaver, was an officer who carried etiquette in the wardroom and on deck almost to despotism. He was laudably particular in all matters visible to the eye of the admiral, but permitted an honest penny to be turned elsewhere by a practice as reprehensible as revolting. On our frequent visits to Tetuan, we purchased and killed bullocks on board the Barfleur for the use of the whole squadron. The reason was, that raw hides, being valuable, could be stowed away in her hold in empty beef casks as a special prerequisite to certain persons connected with the flagship. A natural result being that, as the fleshy parts of the hides decomposed, putrid liquor oozed out of the casks, and rendered the hold of the vessel so intolerable that she acquired the name of the Stinking Scotch Ship. As a junior lieutenant, much of the unpleasantness of this fell to my share, and I always had a habit of speaking my mind without much reserve. It followed that those interested in the rawhide speculation were not very friendly disposed towards me. One day, when at Tetuan, having obtained leave to go ashore and amuse myself with shooting wildfowl, my dress became so covered with mud as to induce me not to come off with other officers in the pinnace, which took me on shore, preferring to wait for the launch, in which the filthy state of my apparel would be less apparent. The launch being delayed longer than had been anticipated, my leave of absence expired shortly before my arrival on board, not without attracting the attention of Lieutenant Beaver, who was looking over the gangway. Thinking it disrespectful to report myself on the quarter-deck in so dirty a condition, I hastened to put on clean uniform, an operation scarcely completed when Lieutenant Beaver came into the wardroom, and in a very harsh tone demanded the reason of my not having reported myself. My reply was that, as he saw me come up the side, he must be aware that my dress was not in a fit condition to appear on the quarter-deck, and that it had been necessary to change my clothes before formally reporting myself. Lieutenant Beaver replied to this explanation in a manner so offensive that it was clear he wanted to surprise me into some act of insubordination. As it would have been impossible to be long cool in opposition to marked invective, I respectfully reminded him that by attacking me in the wardroom he was breaking a rule which he himself had laid down, viz. that matters connected with the service were not there to be spoken of. The remark increased his violence, which at length became so marked as to call forth the reply, "Lieutenant Beaver, we will, if you please, talk of this in another place." He then went on deck and reported to Captain Elphinstone that in reply to his remarks on a violation of duty, he had received a challenge. On being sent for to answer the charge, an explanation of what had really taken place was given to Captain Elphinstone, who was kindly desirous that the first lieutenant should accept an apology, and let so disagreeable a matter drop. This was declined on my part, on the ground that, in the conversation which had passed, I had not been in the wrong, and had therefore no apology to make. The effect was, that Beaver demanded a court-martial on me, and this, after manifest reluctance on the part of Lord Keith, was ordered accordingly, the decision of which was an admonition to be more careful in the future, a clear proof that the court thought great provocation had been given by my accuser, or their opinion would have been more marked. The judge advocate on this occasion was the Admiral's secretary, one of those who had taken offence about the raw hides before mentioned. After the business of the court was concluded, Lord Keith, who was much vexed with the whole affair, said to me privately, "Now, Lord Cochrane, pray avoid for the future all flippancy towards superior officers." His secretary overheard and embodied the remark in the sentence of the court-martial, so that shortly thereafterwards his officiousness or malice formed an impediment to my promotion, though the court had actually awarded no censure. Lord Keith, who had in vain used every endeavour to induce the Spaniards to risk an engagement, began to get tired of so fruitless an operation as that of watching an enemy at anchor under their batteries, and resolved to try if he could not entice or force them to quit their moorings. With this view, the British force, though then consisting of 12 ships only, without a single frigate to watch the enemy meanwhile, proceeded to water as usual at Tetuan, so as to be in readiness for any contingencies that might arise. As the events which followed have been incorrectly represented by naval historians, if not in one instance misrepresented, it is necessary, in order to do justice to Lord Keith, to detail them at some length. Immediately after our return from Tetuan, the Childers arrived with intelligence that 5 Spanish sail of the line had got out of Ferrol, and she was followed on the same day by the Success frigate, which had been chased by a French fleet off Oporto. Lord Keith at once despatched the Childers to Gibraltar to inform Lord St. Vincent, as it was understood in the squadron that he intended, if a French fleet came to Cadiz, to engage them, notwithstanding the disparity of numbers. Lord Keith's force, by the arrival of 3 additional ships of the line and 1 frigate, now amounted to 16 sail, viz. 1 112-gun ship, 4 98s, 1 90, 2 80s, 7 74s, and 1 frigate, and these were immediately got under way and formed in order of battle, standing off and on in front of the harbour. About 8 a.m. on the 6th of May, the French fleet was sighted in the offing, and was made out to consist of 33 sail, which, with the 22 sail of Spaniards in Cadiz, made 55, besides frigates, to be encountered by the comparatively small British force. The French fleet was on the same larboard tack, and our ships immediately formed on the same tack to receive them. To our surprise, they soon afterwards wore and stood away to the south-west, though, from our position, between them and the Spaniards, they had a fair chance of victory had the combined fleets acted in concert. According to Lord Keith's pithily expressed opinion, we lay between the devil and the deep sea. Yet there was nothing rash. Lord Keith calculated that the Spaniards would not move unless the French succeeded in breaking through the British line, and this he had no doubt of preventing. Besides which, the wind, though not dead on shore as has been said, was unfavourable for the Spaniards coming out with the necessary rapidity. The great point to be gained was to prevent the junction of the enemy's fleets, as was doubtless intended. The attempt was, however, completely frustrated by the bold interposition of Lord Keith, who, strange to say, never received for this signal service the acknowledgment of merit which was his due. It has been inferred by naval historians that a gale of wind, which was blowing on the first appearance of the French fleet, was the cause of their standing away. A better reason was their disinclination to encounter damage, which they knew would defeat their ultimate object of forming a junction with the Spanish fleet elsewhere. At daylight on the 7th, we were still standing off and on before Cadiz, expecting the enemy to return, when shortly afterwards 4 of their ships were seen to windward of the British force, which immediately gave chase, but the enemy outstripping us, we returned to the coast to guard every point by which they might get into Cadiz. Seeing no symptoms of the main body of the French fleet, Lord Keith concluded that the 4 ships just noticed had been left as a decoy to draw his attention from their real object of running for Toulon, now that they had been returned to Port Mahon. Intelligence of the sailing of the French fleet having reached that port, which Lord St. Vincent feared might become the object of attack. Lord Keith, however, knowing exactly the position of the enemy, within reach of whom we now virtually were, persevered in the pursuit. Shortly afterwards, another fast-sailing transport hove into sight, firing guns for Lord Keith to bring to, which having done, he received peremptory orders to repair immediately to Minorca, Lord St. Vincent still imagining that as the enemy had left Toulon, they might catch him in Port Mahon. The fact of their having gone to Spezzia, though known to us, being unknown to him. Compliance with this unseasonable order was therefore compulsory, and Lord Keith made the signal for all captains, when, as reported by those officers, his lordship explained that the bearing up was no act of his, and the captains having returned on board their respective ships, reluctantly changed their course for Minorca, leaving the French fleet to proceed unmolested to Spezzia. On Lord Keith's receiving this order, I never saw a man more irritated. When annoyed, his lordship had a habit of talking aloud to himself. On this occasion, as officer of the watch, I happened to be in close proximity, and thereby became an involuntary listener to some very strong expressions, imputing jealousy on the part of Lord St. Vincent as constituting the motive for recalling him. The actual words of Lord Keith not being meant for the ear of any one, I do not think proper to record them. The above facts are stated as coming within my own personal knowledge, and are here introduced in consequence of blame being cast on Lord Keith to this day by naval historians, who could only derive their authority from data which are certainly untrue, even if official. Had the command been surrendered to Lord Keith on his arrival in the Mediterranean, or had his lordship been permitted promptly to pursue the enemy, they could not have escaped. The French fleet, after we were compelled to relinquish the chase, when in sight of their lookout frigates, were reported to have landed 1,000 men at Savona, and convoyed a supply of wheat to Genoa, as well as having landed their naval stores at Spezzia, not one of which services could have been effected had it not been for the unfortunate delay at Gibraltar, and the before-mentioned recall of the pursuing fleet. Immediately after our departure from Gibraltar, the Spanish fleet quitted Cadiz for the Mediterranean, and as no force remained to watch the straits, they were enabled to pass with impunity. The whole, after suffering great damage by a gale of wind, succeeded in reaching Cartagena. On our arrival at Minorca, Lord St. Vincent resumed the command, and proceeded for some distance towards Toulon. On the 2nd of June, his lordship again quitted the fleet for Man, in the Ville de Paris. On the 14th, Lord Keith shifted his flag from the Barfleur to the Queen Charlotte, a much finer ship, to which I had the honour to accompany him. We once more proceeded in quest of the French fleet, and on the 19th the advanced ships captured 3 frigates and 2 brigs of war on their way from Egypt to Toulon, but learned nothing of the fleet we were in search of. On the 23rd of June, Lord St. Vincent at length resigned the Mediterranean command and sailed for England, so that Lord Keith had no alternative but to return to Port Mahon to make the necessary arrangements. Scarcely had we come to anchor when we received intelligence that the French fleet had passed to the westward, to join the Spanish fleet at Cartagena. Without even losing time to fill up with water, every exertion was made for immediate pursuit, and on the 10th we started for Cartagena, but finding the enemy gone, again made sail, and on the 26th reached Tetuan, where we completed our water. On the 29th Lord Keith communicated with Gibraltar, but as nothing was heard of the combined fleets, it was evident they had gone through the straits in the dark. We therefore followed, and examined Cadiz, where they were not. Pursuing our course without effect along the Spanish and Portuguese coasts, on the 8th of August we fell in with a Danish brig off Cape Finisterre, and received from her information that she had 2 days before passed through the combined French and Spanish fleets. We then directed our course for Brest, hoping to be in time to intercept them, but found that on the day before our arrival they had effected their object, and were then safely moored within the harbour. We now shaped our course for Torbay, and there found the Channel fleet under Sir Alan Gardner, the united force being nearly 50 ships of the line. On our arrival at Torbay, Lord Keith sent me with despatches on board the Commander-in-Chief's ship, where, after executing my commission, it was imperiously demanded by her captain whether I was aware that my coming on board was an infringement of quarantine regulations. Nettled at the overbearing manner of an uncalled-for reprimand to an inferior officer, my reply was that, having been directed by Lord Keith to deliver his despatches, his lordship's orders had been executed accordingly. At the same time, however, assuring my interrogator that we had no sickness in the fleet, nor had we been in any contagious localities. From the captain's manner it was almost evident that, for being thus plain-spoken, he intended to put me under arrest, and I was not sorry to get back to the Queen Charlotte, even a show of resistance to an excessive authority being in those days fatal to many an officer's prospects. I shall not enter into detail as to what occurred in the Channel. Suffice it to say that, despite the imposing force lying at Torbay, the combined French and Spanish fleets found no difficulty in getting out of Brest, and that on the 6th of December Lord Keith returned in pursuit to Gibraltar, where he resumed the Mediterranean command, administered by Lord Nelson during his absence. It is beyond the province of this work to notice the effectual measures taken by Lord Nelson in the Mediterranean during our absence, as they are matters in which I bore no part. But whilst Nelson and Lord Keith had been doing their best there, little appeared to be done at home to check the enemy's operations. From Gibraltar we proceeded to Sicily, where we found Lord Nelson surrounded by the elite of Neapolitan society, amongst whom he was justly regarded as a deliverer. It was never my good fortune to serve under his lordship. either at that or any subsequent period. During our stay at Palermo, I had, however, opportunities for personal conversation with him, and from one of his frequent injunctions, " Never mind manoeuvres, always go at them," I subsequently had reason to consider myself indebted for successful attacks under apparently difficult circumstances. The impression left on my mind during these opportunities of association with Nelson was that of his being an embodiment of dashing courage, which would not take much trouble to circumvent an enemy, but being confronted with one, would regard victory so much a matter of course as hardly to deem the chance of defeat worth consideration. This was, in fact, the case, for though the enemy's ships were for the most part superior to ours in build, the discipline and seamanship of their crews was in that day so inferior as to leave little room for doubt of victory on our part. It was probably with the object of improving his crews that Admiral Bruix had risked a run from the Mediterranean to Brest and back, as just now detailed. Had not Lord Keith delayed at Gibraltar, and afterwards recalled to Minorca, the disparity of numbers on our side would not have been of any great consequence. Trafalgar itself is an illustration of Nelson's peculiar dash. It has been remarked that Trafalgar was a rash action, and that had Nelson lost it and lived, he would have been brought to a court-martial for the way in which that action was conducted. But such cavalers forget that from previous experience he had calculated both the nature and amount of resistance to be expected, such calculation forming an essential part of his plan of attack, as even his own means for making it. The result justified his expectations of victory, which were not only well-founded, but certain. The fact is, that many commanders in those days committed the error of overrating the French navy, just as in the present day we are nationally falling into the still more dangerous extreme of underrating it. Steam has, indeed, gone far towards equalising seamanship, and the strenuous exertions of the French Department of Marine have perhaps rendered discipline in their navy as good as in ours. They, moreover, keep their trained men, whilst we, thoughtlessly, turn ours adrift whenever ships are paid off, to be replaced by raw hands in the case of emergency. To return from this digression, after quitting Palermo, and when passing the Straits of Messina, Lord Keith placed me as prize master in command of the Genereux, 74, shortly before captured by Lord Nelson's squadron, with orders to carry her to Port Mahon. A crew was hastily made up of sick and invalidated men, drafted from the ships of the fleet, and with these we proceeded on our voyage, but only to find ourselves in imminent danger from a gale of wind. The rigging not having been properly set up, the masts swayed with every roll of the ship to such a degree that it became dangerous to go aloft, the shrouds alternately straining almost to breaking, or hanging in festoons as the masts jerked from side to side with the roll of the vessel. It was only by going aloft myself, together with my brother Archibald, whom Lord Keith had permitted to accompany me, that the men could be induced to furl the mainsail. Fortunately the weather moderated, or the safety of the ship might have been compromised, but by dint of hard work, as far as the ill health of the crew would allow, we managed, before reaching Mahon, to put the Genereux into tolerable order. It has been stated that Lord Keith permitted my brother to accompany me in the Genereux. By this unexpected incident, both he and myself were in all probability saved from a fate which soon afterwards befell most of our gallant shipmates. On our quitting the Queen Charlotte, Lord Keith steered for Leghorn, where he landed and ordered Captain Todd to reconnoitre the island of Cabrera, then in possession of the French. Whilst on his way, some hay, hastily embarked and placed under the half-deck, became ignited, and the flame communicating with the mainsail set the ship on fire aloft and below. All exertions to save her proved in vain, and though some of the officers and crew escaped, more than 3/4 miserably perished, including Captain Todd, his first lieutenant Bainbridge, 3 other lieutenants, the captain of marines, surgeon, more than 20 masters' mates and petty officers, and upwards of 600 marines and seamen. On our return from England to Gibraltar, I had been associated with poor Bainbridge in an affair which, except as a tribute to his memory, would not have been worth mentioning. On the evening of the 21st of September, 1799, we observed from the Queen Charlotte, lying in Gibraltar Bay, the 10-gun cutter Lady Nelson, chased by some gun vessels and privateers, all of which simultaneously commenced an attack upon her. Lord Keith instantly ordered out boats, Bainbridge taking command of the barge, whilst another of the boats was put under my orders. Lord Keith's intention was, by this prompt aid, to induce the Lady Nelson to make a running fight of it, so as to get within range of the garrison guns, but before the boats could come up she had been captured. Lord Bainbridge, though with 16 men only, dashed at her, boarded, and retook her, killing several and taking prisoners 7 French officers and 27 men, but not without himself receiving a severe sabre cut on the head and several other wounds. The boat under my command was the cutter with 13 men. Seeing 2 privateers, which had chiefly been engaged in the attack on the Lady Nelson, running for Algeciras, we made it the nearest, and came up with her at dark. On laying the cutter alongside, I jumped on board, but the boat's crew did not follow, this being the only time I ever saw British seamen betray symptoms of hesitation. Regaining the cutter, I upbraided them with the shamefulness of their conduct, for the privateer's crew had run below, the helmsman alone being at his post. Their excuse were there were indications of the privateer's men having fortified themselves. No reasoning could prevail on them to board. If this boat's crew perished in the Queen Charlotte, their fate is not nationally to be regretted. On the destruction of the Queen Charlotte, Lord Keith hoisted his flag in the Audacious. His lordship was so well satisfied with my conduct of the Genereux as to write home to the Admiralty recommending my promotion, at the same time appointing me to the command of the Speedy, then lying at Port Mahon. The vessel originally intended for me by Lord Keith was the Bon Citoyen, a fine corvette of 18 guns, but the brother of his lordship's secretary happening at the time to arrive from Gibraltar, where he had been superseded in the command of the Sheerhulk, that functionary managed to place his brother in one of the finest sloops then in the service, leaving to me the least efficient craft on the station. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of Autobiography of a Seaman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Cruise of the Speedy. The Speedy was little more than a burlesque on a vessel of war, even 60 years ago. She was about the size of an average coasting brig, her burden being 158 tons. She was crowded, rather than manned, with a crew of 84 men and 6 officers, myself included. Her armament consisted of 14 4-pounders, a species of gun little larger than a blunderbuss, and formerly known in the service under the name of Minion, an appellation which it certainly merited. Being dissatisfied with her armament, I applied for and obtained a couple of 12-pounders, intending them as bow and stern chasers, but was compelled to return them to the ordnance wharf, there not being room on deck to work them, besides which the timbers of the little craft were found on trial to be too weak to withstand the concussion of anything heavier than the guns with which she was previously armed. With her rig I was more fortunate. Having carried away her mainyard, it became necessary to apply for another to the senior officer, who, examining the list of spare spars, ordered the foretop gallant yard of the Genereux to be handed out as a mainyard for the Speedy. The spar was accordingly sent on board and rigged, but even this appearing too large for the vessel, an order was issued to cut off the yard arms, and thus reduce it to its proper dimensions. This order was neutralised by getting down and planing the yard arms, as though they had been cut, an evasion which, with some alteration in the rigging, passed undetected on its being again swayed up, and thus a greater spread of canvas was secured. The fact of the foretop gallant yard of a second-rate ship being considered too large for the main yard of my man-of-war will give a tolerable idea of her insignificance. Despite her unformidable character, and the personal discomfort to which all on board were subjected, I was very proud of my little vessel, caring nothing for her want of accommodation, though in this respect her cabin merits passing notice. It had not so much room as for a chair, the floor being entirely occupied by a small table surrounded with lockers, answering the double purpose of store chests and seats. The difficulty was to get seated, the ceiling being only 5 feet high, so that the object could only be accomplished by rolling on the locker, a movement which sometimes attended with unpleasant failure. The most singular discomfort, however, was that my only practicable mode of shaving consisted in removing the skylight, and putting my head through to make a toilet table of the quarter deck. In the following enumeration of the various cruises in which the Speedy was engaged, the boarding and searching innumerable neutral vessels will be passed over, and the narrative will be strictly confined, as in most cases throughout this work, to log extracts where captures were made, or other occurrences took place worthy of record. May 10. Sailed from Cagliari, from which port we had been ordered to convoy 14 sail of merchantmen to Leghorn. At 9 a.m. observed a strange sail take possession of a Danish brig under our escort. At 11:30 a.m. rescued the brig and captured the assailant. This prize, my first piece of luck, was the Intrepid, French privateer of 6 guns and 48 men. May 14. Saw 5 armed boats pulling towards us from Monte Cristo. Out sweeps to protect convoy. At 4 p.m. the boats boarded and took possession of the 2 sternmost ships. A light breeze springing up, made all sail towards the captured vessels, ordering the remainder of the convoy to make the best of their way to Longona. The breeze freshening, we came up with and captured the vessels with the prize crews on board, but during the operation the armed boats escaped. May 21. At anchor in Leghorn Roads, convoy all safe. 25. Off Genoa, joined Lord Keith's squadron of 5 sail of the line, 4 frigates and a brig. 26, 27, 28. Ordered by his lordship to cruise in the offing to intercept supplies destined for the French army, under Messina, then in possession of Genoa. 29. At Genoa, some of the gunboats bombarded the town for 2 hours. 30. All the gunboats bombarded the town. A partial bombardment had been going on for an hour a day during the past fortnight. Lord Keith humanely refraining from continued bombardment out of consideration for the inhabitants, who were in a state of absolute famine. This was one of the crises of the war. The French, about a month previous, had defeated the Austrians with great slaughter in an attempt, on the part of the latter, to retake Genoa, but the Austrians, being in possession of Savona, were nevertheless able to intercept provisions on the land side, whilst the vigilance of Lord Keith rendered it impossible to obtain supplies by sea. It having come to Lord Keith's knowledge that the French in Genoa had consumed their last horses and dogs, whilst the Genoese themselves were perishing by famine, and on the eve of revolt against the usurping force, in order to save the carnage which would ensue, his lordship caused it to be intimated to Messina that a defence so heroic would command honourable terms of capitulation. Messina was said to have replied that if the word capitulation were mentioned, his army should perish with the city, but as he could no longer defend himself, he had no objection to treat. Lord Keith therefore proposed a treaty, viz. That the army might return to France, but that Messina himself must remain a prisoner in his hands. To this the French general demurred, but Lord Keith insisting, with the complimentary observation to Messina that he was worth 20,000 men, the latter reluctantly gave in, and on the 4th of June, 1800, a definite treaty to the above effect was agreed upon and ratified on the 5th, when the Austrians took possession of the city, and Lord Keith of the harbour, the squadron anchoring within the mole. This affair being ended, his lordship ordered the Speedy to cruise off the Spanish coast, and on the 14th of June we parted company with the squadron. June 16. Captured a tartan off Elba, sent her to Leghorn, in the charge of an officer and 4 men. 22. Off Bastia, chased a French privateer with a prize in tow. The Frenchmen abandoned the prize, a Sardinian vessel laden with oil and wool, and we took possession. Made all sail in chase of the privateer, but on our commencing to fire, she ran under the fort of Caprea, where we did not think proper to pursue her. Took prize in tow, and on the following day left her at Leghorn, where we found Lord Nelson and several ships at anchor. 25. Quitted Leghorn, and on the 26th were again off Bastia, in chase of a ship which ran for that place, and anchored under a fort 3 miles to the southward. Made at, and brought her away. proved to be the Spanish letter of marque Ascension, of 10 guns, and 33 men, bound from Tunis to Barcelona. On taking possession, 5 gunboats left Bastia in chase of us, took the prize in tow, and kept up a running fight with the gunboats till after midnight, when they left us. 29. Cast off the prize in chase of a French privateer off Sardinia. On commencing our fire, she set all sail and ran off, returned and took the prize in tow, and on the 4th of July anchored with her in Port Mahon. July 9. Off Cape Sebastian. Gave chase to 2 Spanish ships standing along shore. They anchored under the protection of the forts. Saw another vessel lying just within range of the forts, out boats and cut her out, the forts firing on the boats without inflicting damage. July 19. Off Caprea. Several French privateers in sight, chased, and on the following morning captured one, the Constitution, of 1 gun and 19 men. Whilst we were securing the privateer, a prize which she had taken made sail in the direction of Gorgona, and escaped. 27. Off Planosa in chase of a privateer. On the following morning saw 3 others lying in a small creek. On making preparations to cut them out, a military force made its appearance, and commenced a heavy fire of musketry, to which it would have answered no purpose to reply. Fired several broadsides at one of the privateers, and sunk her. 31. Off Porto Ferrario in chase of a French privateer, with a prize in tow. The Frenchman abandoned his prize, of which we took possession, and whilst doing so, the privateer got away. August 3. Anchored with our prizes in Leghorn Roads, where we found Lord Keith in the Minotaur. Lord Keith received me very kindly, and directed the Speedy to run down the Spanish coast, pointing out the importance of harassing the enemy there as much as possible, but cautioning me against engaging anything beyond our capacity. During our stay at Leghorn, his lordship frequently invited me ashore to participate in the gaieties of the place. Having filled up with provisions and water, we sailed on the 16th of August, and on the 21st captured a French privateer bound from Corsica to Toulon. Shortly afterwards we fell in with HMS Mutine and Salamine, which, to suit their convenience, gave into our charge a number of French prisoners, with whom, and our prize, we consequently returned to Leghorn. On the 14th of September we again put to sea, the interval being occupied by a thorough overhaul of the sloop. On the 22nd, when off Caprea, fell in with a Neapolitan vessel, having a French prize crew on board, recaptured the vessel, and took the crew prisoners. On the 5th of October the Speedy anchored in Port Mahon, where information was received that the Spaniards had several armed vessels on the lookout for us, should we again appear on their coast. I therefore applied to the authorities to exchange our 4-pounders for 6-pounders, but the latter being too large for the Speedy's ports, we were again compelled to forego the change as being impracticable. October 12th. Sailed from Port Mahon, cruising for some time off Cape Sebastian, Villanova, Opresa, and Barcelona, occasionally visiting the enemy's coast for water, of which the Speedy carried only 10 tons. Nothing material occurred till November the 18th, when we narrowly escaped being swamped in a gale of wind, the sea breaking over our quarter, and clearing our decks, spars, etc., otherwise inflicting such damage as to compel our return to Port Mahon, where we were detained till the 12th of December. December 15. Off Majorca. Several strange vessels being in sight, singled out the largest and made sail in chase, shortly after which a French bombard bore up, hoisting the national colours. We now cleared for action, altering our course to meet her, when she bore up between Dragon Island and the Main, commenced firing at the bombard, which returned our fire, but shortly afterwards, getting closer in shore, she drove on to the rocks. 3 other vessels being in the passage, we left her and captured one of them, the La Liza, of 10 guns and 33 men, bound from Alicant to Marseilles. Took 19 of our prisoners on board the Speedy. As it was evident that the bombard would become a wreck, we paid no further attention to her, but made all sail after the others. December 18. Suspecting the passage between Dragon Island and the Main to be a lurking place for privateers, we ran in again, and found nothing. Seeing a number of troops lining the beach, we opened fire and dispersed them, afterwards engaging a tower, which fired upon us. The prisoners we had taken proving an encumbrance, we put them on shore. December 19. Stood off and on the harbour of Palamos, where we saw several vessels at anchor. hoisted Danish colours, and made the signal for a pilot. Our real character being evidently known, none came off, and we did not think it prudent to venture in. It has been said that the Speedy became the marked object of the Spanish naval authorities. Not that there was much danger of being caught, for they confined their search to the coast only, and that in the daytime, when we were usually away in the offing, it being our practice to keep out of sight during the day, and run in before dawn on the next morning. On the 21st, however, when off Plain Island, we were very near catching a Tartar. Seeing a large ship in shore, having all the appearance of a well-laden merchantman, we forthwith gave chase. On nearing her, she raised her ports, which had been closed to deceive us, the act discovering a heavy broadside, a clear demonstration that we had fallen into the jaws of a formidable Spanish frigate, now crowded with men, who had before remained concealed below. That the frigate was in search of us there could be no doubt from the deception practised. To have encountered her with our insignificant armament would have been exceedingly imprudent, whilst escape was out of the question, for she would have outsailed us, and could have run us down by her mere weight. There was, therefore, nothing left but to try the effect of a ruse, prepared beforehand for such an emergency. After receiving at Mahon information that unusual measures were about to be taken by the Spaniards for our capture, I had the Speedy painted in imitation of the Danish brig Clomar, the appearance of this vessel being well known on the Spanish coast. We also shipped a Danish quartermaster, taking the further precaution of providing him with the uniform of an officer of that nation. On discovering the real character of our neighbour, the Speedy hoisted Danish colours and spoke her. At first this failed to satisfy the Spaniard, who sent a boat to board us. It was now time to bring the Danish quartermaster into play in his officer's uniform, and to add force to his explanations, we ran the quarantine flag up to the fore, calculating on the Spanish horror of the plague, then prevalent along the Barbary coast. On the boat coming within hail, for the yellow flag effectually repressed the enemy's desire to board us, our mock officer informed the Spaniards that we were 2 days from Algiers, where, at the time, the plague was violently raging. This was enough. The boat returned to the frigate, which, wishing us a good voyage, filled and made sail, whilst we did the same. I have noted this circumstance more minutely than it merits, because it has been misrepresented. By some of my officers, blame was cast on me for not attacking the frigate after she had been put off her guard by our false colours, as her hands, being then employed at their ordinary avocations in the rigging and elsewhere, presented a prominent mark for our shot. There is no doubt but that we might have poured in a murderous fire before her crew could have recovered from their confusion, and perhaps have taken her, but feeling averse to so cruel a destruction of human life, I chose to refrain from an attack which might not, even with that advantage in our favour, have been successful. It has been stated by some naval writers that this frigate was the Gamo, which we subsequently captured. To the best of my knowledge, this is an error. December 24, off Cartagena. At daylight fell in with a convoy in charge of 2 Spanish privateers, which came up and fired at us, but being to windward, we ran for the convoy, and singling out 2, captured the nearest, laden with wine. The other ran in shore, under the fort of Port Genoese, where we left her. 25. Stood for Cape St. Martin, in hope of intercepting the privateers. At 8 a.m. saw a privateer and one of the convoy under Cape Lanard. Made sail in close. They parted company, when, on our singling out the nearest privateer, she took refuge under a battery, on which we left off pursuit. 30. Off Cape Oropesa. Seeing some vessels in shore, out boats in chase. At noon they returned, pursued by 2 Spanish gunboats, which kept up a smart fire on them. Made sail to intercept the gunboats, on which they ran in under the batteries. January 10, 1801. Anchored in Port Mahon, and having refitted, sailed again on the 12th. 16. Off Barcelona. Just before daylight chased 2 vessels standing towards that port. Seeing themselves pursued, they made for the battery at the entrance, bore up and set steering sails in chase. The wind falling calm, one of the chase drifted in shore, and took the ground under Castel de Ferro. On commencing our fire, the crew abandoned her, and we sent boats with anchors and hawsers to warp her off, in which they succeeded. She proved to be the Genoese ship, NS Sonora de Gratia, of 10 guns. 22. Before daylight stood in again for Barcelona. Saw several sail close in with the land. Out boats and boarded one, which turned out a Dane. Cruising off the port until 3 a.m. we saw 2 strange vessels coming from the westward, made sail to cut them off. At 6 p.m. one of them hoisted Spanish colours and the other French. At 9 p.m. came up with them, when after an engagement of half an hour, both struck. The Spaniard was the Ecce Homo of 8 guns and 19 men, the Frenchman L'Amity of 1 gun and 31 men. Took all the prisoners on board the Speedy. 23. Still off Barcelona. Having sent most of our crew to man the prizes, the number of prisoners on board the Speedy became dangerous. We therefore put 25 of the Frenchmen into one of their own launches, and told them to make the best of their way to Barcelona. As the prizes were a good deal cut up about the rigging, repaired their damages, and made sail for Port Mahon, where we arrived on the 24th, with our convoy in company. 28th. Quitted Port Mahon for Malta, not being able to procure in Minorca various things of which we stood in need, and on the 1st of February came to an anchor at Valletta, where we obtained anchors and sweeps. An absurd affair took place during our short stay at Malta, which would not have been worthy of notice had it not been made the subject of comment. The officers of a French royalist regiment then at Malta patronised a fancy ball, for which I amongst others purchased a ticket. The dress chosen was that of a sailor. In fact, my costume was a tolerable imitation of that of my worthy friend Jack Larmour in one of his relaxing moods, and personated in my estimation as honourable a character as were Greek, Turkish, or other kinds of oriental disguises in vogue at such reunions. My costume was, however, too much to the life to please French royalist taste, not even the marlinspike and lump of grease in the hat being omitted. On entering the ballroom, further passage was immediately barred, with an intimation that my presence could not be permitted in such a dress. Good-humoured expostulating that, as the choice of costume was left to the wearer, my own taste, which was decidedly nautical, had selected that of a British seaman, a character which, though by no means imaginary, was quite as picturesque as were the habiliments of an Arcadian shepherd, further insisting that as no rule had been infringed, I must be permitted to exercise my discretion. Expostulation being of no avail, a brusque answer was returned that such a dress was not admissible, whereupon I as brusquely replied that having purchased my ticket and chosen my own costume in accordance with the regulations, no one had any right to prevent me from sustaining the character assumed. Upon this, a French officer, who appeared to act as master of the ceremonies, came up, and without waiting for further explanation, rudely seized me by the collar with the intention of putting me out, in return for which insult he received a substantial mark of British indignation, and at the same time an uncomplimentary remark in his own language. In an instant all was uproar. A French picket was called, which in a short time overpowered and carried me off to the guard-house of the regiment. I was, however, promptly freed from detention on announcing my name, but the officer who had collared me demanded an apology for the portion of the fracas concerning him personally. This being of course refused, a challenge was the consequence, and on the following morning we met behind the ramparts and exchanged shots, my ball passing through the poor fellow's thigh and dropping him. My escape too was a narrow one, his ball perforating my coat, waistcoat, and shirt, and bruising my side. Seeing my adversary fall, I stepped up to him, imagining his wound to be serious, and expressed a hope that he had not been hit in a vital part. His reply, uttered with all the politeness of his nation, was that he was not materially hurt. I was, however, not at ease, for it was impossible not to regret this, to him, serious denouement of a trumpery affair, though arising from his own intemperate conduct. It was a lesson to me in future never to do anything in frolic which might give even unintentional offence. On the 3rd of February we sailed under orders for Tripoli, to make arrangements for fresh provisions for the fleet. This being effected, the Speedy returned to Malta, and on the 20th again left port in charge of a convoy for Tunis. 24th. At the entrance of Tunis Bay we gave chase to a strange sail, which wore and stood in towards the town, anchoring at about the distance of 3 miles. Suspecting some reason for this movement, I despatched an officer to examine her, when the suspicion was confirmed by his ascertaining her to be the La Belle Caroline, French brig of 4 guns, bound for Alexandria, with field pieces, ammunition, and wine for the use of the French army in Egypt. Our position was one of delicacy, the vessel being in a neutral port, where, if we remained to watch her, she might prolong our stay for an indefinite period, or escape in the night ; whilst from the warlike nature of the cargo, it was an object of national importance to effect her capture. The latter appearing the most beneficial course, under all circumstances we neared her so as to prevent escape, and soon after midnight boarded her, and having weighed her anchor, brought her close to the Speedy before she had an opportunity of holding any communication with the shore. The following day was employed in examining her stores, a portion of her ammunition being transferred to our magazine, to replace some damaged by leakage, her crew, now on board the Speedy as prisoners, becoming clamorous at what they considered an illegal seizure, and being moreover in our way, an expedient was adopted to get rid of them, by purposely leaving their own launch within reach during the following night, with a caution to the watch not to prevent their desertion should they attempt it. The hint was taken, for before daylight on the 27th they seized the boat, and pulled out of the bay without molestation, not venturing to go to Tunis lest they should be retaken. We thus got rid of the prisoners, and at the same time of what might have turned out their reasonable complaint to the Tunisian authorities, for that we had exceeded the bounds of neutrality there could be no doubt. On the 28th we weighed anchor and proceeded to sea with our prize. After cruising for some days off Cape Bon, we made sail for Cagliari, where we arrived on the 8th of March, and put to sea on the 11th with the prize in tow. On the 16th anchored in Port Mahon. On the 18th we again put to sea, and towards evening observed a large frigate in chase of us. As she did not answer the private signal, it was evident that the stranger was one of our Spanish friends on the look out. To cope with a vessel of her size and armament would have been folly, so we made all sail away from her, but she gave instant chase, and evidently gained upon us. To add to our embarrassment, the Speedy sprung her maintop gallant yard, and lost ground whilst fishing it. At daylight the following morning, the strange frigate was still in chase, though by crowding all sail during the night we had gained a little upon her, but during the day she again recovered her advantage, the more so as, the breeze freshening, we were compelled to take in our royals, whilst she was still carrying on with everything set. After dark we lowered a tub overboard, with a light in it, and altering our course, thus fortunately evaded her. On the 1st of April we returned to Port Mahon, and again put to sea on the 6th. April 11. Observing a vessel near the shoal of Tortosa, gave chase. On the following morning her crew deserted her, and we took possession. In the evening anchored under the land. 13. Saw 3 vessels at anchor in a bay to the westward of Oropesa. Made sail up to them, and anchored on the flank of a 10-gun fort. Whilst the firing was going on, the boats were sent in to board and bring out the vessels, which immediately weighed and got under the fort. At 5:30 p.m. the boats returned with one of them, the other 2 being hauled close in shore. We did not make any further attempt to capture them. As the prize, the Ave Maria of 4 guns, was in ballast, we took the sails and spars out of her, and set her on fire. On the following morning at daybreak several vessels appeared to the eastward. Made all sail to intercept them, but before we could come up they succeeded in anchoring under a fort. On standing towards them, they turned out to be Spanish gunboats, which commenced firing at us. At 10 a.m. anchored within musket shot, so as to keep an angle of the tower on our beam, thus neutralising its effect. Commenced firing broadsides alternately at the tower and the gunboats, with visible advantage. Shortly before noon made preparations to cut out the gunboats, but a fresh breeze setting in dead on shore rendered it impossible to get at them without placing ourselves in peril. We thereupon worked out of the bay. 15. 2 strange sail in sight, gave chase, and in a couple of hours came up with and captured them. Made sail after a convoy in the offing, but the wind falling light at dusk, lost sight of them. On the 26th we anchored in Mahon, remaining a week to refit and procure fresh hands, many having been sent away in prizes. On the 2nd of May put to sea with a reduced crew, some of whom had been taken out of His Majesty's prison. We again ran along the Spanish coast, and on the 4th of May were off Barcelona, where the Speedy captured a vessel which reported herself as Ragusan, though in reality a Spanish 4-gun tartan. Soon after detaining her, we heard firing in the west-northwest, and steering for that quarter, fell in with a Spanish privateer, which we also captured, the San Carlos of 7 guns. On this a swarm of gunboats came out of Barcelona, 7 of them, giving chase to us and the prizes, with which we made off shore, the gunboats returning to Barcelona. On the following morning the prizes were sent to Fort Mahon, and keeping out of sight for the rest of the day, the Speedy returned at midnight off Barcelona, where we found the gunboats on the watch, but on our approach they ran in shore, firing at us occasionally. Suspecting that the object was to decoy us within reach of some larger vessel, we singled out one of them, and made at her. The others, however, supporting her so well that some of our rigging being shot away, we made off shore to repair, the gunboats following. Thus having got them at some distance, and repaired damages, we set all sail, and again ran in shore, in the hope of getting between them and the land, so as to cut off some of their number. Perceiving our intention, they all made for the port as before, keeping up a smart fight, in which our foretop-gallant yard was so much injured that we had to shift it, and were thus left astern. The remainder of the day was employed in repairing damages, and the gunboats not venturing out again, at 9 p.m. we again made off shore. Convinced that something more than ordinary had actuated the gunboats to decoy us, just before daylight on the 6th, we again ran in for Barcelona, when the trap manifested itself in the form of a large ship running under the land, and bearing ESE. On hauling towards her, she changed her course in chase of us, and was shortly made out to be a Spanish xebec frigate. As some of my officers had expressed dissatisfaction at not having been permitted to attack the frigate fallen in with on the 21st of December, after her suspicions had been lulled by our device of hoisting Danish colours, etc., I told them they should now have a fair fight, notwithstanding that, by manning the 2 prizes sent to Man, our numbers had been reduced to 54, officers and boys included. Orders were then given to pipe all hands, and prepare for action. Accordingly we made towards the frigate, which was now coming down under steering sails. At 9:30 a.m. she fired a gun and hoisted Spanish colours, which the Speedy acknowledged by hoisting American colours, our object being, as we were now exposed to her full broadside, to puzzle her till we got on the other tack, when we ran up the English ensign, and immediately afterwards encountered her broadside without damage. Shortly afterwards she gave us another broadside, also without effect. My orders were not to fire a gun till we were close to her, when, running under her lee, we locked our yards against her rigging, and in this position returned our broadside, such as it was. To have fired our pop-gun 4-pounders at a distance would have been to throw away the ammunition, but the guns being doubly, and, as I afterwards learned, trebly shotted, and being elevated, they told admirably upon her main deck, the first discharge, as was subsequently ascertained, killing the Spanish captain and the boatswain. My reason for locking our small craft into the enemy's rigging was the one upon which I mainly relied for victory, viz. that from the height of the frigate out of the water, the whole of her shot must necessarily go over our heads, whilst our guns, being elevated, would blow up her main deck. The Spaniards speedily found out the disadvantage under which they were fighting, and gave the order to board the Speedy, but, as this order was as distinctly heard by us as by them, we avoided it at the moment of execution by sheering off sufficiently to prevent the movement, giving them a volley of musketry and a broadside before they could recover themselves. Twice was this manoeuvre repeated, and twice thus averted. The Spaniards, finding that they were only punishing themselves, gave up further attempts to board, and stood to their guns, which were cutting up our rigging from stem to stern, but doing little further damage, for after the lapse of an hour, the loss to the Speedy was only 2 men killed and 4 wounded. This kind of combat, however, could not last. Our rigging being cut up, and the Speedy's sails riddled with shot, I told the men that they must either take the frigate or be themselves taken, in which case the Spaniards would give no quarter, whilst a few minutes, energetically employed on their part, would decide the matter in their own favour. The doctor, Mr. Guthrie, who I am happy to say is still living to peruse this record of his gallantry, volunteered to take the helm. Leaving him, therefore, for the time both commander and crew of the Speedy, the order was given to board, and in a few seconds every man was on the enemy's deck, a feat rendered the more easy as the doctor placed the Speedy close alongside with admirable skill. For a moment the Spaniards seemed taken by surprise, as though unwilling to believe that so small a crew would have the audacity to board them, but soon recovering themselves, they made a rush to the waist of the frigate, where the fight was for some minutes gallantly carried on. Observing the enemy's colours still flying, I directed one of our men immediately to haul them down, when the Spanish crew, without pausing to consider by whose orders the colours had been struck, and naturally believing it the act of one of their own officers, gave in, and we were in possession of the Gamo frigate, of 32 heavy guns and 319 men, who an hour and a half before had looked upon us as certain, if not easy, prey. Our loss in boarding was Lieutenant Parker, severely wounded in several places, 1 seaman killed and 3 wounded, which, with those previously killed and wounded, gave a total of 3 seamen killed, and 1 officer and 17 men wounded. The Gamo's loss was Captain de Torres, the boatswain, and 13 seamen killed, together with 41 wounded, her casualties thus exceeding the whole number of officers and crew on board the Speedy. Some time after the surrender of the Gamo, when we were in quiet possession, the officer who had succeeded the deceased captain, Don Francisco de Torres, not in command, but in rank, applied to me for a certificate that he had done his duty during the action, whereupon he received from me a certificate that he had conducted himself like a true Spaniard, with which document he appeared highly gratified, and I had afterwards the satisfaction of learning that it had procured him further promotion in the Spanish service. Shortly before boarding, an incident occurred which, by those who have never been placed in similar circumstances, may be thought too absurd to notice. Knowing that the final struggle would be a desperate one, and calculating on the superstitious wonder which forms an element in the Spanish character, a portion of our crew were ordered to blacken their faces, and, what with this and the excitement of combat, more ferocious looking objects could scarcely be imagined. The fellows thus disguised were directed to board by the head, and the effect produced was precisely that calculated on. The greater portion of the Spaniard's crew was prepared to repel boarders in that direction, but stood for a few minutes as if it were transfixed to the deck by the apparition of so many diabolical looking figures emerging from the white smoke of the bow guns, whilst our other men, who boarded by the waist, rushed on them from behind, before they could recover from their surprise at the unexpected phenomenon. In difficult or doubtful attacks by sea, and the odds of 50 men to 320 comes within this description, no device can be too minute, even if apparently absurd, provided it have the effect of diverting the enemy's attention whilst you are concentrating your own. In this and other successes against odds, I have no hesitation in saying that success in no slight degree depended on out-of-the-way devices which, the enemy not suspecting, were in some measure thrown off their guard. The subjoined tabular view of the respective force of the two vessels will best show the nature of the contest. Reader's note, there follows a table in 2 columns. The column on the left is the Gamo, the column on the right the Speedy. The entries are: main deck guns, Gamo 22 long 12-pounders, Speedy 14 4-pounders. Quarter deck, Gamo 8 long 8-pounders and 2 24-pound carronades, Speedy none. Number of crew, Gamo 319, Speedy 54. Broadside weight of shot, Gamo 190 pounds, Speedy 28 pounds. Tonnage, Gamo 600 and upwards, Speedy 158. Table ends. It became a puzzle what to do with 263 unhurt prisoners, now we had taken them, the Speedy having only 42 men left. Promptness was however necessary, so driving the prisoners into the hold, with guns pointing down the hatchway, and leaving 30 of our men on board the prize, which was placed under the command of my brother, the Honourable Archibald Cochrane, then a midshipman, we shaped our course to Port Mahon, not Gibraltar as has been recorded, and arrived there in safety, the Barcelona gunboats, those spectators of the action, not venturing to rescue the frigate. Had they made the attempt, we should have had some difficulty in evading them and securing the prize, the prisoners manifesting every disposition to rescue themselves, and only being deterred by their own main-deck guns loaded with canister and pointing down the hatchways, whilst our men stood over them with lighted matches. The subjoined is Lord Keith's letter in reply to my official announcement of our success. Foudroyant, off Arab's Tower, 9th of June 1801. My Lord, I have received your Lordship's letter of the 13th ult., enclosing a copy of your letter to Captain Dixon, detailing your engagement with, and capture of, the Spanish xebec of 32 guns, and cannot fail to be extremely gratified with the communication of an event so honourable to the naval service, and so highly creditable to your Lordship's professional reputation, and to the intrepidity and discipline of the Speedy's officers and men, to all of whom I request your Lordship will make my perfect satisfaction and approbation known. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your Lordship's most obedient servant, (Signed) Keith. The Right Honourable Lord Cochrane, Speedy. As a matter of course, my report of the capture of the Gamo was, in the first instance, made to the Commandant of Port Mahon, the Commander-in-Chief being in Egypt. It should have been forwarded by him to the Secretary of the Admiralty, but was delayed for upwards of a month, thus affording a pretence for not promoting me to the post rank, according to the recognised rules of the service. From information on the affair being thus delayed, it was generally believed at home that the Gamo had been taken by surprise, instead of after a close engagement, deliberately decided on, and announced to the officers and crew of the Speedy at 5 o'clock in the morning, the hands being turned up for the purpose. The consequence of the delay was a postponement of my post commission for upwards of 3 months, viz. from the 6th of May to the 8th of August, and what was of more consequence, a misunderstanding with Lord St. Vincent, which bore most unfavourably upon all my future prospects. Upon this subject much will have to be said in a subsequent chapter. The subjoined is a copy of my official report to the senior officer commanding at Port Mahon, and also of his remarkably concise comment thereon when tardily transmitting the same to the Secretary of the Admiralty. Copy of a letter from Captain M. Dixon of HMS Genereux to E. Nepean, Esquire, Secretary of the Admiralty, dated Port Mahon, 9th of June, 1800. Sir, I have the pleasure to transmit a copy of Lord Cochrane's letter relative to the very spirited and brilliant action with a Spanish xebec frigate. I have the honour, etc., Manly Dixon, E. Nepean, Esquire. His Majesty's sloop Speedy, off Barcelona, 6th of May, 1800. Sir, I have the pleasure to inform you that the sloop I have the honour to command, after a mutual chase and warm action, has captured a Spanish xebec frigate of 32 guns, 22 long 12-pounders, 8 9s, and 2 heavy carronades, viz. the Gamo, commanded by Don Francisco de Torres, manned by 319 officers, seamen, and marines. The great disparity of force rendered it necessary to adopt some measure that might prove decisive. I resolved to board, and with Lieutenant Parker, the Honourable A. Cochrane, the boatswain and crew, did so, when, by the impetuosity of the attack, we forced them to strike. I have to lament in boarding the loss of 1 man only, the severe wounds received by Lieutenant Parker, both from musketry and the sword, 1 wound received by the boatswain, and 1 seaman. I must be permitted to say that there could not be greater regularity, nor more cool, determined conduct shown by men than by the crew of the Speedy. Lieutenant Parker, whom I beg leave to recommend to their Lordships' notice, as well as the Honourable Mr. Cochrane, deserve all the approbation that can be bestowed. The exertions and good conduct of the boatswain, carpenter, and petty officers I acknowledge with pleasure, as well as the skill and attention of Mr. Guthrie, the surgeon. I have the honour to be, etc., Cochrane. M. Dixon, Esquire. Speedy's force at commencement of action: 54 officers, men and boys, 14 4-pounders, 3 killed and 8 wounded. Gamo's force at commencement of action: 274 officers, seamen, and supernumeraries, 45 marines, guns 32, Don Francisco de Torres, the boatswain, and 13 men killed, 41 wounded. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Cruise of the Speedy continued. Our success hitherto had procured us some prize money, notwithstanding the peculations of the Mediterranean Admiralty Courts, by which the greater portion of our captures was absorbed. Despite this drawback, which generally disinclined officers and crews from making extraordinary exertions, my own share of the 12 months' zealous endeavours in our little sloop was considerable, and even the crew were in receipt of larger sums than those constituting the ordinary pay of officers, a result chiefly owing to our nocturnal mode of warfare, together with our refraining from meddling with vessels ascertained to be loading in the Spanish ports, and then lying in wait for them as they proceeded on their voyage. One effect of our success was no slight amount of ill-concealed jealousy on the part of officers senior to myself, though there were some amongst these who, being in command of small squadrons instead of single vessels, might, had they adopted the same means, have effected far more than the Speedy, with an armament so insignificant, was calculated to accomplish. After remaining some days in Port Mahon to refit, we prepared to return to our cruising ground, where, from private information, we knew that other prizes were at hand. In place of being permitted to do so, the Speedy received an order to proceed to Algiers, for the purpose of representing to the Dey the illegality of his cruisers having taken a British vessel in retaliation for an Algerine captured whilst violating the law of blockade. The mission was a singular one to be entrusted to a captain of one of the smallest and worst armed vessels in the British service. Remonstrance, to be effectual with a piratical government, ought to have been committed to an officer armed with sufficient force, at least, to induce respect. There was, however, no alternative but to obey, and a short time saw us at anchor off the mole of the predatory potentate. The request for an interview with His Highness occasioned no little dissatisfaction amongst his ministers, if those who were quite as much his masters as his subordinates could be so termed. After some consultation the interview was, however, granted, and a day was appointed to deliver my message. The invariable Moslem preliminary of taking coffee having been gone through, I was ushered through a series of galleries lined with men, each bearing on his shoulder a formidable looking axe, and eyeing me with an insolent scowl, evidently meant to convey the satisfaction with which they would apply its edge to my vertebrae, should the caprice of their chief so will. On reaching the presence of the Dey, a dignified-looking and gorgeously attired person, seated cross-legged on an elevated couch in one corner of the gallery, and surrounded by armed people of most unprepossessing appearance, I was marched up between two janissaries, and ordered to make 3 salaams to His Highness. This formality being complied with, he rudely demanded, through the medium of an interpreter, what brought me there? The reply was, that I was the commander of an English vessel of war in the roads, and had been deputed on behalf of my government respectfully to remonstrate with His Highness concerning a vessel which his cruisers had taken, contrary to the laws of nations. On this being interpreted, the ferocious scowls of the bystanders were exchanged for expressions of injured innocence, but the Dey got in a great passion, and told the interpreter to inform me that remonstrance came with an ill grace from us, the British vessels being the greatest pirates in the world, and mine one of the worst amongst them, which complimentary statement was acknowledged by me with a formal bow. If I did right, continued the Dey through his interpreter, I should put you and your crew in prison till, naming a captured Algerine vessel, she was restored, and but for my great respect for the English government, and my impression that her seizure was unauthorised, you should go there. However, you may go, with a demand from me that the vessel unjustly taken from us shall be immediately restored. This decision appeared to be anything but satisfactory to the oligarchy of which his court was composed, as savouring of a clemency to which they were little inclined. From the boisterous conversation which ensued, they were evidently desirous of prolonging my stay to an indefinite period, or perhaps of terminating it summarily through the instrumentality of the axemen who lined the galleries, as a few years afterwards they terminated the existence of the Dey himself. To confess the truth, there was some room for self-congratulation on quitting the presence of such barbarians, to whom I was not fairly accredited for such a mission. However, the remonstrance confided to me being duly delivered, we returned to Minorca to report progress, though not without being chased by an Algerine cruiser on the way. As the Speedy outsailed her, and as there was no beneficial object to be gained by interfering with her, we stood on without further notice. On arriving at our former cruising ground, we encountered a Spanish privateer of 6 guns, which was captured. This vessel was fitted out at my own private expense, and my brother appointed to command her, as tender to the Speedy, several enemy's vessels having previously escaped for want of such aid. In a few days after this we fell in with the Kangaroo, Captain Pulling, who being senior to me, was therefore my commanding officer. Running down the coast in company, we attacked the fort of Almanara, and after silencing it, brought off a Spanish privateer of 7 guns. On the 8th of June, the Speedy ran into Oropesa, where, on the 13th and 14th of April, we had the previous action with the fort and gunboats. Perceiving several vessels at anchor under the fort, it was deemed advisable to make off shore, with the intention of running in again at midnight and cutting some of them out. We had not proceeded far before we again fell in with the Kangaroo, when informing Captain Pulling of what we had seen, he declined the night attack, preferring to postpone operations till the following day. Accordingly, at noon on the 9th, we went in and made out a 20-gun xebec, (footnote, a 3-masted vessel used by the Corsairs at Algiers), footnote ends, and 3 gunboats, with 10 sail of merchantmen under their convoy. It was determined to attack them as they lay, the Kangaroo anchoring well up to and engaging the fort, whilst the Speedy and her tender, under my brother's orders, encountered the xebec and the gunboats, the Speedy anchoring in a line between those vessels and the Kangaroo. For some hours an incessant cannonade was kept up on both sides, the Kangaroo's fire flanking the fort, whilst the slackened fire of the Spanish vessels showed that our shot had told. At this juncture, a 12-gun felucca and 2 more gunboats having arrived from Valentia to their assistance, the Spaniards took heart, and the action became nearly as brisk as before. The felucca and the newly arrived gunboats were, however, for a time beat off, and after an hour's additional firing, the xebec, 2 gunboats, and some of the convoy were sunk, the remaining gunboats shortly afterwards sharing the same fate. The action had now continued for upwards of 9 hours, during which the Speedy had expended nearly all her ammunition, viz. 1400 shot, and the Kangaroo was in much the same predicament. As the felucca and the gunboats had again come up, it was necessary to effect something decisive. Captain Pulling, therefore, slipping his cable, shifted close to the fort, which was soon afterwards abandoned, and the Speedy closed with the felucca and her consorts, which forthwith fled. Had they remained, we had not a half-dozen rounds left to continue the action. Both vessels now hoisted out boats, and made for the merchantmen. 3 of these had been sunk, and 4 others driven on shore. We, however, brought away the 3 still afloat. By this time a number of Spanish troops lined the beach for the protection of the vessels ashore, and as we had scarcely a shot left, it was impracticable to reply to their musketry, within range of which the boats must necessarily have been placed had the attempt been made. We therefore relinquished the endeavour to get off the stranded vessels. It may be useful here to remark that on board the Kangaroo were some guns fitted on the non-recoil principle, and that during the action these broke from their breechings, one, if not more, endangering the vessel by bounding down the hatchways into the hold. The subjoined letter of thanks for this affair was forwarded to Captain Pulling by Lord Keith, who was then at Alexandria watching the movements of the French in Egypt. Foudroyant, Bay of Aboukir, 10th July, 1801. Sir, I have received your letter of the 10th of June, detailing the attack made by the Kangaroo and Speedy upon the fort of Oropesa, and the enemy's armed vessels at anchor under its protection on the 9th of that month, as well as upon the tower of Almanara on a former day. And while I offer my congratulations upon the successful issue of your enterprise, I cannot withhold my approbation of the persevering and determined conduct manifested by you and by Captain Lord Cochrane, as well as by the officers and companies of both the sloops on these occasions. And I request that my satisfaction may be communicated by you to his lordship, and that you and he will make the same known to the officers and companies of the Kangaroo and the Speedy. I am, etc., etc., Keith, Captain Pulling, Kangaroo. On our return to Port Mahon with the prizes, the Gamo had not been purchased by the Government, but, to my regret, this useful cruiser had been sold for a trifle to the Algerines, whilst I was condemned to continue in the pigmy and now battered craft by which she had been taken. To have obtained command of the Gamo, even as a means of deception on the enemy's coast, I would scarcely have changed place with an admiral. But a more cruel thing still was in store for me. The commandant lived in the house of a Spanish merchant, who had a contract for carrying the mails to Gibraltar. The vessel employed for this purpose was a notoriously bad sailor, and when the Speedy was ready for sea, instead of being permitted to return to our cruising ground, she was ordered to convoy this tub of a packet to Gibraltar, with further instructions to take the letter bag on board the Speedy, protect the packet, put the mail on board her as soon as we arrived off the rock, and return without holding any communication with the shore. The evident object of the last injunction being that the service that had been thrust upon us should not become known. The expectation of the packet master, doubtless, was that we should put to sea out of privateer reach. In place of this, we ran along the Spanish coast, our superior sailing enabling us without delay to scrutinise every creek as we passed. Nothing, however, occurred till we were close in with a bay, or rather indentation of the shore near Alicant, where, seeing some vessels at anchor, we made towards them, on which they weighed and deliberately ran ashore. To have stopped to get them off would have been in excess of our instructions. To set fire to them was not, and as one was laden with oil, and the night following was very dark, the result was a blaze which illumined the sky for many miles around. Unluckily for us, 3 French line of battle ships, which afterwards turned out to be the Indomitable, the Dessaix, and the Formidable, were in the vicinity, and being attracted by the light of the burning vessels, ran in shore to see what was the matter. At daybreak on the morning of July 3rd, these large ships were observed in the distance, calling up to our imaginations visions of Spanish galleons from South America, and accordingly the Speedy prepared for chase. It was not till day dawned that we found out our mistake, the vessels between us and the offing being clearly line of battle ships, forbidding all reasonable hope of escape. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when we made out the French ships, which immediately on discovering us gave chase. Being to windward, we endeavoured to escape by making all sail, and as the wind fell light, using our sweeps. This proving unavailing, we threw the guns overboard, and put the brig before the wind, but notwithstanding every effort, the enemy gained fast upon us, and in order to prevent our slipping past, separated on different tacks, so as to keep us constantly within reach of one or the other, the Dessaix being the nearest, firing broadsides at us as she passed when tacking, at other times firing from her bow chasers and cutting up our rigging. For upwards of 3 hours we were thus within gunshot of the Dessaix, when finding it impossible to escape by the wind, I ordered all the stores to be thrown overboard, in the hope of being able, when thus further lightened, to run the gauntlet between the ships which continued to gain upon us. Watching an opportunity, when the nearest line of battle ship was before our beam, we bore up, set the studding sails, and attempted to run between them, the French honouring us with a broadside for this unexpected movement. The Dessaix, however, immediately tacked in pursuit, and in less than an hour got within musket shot. At this short distance she let fly at us a complete broadside of round and grape, the object evidently being to sink us at a blow, in retaliation for thus attempting to slip past, though almost without hope of escape. Fortunately for us, in yawing to bring her broadside to bear, the rapidity with which she answered her helm carried her a little too far, and her round shot plunged into the water under our bows, or the discharge must have sunk us. The scattered grape, however, took effect in the rigging, cutting up a great part of it, riddling the sails, and doing material damage to the masts and yards, though not a man was hurt. To have delayed for another broadside would have been to expose all on board to certain destruction, and as further effort to escape was impotent, the Speedy's colours were hauled down. On going aboard the Dessaix and presenting my sword to the captain, Christie Palliere, he politely declined taking it, with the complimentary remark that he would not accept the sword of an officer who had for so many hours struggled against impossibility, at the same time paying me the further compliment of requesting that I would continue to wear my sword though a prisoner, a request with which I complied. Captain Palliere at the same time good-naturedly expressing his satisfaction at having terminated our exploits in the cruising line, they having, in fact, special instructions to look out for us. After this reception it is scarcely necessary to add that I was treated with great kindness by my captors. Thus ended the 13 months' cruise of the Speedy, during which we had taken and retaken upwards of 50 vessels, 122 guns, and 534 prisoners. After the capture of the Speedy, the French line of battleships stood along the coast, and proceeded with her and the unlucky packet which had been the primary cause of the disaster to Algeciras. During this passage I had ample opportunity of observing the superior manner in which the sails of the Dessaix were cut, and the consequent flat surface exposed to the wind, this contrasting strongly with the bag reefs, bellying sails, and bread-bag canvas of English ships of war at that period. As there was no force at Gibraltar adequate to an attack of the French squadron, the authorities lost no time in transmitting intelligence of their arrival to Sir James Saumarez, then blockading the Spanish squadron in Cadiz. The French meanwhile proceeded to water and refit, evidently with the intention of passing the straits with the first fair wind. Quitting Cadiz, Sir James Saumarez immediately sailed for Algeciras, with his squadron, consisting of the Caesar, Venerable, Audacious, Hannibal, Superb, Pompey, Spencer, Calpe, and Thames, these reaching the bay on the 6th of July. At the time of their first appearance I was conversing with Captain Palliere in his cabin, when a lieutenant reported a British flag over Cabrita Point, and soon afterwards the top-gallant masts and pendants of a British squadron became visible. We at once adjourned to the poop, when the surprise of the French at the sight of a more numerous squadron became not unreasonably apparent. Captain Palliere asked me if I thought an attack would be made, or whether the British force would anchor off Gibraltar. My reply was that an attack would certainly be made, and that before night both British and French ships would be at Gibraltar, at the same time adding that, when there, it would give me great pleasure to make him and his officers a return for the kindness I had experienced aboard the Dessaix. The French admiral, however, determined that his ship should not be carried across the bay if he could help it. Before the British squadron had rounded the point, the French put out boats, with kedges and stream anchors, for the purpose of warping in shore, so as to prevent the approaching squadron from cutting them out. But the order was so hurriedly executed that all 3 ships were hauled aground, with their sterns presented to the approaching British force, a position which could not have been taken by choice, for nothing could apparently be more easy than to destroy the French ships, which, lying aground stern on, could only use their stern chasers. To employ their consequently useless hands to some purpose, the French landed a considerable portion of their crews to man the Spanish batteries on the island, as the ships' guns could not be brought to bear. 2 of the British ships anchored and opened upon the French ships aground, but being exposed to the fire of some of the newly manned forts higher up the bay, the heavy guns of which were admirably handled by the French seamen, both the British vessels slipped their cables, and together with the remainder of the squadron, which did not anchor at all, backed their main topsails for the purpose of maintaining their position. The wind, however, blowing from the westward, with a rapid current sweeping round the bay, thwarted this intention, and the British squadron quickly drifted past the enemy, firing as they went. Perhaps I ought previously to have mentioned an incident demonstrative of the sang-froid of my captor. After having satisfied himself that an action with a superior force was inevitable, Captain Palliere remarked that it should not spoil our breakfast, in which he had invited me to join him. Before the meal was ended, a round shot crashed through the stern of the Dessaix, driving before it a shower of broken glass, the debris of a wine-bin under the sofa. We forthwith jumped up from the table, and went on the quarter-deck, but a raking shot from Sir James Saumarez's ship, sweeping a file of marines from the poop not far from me, I considered further exposure on my part unnecessary, and went below to a position whence I could nevertheless at times see what was going on. The Hannibal, having with others forged past the enemy, gallantly filled and tacked with a view to get between the French ships and the shore, being evidently unaware of their having been hauled aground. The consequence was that she ran upon a shoal, and remained fast, nearly bow on to the broadsides of the French line of battle ships, which, with the shore batteries and several gunboats, opened upon her a concentrated fire. This, from her position, she was unable to return. The result was that her guns were speedily dismounted, her rigging shot away, and a third of her crew killed or wounded. Captain Ferris, who commanded her, having now no alternative but to strike his colours, though not before he displayed an amount of endurance which excited the admiration of the enemy. A circumstance now occurred which is entitled to rank amongst the curiosities of war. On the French taking possession of the Hannibal, they had neglected to provide themselves with their national ensign, and either from necessity or bravado rehoisted the English flag upside down. This being a well-known signal of distress, was so understood by the authorities at Gibraltar, who, manning all government and other boats with dockyard artificers and seamen, sent them, as it was mistakenly considered, to the assistance of the Hannibal. On the approach of the launches I was summoned on deck by the captain of the Dessaix, who seemed doubtful what measures to adopt as regarded the boats now approaching to board the Hannibal, and asked my opinion as to whether they would attempt to retake the ship. As there could be no doubt in my mind about the nature of their mission or its results, it was evident that if they were allowed to board, nothing could prevent a seizure of the whole. My advice, therefore, to Captain Palliere was to warn them off by a shot, hoping they would thereby be driven back and saved from capture. Captain Palliere seemed at first inclined to take the advice, but on reflection, either doubting its sincerity, or seeing the real state of the case, he decided to capture the whole by permitting them to board unmolested. Thus, boat by boat was captured until all the artificers necessary for the repair of the British squadron, and nearly all the sailors at that time in Gibraltar, were taken prisoners. In this action the French and Spaniards suffered severely, both as regarded ships and men, their masts and hulls being much knocked about, whilst several Spanish gunboats were sunk. The wonder to me was that the British squadron did not anchor, for the French ships being aground stern on could have offered little resistance and must have been destroyed. It is true that the batteries on shore were admirably served, and thus constituted a formidable obstacle, but had not the squadron drifted past the French ships, the latter might have been interposed between the batteries and the British force, when the fire of the former would have been neutralised, and the enemy's ships aground destroyed with comparatively little loss. It is not, however, my purpose or province to criticise the action, but simply to give the details as personally witnessed from that extraordinary place, for a British officer, the deck of a French ship. Neither the imprisonment of the captured crews, nor my own, was of long duration. The day after the action, Sir J. Saumarez sent Captain Brenton into Algesiras Bay with a flag of truce, to endeavour to effect an exchange of the gallant Captain Ferris, his officers and crew. At that time there was no regulated system of exchange between the belligerent powers, but Captain Brenton succeeded in procuring the release of the crew of the Hannibal and the trapped artificers, together with the officers and men of the Speedy. Admiral Linois would not first give me up, but on further consideration allowed me to go with the other officers to Gibraltar on parole. My complete release was eventually effected for the second captain of the San Antonio, taken shortly afterwards. The French ships having lost no time in communicating with the Spanish admiral at Cadiz, he promptly appeared off Algesiras with the reinforcement of 6 ships of the line, several frigates and gunboats. The enemy having by this time warped off their grounded ships, as well as the Hannibal, and having by the 12th got them in sea-going order, the whole sailed from Algesiras, followed by the British squadron, which, by great exertions, had been got in readiness for pursuit. Of the action which subsequently took place I have no personal knowledge, other than of a scene witnessed by myself from the garden of the Commissioner's house, in which I was staying. The enemy were overtaken at dusk, soon after leaving the bay, and when it had become dark, Captain Keats, in the Superb, gallantly dashed in between the 2 sternmost ships, firing right and left, and passed on. Of course, I do not assert myself to have been personally cognizant of the way in which the attack was made, the firing only being visible from the rock, but that this is the correct version of the affair rests upon indisputable authority. The movement was so rapidly executed that the Superb shot ahead before the smoke cleared away, and the Spanish ships, the Real Carlos, 112, and the San Hermenegildo, 112, mistaking each other for the aggressor, began a mutual attack, resulting in the Real Carlos losing her foretopmast, the sails of which, falling over her own guns, caught fire. While in this condition, the Hermenegildo, still engaging the Real Carlos as an enemy, in the confusion fell on board her, and caught fire also. Both ships burned till they blew up, and nearly all on board perished. a few survivors only escaping on board the Superb, as Captain Keats was taking possession of a third Spanish line of battle ship, the San Antonio, for whose second captain, as has been said, I was exchanged. The remainder of the combined squadron got safely back to Cadiz, after an encounter between the Formidable and the Venerable. I am aware that the preceding account of the action with the French ships at Algesiras differs in some respects from that compiled by naval historians from the despatches, but this circumstance will not prevent me from giving my own version of the conflict, in which it was my misfortune to be a reluctant spectator. The Real Carlos, one of the ships blown up, bore the flag of the Spanish Admiral Moreno, who with Admiral Leni was said to be at the time on board a Spanish frigate. End of chapter 6. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Admiralty reluctant to promote me. It has already been stated that not only was the action with the Gamo for some time unnoticed in the customary manner, but the post rank, to which the rule of the service entitled me, from the result of the action, was withheld. My friends being naturally surprised at the retention of what was no favour on the part of Lord St. Vincent, but my unquestionable right, respectfully pointed out to his lordship the nature of the services rendered. The subjoined letter addressed to Lord St. Vincent by my kind uncle, Sir Alexander Cochrane, in reference to the Speedy's escape from a Spanish frigate, was written previous to that relating to the capture of the Gamo, but is worthy of record on grounds generally connected with the naval service. Letter begins. My Lord, yesterday we received accounts of your lordship's being placed at the head of the Admiralty, on which occasion I beg to offer my congratulations. I never subscribed to the opinion that a naval officer ought not be the First Lord of the Admiralty, and from your lordship's thorough knowledge of the service, we may now hope for that support on many occasions which we could not look for from those who, not having borne the brunt of the day, or being bred to the navy, could be but bad judges either of officers' characters, or the motives which on many occasions actuate them. Doubtless your lordship has already received numerous weighty applications for the promotion of young men in the service, nor would I presume to add to their number, but from the obliging expression your lordship once made me in favour of Lord Cochrane, had you remained longer on this station. I have the less reserve on this occasion, as I think his lordship has a claim to be made post, from the presence of mind by which he lately saved his Majesty's sloop Speedy, which he at present commands. This I beg leave to recount. He had taken several prizes off Cartagena, when one morning he found himself close under the guns of a Spanish frigate. His only chance of escape was either to board the frigate, in hope of finding her unprepared, or to pass off the Speedy as a Danish sloop of war. With one of these objects he stood toward her under Danish colours, but on a near approach found her too formidable to be carried by the few hands he had on board. On being hailed to know what brig it was, he gave, through the medium of a Danish quartermaster, the name of a Danish brig lately arrived on the station. On being ordered to come on board the frigate with his commission, he informed the Spaniards that his orders from the court of Denmark were not to send a boat on board any foreign man of war, but that if they had any doubts of his not being a Danish sloop of war, they were at liberty to board him. On this a boat left the frigate, but just as they were almost alongside the Speedy, they were informed that she was in quarantine, being only a few days from Algiers, where the plague at that time existed. On this the Spanish officers in the boat refused to touch a rope, and returned to the frigate, when her captain told Lord Cochrane that he knew his brig, and wished him a pleasant voyage. I have ever been of opinion that rewards for bold services cannot be too great, and I must confess that where one of his Majesty's ships is saved by presence of mind similar to what I have related, great praise is due to her commander. Your lordship will, I hope, excuse me for trespassing a little longer in favour of my nephew, who is now 25 years old, a time of life that promotion can only be of use. His father has expended his whole fortune in discoveries which will be of great use to the public, that the real sufferer is Lord Cochrane. The liberality of your lordship's mind will see this in its true light, and also plead my excuse for the liberty I have taken. Hoping that your lordship's health is reinstated, etc., etc., I am your lordship's, etc., etc., Alexander Cochrane, the Right Honourable Lord St. Vincent. Letter ends. I was not aware until recently that Sir Alexander had kindly made this application on my behalf. At the time the preceding letter was written, he did not know of the capture of the Gamo, the Ajax which he commanded being then before Alexandria. On learning our success, he again wrote to Lord St. Vincent as follows. Letter begins, Ajax, off Alexandria, June 10th, 1801. My Lord, I some time ago wrote your Lordship in favour of my nephew Lord Cochrane, recommending his being made post. I hope your Lordship received my letter, and that you viewed Lord Cochrane's conduct in the light I did. But if my persuasions were not then judged of sufficient weight, I may now with much confidence come forward and claim for my nephew the palm of victory in both ways, by an act hardly equalled in this war of naval miracles, considering the great inequality of force between the Speedy, with 54 men, and a xebec frigate of 32 guns and 319 men. Well knowing that nothing gives your Lordship more pleasure than having an opportunity of rewarding merit, let the rank of the person be what it may, I am confident your Lordship will, on the present occasion, do every justice to Lord Cochrane, though should his promotion have arisen from his former exploits, it would be more grateful to my feelings, especially as his subsequent conduct will do honour to your Lordship's appointment. I believe I told your Lordship in my former letter that Lord Cochrane has the world before him. He has 3 younger brothers to take care of, one of whom boarded at his side when the Spaniard was carried. Unfortunately he has not served his time. If he had, I dare say your Lordship would think him worthy of promotion for his conduct on that occasion. It will give me much pleasure to hear that your Lordship's health is quite re-established, and that you may long live to enjoy it, is the sincere wish of your Lordship's most obedient and humble servant, A. Cochrane. P.S. I wish I could give your Lordship any pleasing intelligence from this quarter, but ever since the death of Sir R. Abercrombie, procrastination has been the order of the day. Never was a gallant army so lost as the present. God grant some man of sense may come out to command them, and save the remnant from destruction. Delay in this climate is far worse than death. 5 men fall a sacrifice to disease for 1 in the field. And yet I don't think it unhealthy. Our troops suffer from being encamped on burning sands. Letter ends. Even this request from a distinguished officer, preferred unknown to me, failed to obtain what was no favour but my right according to the invariable rule of the service. There was even then clearly some sinister influence at work, of the real cause of which I am to this day ignorant, and can only surmise that it might have arisen from my no doubt freely expressed opinions on being appointed to convoy the wretched packet which led to my capture, or perhaps from the still more indiscreet plainness with which I had spoken of the manner in which the French fleet had been unfortunately permitted to escape Lord Keith. Brenton, in his Life of Lord St. Vincent, thus alludes to the delay in my promotion. Quote, Lord St. Vincent was so much pressed on the subject of Lord Cochrane's promotion for the taking of the Gamo, that it became almost a point of etiquette with the Earl not to make him a captain. An illustrious person is reported to have said, My Lord, we must make Lord Cochrane post, to which Lord St. Vincent replied, The First Lord of the Admiralty knows no must. End quote. There is no doubt that Captain Breton received this account from Lord St. Vincent himself, and as the object of his book was to shield his lordship in questionable matters, we may receive this version as it was given to his biographer. The only direct application that I was at the time aware of having been made was a letter from my father to Lord St. Vincent, after the post rank had been reluctantly conceded, by placing me at the bottom of the list, below others previously my juniors in the service. My father's letter, and Lord St. Vincent's reply, are subjoined. Letter begins. No. 14 Mortimer Street, September 23, 1801. My Lord, I beg leave, in behalf of my son, Lord Cochrane, who is now in Scotland, to bring under your Lordship's view for your consideration some facts and circumstances which may not hitherto officially have come to your Lordship's knowledge, from the perusal of which I flatter myself it will appear to your Lordship that there are few instances of as much being performed by one individual in the like space of time, and with a force so inferior. When I first heard of Lord Cochrane's engagement with the Gamo, I reckoned it a matter, not admitting of a doubt, that your Lordship would reward him by immediately appointing him to a post ship, and I was more confirmed in this belief from the circumstance that the Gamo was not taken by surprise, but at noonday, after an action of an hour and 10 minutes, during all which time the Gamo's yards were locked with the Speedy's rigging. the determination of the two vessels to engage was mutual. Lord Cochrane turned up his ship's company at 5 in the morning, and informed them of his intention to engage the Spanish frigate. The anxiety I must naturally feel for whatever concerns the honour and rank of my son, led me on Wednesday last to inquire at the Admiralty how his name stood on the post captain's list, and I must be allowed to state the surprise and disappointment I felt on finding that several masters and commanders on the Mediterranean station, his juniors long before, and for several months after, the taking of the Gamo, now placed before him on that list. I beg leave to call your Lordship's attention to what Lord Cochrane's feelings must be, and what the situation he will be placed in on service from this supersession, and whether his being thus postponed in rank will not have a tendency to detract from the merit of one of the most gallant actions during this or any other war, and whether it may not induce the public at large, or the Navy in particular, to believe that your Lordships have had cause to disapprove of some part of Lord Cochrane's conduct. If all the circumstances of the engagement had come to your Lordship's knowledge in due time, I am persuaded you would have shown an additional mark of your approbation of Lord Cochrane by making him post from the date of the capture of the Gamo, or at least that you would not have put over him a number of masters and commanders on the Mediterranean station who, perhaps equally capable as he of distinguishing themselves, have not been equally fortunate in similar opportunities. I am likewise convinced, my lord, that those individual officers who have thus been preferred to him would not think it any matter of injustice that Lord Cochrane should retain as post captain the same seniority he held over them both before and after his engagement as master and commander. Allow me therefore to request that your Lordship will be pleased to give Lord Cochrane that rank in the Navy which it is presumed he would have held if the circumstantial accounts of his engagements had reached your Lordship at an earlier date, or that he had not been so unfortunate as to have been taken by 3 French line-of-battle ships. I cannot suppose any censure is intended to attach to his conduct on that point, for, in the narrative of his capture, your Lordship will see that during a chase of several hours upon a wind, he received the broadside and bow chasers of a 74-gun ship, and he did not strike until, at the distance of musket shot, he received a full broadside of round and grape from the Dessaix. I do not, however, my lord, rest my son's claim for seniority and promotion solely upon the capture of the Gamo. Although these particulars, from their being stated in Lord Cochrane's letters to Captain Dixon of the Genereux, are known to your Lordship, yet I cannot help here repeating them, as, from their not being published in the Gazette, a very erroneous opinion generally prevails that the Gamo was taken by surprise, and not after so long and close an engagement as was really the case. But perhaps, my lord, I may in the whole of this letter have been impelled, by the ardour and anxiety of my own feelings, to urge that which your Lordship's good intentions may have wholly anticipated towards Lord Cochrane. If so, my lord, I have only to entreat your excuse for a zeal on my part for the honour and character of my son, for which I hope parental sensations will plead a forcible apology. I have the honour, etc., etc., Dundonald. The Right Honourable Lord St. Vincent. Letter ends. To this letter Lord St. Vincent next day replied as follows. Letter begins. Admiralty, 24 September 1801. My Lord, I can have no difficulty in acknowledging that the capture of the Gamo reflects the highest degree of credit on Lord Cochrane and the officers and crew of the Speedy. The first account of that brilliant action reached the Admiralty very early in the month of August (it was fought on the 6th of May), previously to which intelligence had been received of the capture of the Speedy, by which Lord Cochrane was made prisoner. Until his exchange could be effected, and the necessary inquiry into the cause and circumstances of the loss of that sloop had taken place, it was impossible for the Board, consistently with its usual forms, to mark its approbation of his Lordship's conduct. Lord Cochrane was promoted to the rank of post captain on the 8th of August, the day on which the sentence of acquittal for the loss of the Speedy was received, which was all that could, under existing circumstances, be done. Having entered into this explanation with your Lordship, it remains for me only to add that, however disposed the Board might be to pay attention to the merits of his Lordship, it could not, consistent with the public duty, give him rank from the time of the capture of the Gamo, a measure quite unprecedented, without doing an act of injustice to other deserving officers. I have the honour, etc., etc., St. Vincent. The Earl of Dundonald. Letter ends. I shall not shrink from canvassing this matter, the less because Lord St. Vincent has been represented as considering himself bored on the subject. An account of the capture of the Gamo did reach the Admiralty, though later than it ought to have done, and was unjustifiably laid aside. Little that I effected was allowed to find its way into the Gazette. Even the log extracts, given in the last 2 chapters, though relating to matters which occurred 60 years ago, are, for the most part, news to the public of the present generation. But supposing that information relative to the capture of the Gamo had not reached the Admiralty before the news of my being made prisoner, even then it clearly entitled me to post rank from the date of my acquittal. Lord St. Vincent asserted that it entitled me to promotion only from the date on which news of my acquittal was received. Reference to the Navy List at the time will show that postponement of my rank was rather owing to that bane of the Admiralty, family influence, and that some of my former juniors were put over my head because it was politically imperative on the Board to promote others before me. That my promotion to post rank for a previous action was impossible, because I had some time afterwards the misfortune, whilst in a trumpery sloop, to be captured by 3 French ships of the line, and therefore could not be promoted until my exchange could be effected, was a subterfuge unworthy of Lord St. Vincent. Had this been the rule of the Admiralty, officers taken prisoner by the French could neither have been tried nor promoted, for there was no system of exchange, so that the reward of their services would not depend upon the discretion of the Admiralty, or the generosity of their country, but on the will of the enemy's Minister of Marine, who might detain them prisoners till the close of the war. By Lord St. Vincent's interpretation of the Admiralty rule, I should not have been promoted at all, or even tried for the loss of the Speedy, if, as Lord St. Vincent asserted, no promotion could be given till my exchange was effected. The fact is, that I never was exchanged, in the Admiralty sense of the term. For at that period, as has been said, there was no exchange of prisoners with France, nor had any previously taken place for many years. The Hannibal and Speedy's prisoners owed their liberation to the fact that the French did not know what to do with them, and I owed mine to the fact of Captain Kent's having, a few days after I had been liberated on parole, taken a ship of the line, the San Antonio, for whose second captain, by courtesy of Admiral Linois towards that officer, my liberation was effected. Still, it was not so much the neglect to promote me, of which proper complaint was made, as the injustice of placing over my head especially a younger man and a junior officer gazetted on the same day for a subsequent service, to the success of which he in no way contributed. Further discussion is unnecessary, my object being to show that the principle, or rather want of it, which prevailed at the Admiralty where influence was concerned. It must, however, be explained that these remarks in no way apply to the officer promoted, but to the act of promotion. That officer was my former messmate, Lieutenant, afterwards Admiral, Dundas, a truly honourable man, whom in later years I was proud to call my friend. Strangely enough, the Admiralty, which had placed him before me on the list, killed him in the end, through grief at his inability to reform abuses, he having been called to the Board, where he worked so assiduously in the vain endeavour to purge the corruption around him, that his health became undermined, and he was one day found dead in a retiring room of the Augeau establishment at Whitehall. Before quitting the Mediterranean, a letter was addressed by me to Lord St. Vincent, requesting him to promote my gallant First Lieutenant Parker, who, as stated in my despatch, was severely wounded in boarding the Gamo. No answer being returned to this application, up to the period of my arrival in England, another letter was forwarded to his lordship, which met with the same reception, and afterwards a third, which produced from Lord St. Vincent the reply that my application could not be entertained, for that it was unusual to promote 2 officers for such a service, besides which the small number of men killed on board the Speedy did not warrant the application. It was impossible not to feel nettled at a reply so unexpected, that because few men had been killed on board the Speedy, her first lieutenant was considered unworthy of promotion, though terribly cut up. To argue with a First Lord is no doubt an imprudent thing for a naval officer to attempt, and my remonstrance, in this instance, had the effect as to get my name placed on the black list of the Admiralty, never again to be erased. In my letter to Lord St. Vincent, the following incautious observations were made, viz. that his reasons for not promoting Lieutenant Parker, because there were only 3 men killed on board the Speedy, were in opposition to his lordship's own promotion to an earldom, as well as that of his flag captain to knighthood, and his other officers to increased rank and honours, for that in the battle from which his lordship derived his title, there was only one man killed on board his own flagship, so there were more casualties in my sloop than in his line of battle ship." From the receipt of that letter Lord St. Vincent became my bitter enemy, and not he only, but his successors thought it incumbent on them to perpetuate his lordship's displeasure. My reply was no doubt keenly felt at the time, when it was a common remark in the navy that the battle of St. Vincent was gained by the inshore squadron, under Nelson, the commander-in-chief being merely a spectator, at a distance which involved only the loss of one man in his own ship. Notwithstanding this refusal of the First Lord to promote my lieutenant, my determination was to persevere with the board collectively, and accordingly I addressed an official letter to the Secretary of the Admiralty, Mr. Nepean, embodying Lord St. Vincent's reply, and concluding that, "If their lordships judge by the small number killed, I have only to say it was fortunate the enemy did not point their guns better." Indeed, had I not taken care to place the Speedy in a position where the Spanish guns went over her, many would have swelled the list whom it was my happiness to have saved. This letter was dated May 12th, 1802, and receiving no reply, the annexed official letter was addressed to their lordships on the same subject. Letter begins: 14 Old Cavendish Street, May 17, 1802. My Lords, the anxiety I feel for the promotion of a meritorious officer, Lieutenant Parker, late of the Speedy, whose name I have not seen in the recent list of commanders, even though a very extensive promotion has taken place, induces me to address your lordships. Lieutenant Parker served as sole lieutenant of the Speedy at the capture of the Gamo, of 32 guns and 319 men, carried by boarding, after an action of upwards of an hour, during the greater part of which time the yards and rigging of the vessels were locked together. In boarding and carrying the Spanish vessel he was severely wounded by a sword, run through his thigh, and a musket ball lodged in his chest. I have always understood it to be the invariable rule with the Board of Admiralty to promote officers of unimpeachable character who have distinguished themselves in action, or who have been first lieutenants of His Majesty's ships of war at the capture of vessels of superior force, especially of a force so very superior as that of the Gamo to the Speedy, the latter, as your lordships know, mounting 14 4-pounders, having on board only 54 men, whilst the force of the Gamo was 32 guns, with a complement of 6 times greater than that of the Speedy. When these circumstances are brought to your lordship's recollection, I am fully convinced that you will see proper to reward Lieutenant Parker by appointing him to the rank of commander in His Majesty's service, which will tend to cherish and promote that spirit of exertion among the lieutenants, subordinate officers, and crew, without whose zealous co-operation the endeavours of the captain alone would prove of small avail. I have the honour to be, etc., etc., (Signed) Cochrane. To the Right Honourable the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Letter ends. On the 26th of May the following reply was received from the Secretary. Letter begins: Admiralty Office, 26th of May, 1802. My Lord, I have received and read to my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty your Lordship's letter to me of the 17th instant, and the representation which accompanied it, and am commanded by their Lordships to acquaint you that your application to me is perfectly regular, but that it is not so for officers to correspond with the Board. I am, etc., etc., E. Nepean. Captain Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. Determined not to be foiled in what I conceived to be the right of Lieutenant Parker, I replied to the Secretary as follows. Letter begins: Old Cavendish Street, May 27th, 1802. Sir, I have been favoured with your letter, acknowledging that you had received and read to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty my letter of the 17th instant, and that you are commanded by their Lordships to acquaint me that my application to you was perfectly regular, but that it is not so for officers to correspond with the Board. I have therefore to request that you will inform the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty that, although I have received your letter, still I wait in expectation to be favoured with an answer to the representation which, through you, I had the honour to transmit to their Lordships. I am, etc., etc., Cochrane, E. Nepean, Esquire, Secretary to the Admiralty. Letter ends. The reply to this necessarily cut short all further correspondence. Letter begins. Admiralty Office, 29th of May, 1802. My Lord, I have received and read to my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty your letter of the 27th instant, and have nothing in command from their Lordships to communicate to you. I am, etc., etc., Evan Nepean, Captain Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. In spite of this rebuff, I nevertheless continued to persevere, but it was not until some years afterwards that the promotion of Lieutenant Parker was obtained, with a result to that able and gallant officer which proved his ruin, and eventually caused his death. The circumstances under which this took place were positively diabolical. Despairing of promotion, Lieutenant Parker had retired to a little farm near Kinsale, by the cultivation of which, in addition to his half pay, he was realising an existence for his family. From my determined perseverance on his behalf, he was at length made commander, and ordered to join the Rainbow sloop, represented to be stationed in the West Indies. Selling off everything, even his household furniture, he proceeded to Barbadoes, and reported himself to Sir Alexander Cochrane. But as the vessel could not be found, Sir Alexander furnished him with a passage to look for her in the Bermudas, where he supposed she might be fitting for sea. Not finding her there, Lieutenant Parker returned to the Barbadoes, where it became evident that no such vessel was on the North America station. On ascertaining this, poor Parker returned to England a ruined man. Lord Melville, who had succeeded as First Lord, expressed his surprise and regret that such a circumstance should have occurred, and promised the unhappy man that he should not only be amply compensated for the loss and expense attending his outfit and fruitless voyage to the West Indies, but that he should have another command on the first opportunity. This generous intention was, however, counteracted, for he never received either the one or the other. Lieutenant Parker's loss, consequent to the sale of his property, the expense attending on settling his family, together with his outfit and voyage, amounted to upwards of £1,000. His prospects ruined, his domestic arrangements destroyed, and his pride wounded, his spirit and constitution gradually gave way, and at length, overwhelmed with sorrow, he sank into a premature grave, leaving a wife and 4 daughters to deplore the loss of their only protector. I could never find out who had thus imposed on one of the most gallant officers in the navy this infamous deception, concocted, doubtless, out of pure malevolence to myself. Be he whom he may, I am very sorry that it is not in my power to hold up his name to the execration of posterity. It is even at the present day the duty of the Admiralty to remedy the injury inflicted on his destitute family, for he had left 4 daughters unprovided for, who had no opportunity to escape from indigence. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Autobiography of a Seaman, by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Naval Administration 60 years ago. It will be evident on a perusal of the previous chapter that there was no fixed principle for the promotion of officers who had distinguished themselves, but that however desirous the board might be to reward their services, it was in the power of persons holding inferior offices to thwart the intentions of the board itself. Were such a principle admitted, nothing could be more detrimental to the service. Let every officer know the regulated reward for a national service, with the certainty that he cannot be deprived of it, and rely upon it that whenever opportunity presents itself, the service will be performed. There is nothing mercenary, or even selfish about this, but, on the contrary, an ambition which should be carefully fostered. In my own case, I can conscientiously avow my leading motive to have been that of exerting myself to the utmost, in the hope of thereby attaining promotion in my profession, to which promotion the capture of an enemy's frigate, as well as of a large number of privateers and other vessels, had entitled me, according to a judicious rule for the encouragement of efforts useful to the nation, to place on the list, from which I conceived myself unjustly excluded by the promotion of a younger man, a junior commander too, for no great apparent reason than that his father being a personal and political friend of the First Lord of the Admiralty. To those who may think my conduct towards the First Lord and the board disrespectful, I can only say that were my life to begin anew, with my present experience of consequences, I would again pursue the same course. I cannot imagine anything more detrimental to the interests of the navy and the nation than political favouritism on the part of the Admiralty, of itself sufficient to damp the ardour which should form one of the first requisites for future command. I would rather say to the young officer, if you have, in the exercise of your profession, acquired a right which is wrongfully withheld, demand it. Stick to it with unshaken pertinacity. none but a corrupt body can possibly think the worse of you for it. Even though you may be treated like myself, you are doing the country good service by exposing favouritism, which is only another term for corruption. Favouritism on the part of the Admiralty must ever be the bane of the Navy, and may prove its ruin. Either let it be understood that the institution is a parliamentary vote market, or that it is what it ought to be, an institution for the promotion of zeal by the reward of merit. Only let it not sustain both characters, or between the two stools the country may one day go to the ground. Such was the offence taken by the authorities at my persistence in my own right, and in that of the officers under my command, that an application to the Board for another ship met with refusal, and it was clear that Lord St. Vincent's administration did not again intend to employ me. The time on my hands was devoted to an investigation of those abuses which were paralysing the Navy. Not that this was entered upon from any spirit of retaliation on the Admiralty, but as preparatory to the more ambitious aim of getting into Parliament and exposing them. One of the most crying evils of our then naval administration had fallen heavily upon me, though so young in command, viz. the Admiralty Courts, but for the peculations consequent on which, the crews of the Speedy ought to have sent home myself, officers and crew with competence. As it was, we got all the fighting, whilst the Admiralty Court and its hungry parasites monopolised the greater portion of our hard-won prize money. In many cases they took the whole, and in one case brought me in debt, though the prize was worth several £1,000s. Hitherto no naval officer had ventured to expose in Parliament or out of it, this or indeed any other gross abuse of the naval service. And having nothing better to do, want of employment appeared to offer a fitting opportunity for constituting myself the Quixote of the profession, sparing no pains to qualify for the task, though well aware of its arduous, if not hopeless nature, as directed against a mass of corruption, such as, it is to be hoped, may never again strike at the noblest arm of our national safety, a blow worse than any enemy can inflict. After what has been stated with regard to my unpleasant relations with Lord St. Vincent and his Board of Admiralty, it will perhaps be better not personally to enter on the subject of then existing naval abuses, lest I might be suspected of exaggerating their extent. Some such explanation is necessary in justification of the course which I subsequently thought it my duty to pursue, but it will answer every purpose to have recourse to the experience of a contemporary officer, Captain Brenton, the biographer of Lord St. Vincent, in justification of my self-imposed task. Quote, "In the first edition of the Naval History, I have commented on the profligate system of hired vessels and transports. In this, borough influence reigned paramount, and the most solid information was disregarded when the perpetrator of the greatest frauds was a supporter of the government." Brenton's Life of Lord St. Vincent, page 167. A ship purchased by a man of influence was a certain fortune to him. He cleared his money in the first year at the rate of £400 per month, and if the ship were coppered, at £7,500 per annum. About 20 copper-bottomed transports were lying for 3 years in the harbour of Messina, without being employed in any duty. Page 169, quote ends. The expense of these alone, no doubt all owned by men of influence, as Captain Brenton terms them, was, for the 3 years, £270,000. As these transports formed only a trifling illustration of the system, there is little wonder at the enormous accumulation of the national debt, for results so inadequate. Captain Brenton might have gone farther, and stated with great truth that not only were transports hired from men of influence, but that vessels utterly worthless were purchased by the government from their political supporters, and then patched up into ships of war. It was my misfortune to be subsequently appointed to a collier so converted, with what result will appear in the sequel. From the ships let us follow Captain Brenton into the dockyards. Quote, "When Mr. Colquhoun, in his celebrated police reports, stated that the government was plundered from the dockyards at the rate of £1 million a year, he was supposed to have exceeded all probability. I am satisfied that he was under the mark, and if the consequences of these frauds are added to the amount of peculation, the aggregate will be frightful. The manner in which the villainy was carried out was dreadful indeed. whole ships' crews were destroyed at one fell swoop. Every ship was supposed to have a certain number of bolts driven to secure her fabric. The tops and points of the bolts only were driven, and the rest was carried away. It is probable that the loss of the York of 64 guns, and the Blenheim of 74 guns, was the consequence. The Albion, 74, we know to have been nearly lost by this hellish fraud. Brenton, pages 159 and 60. I can remember what our slop clothing was, for which the poor seamen were charged an extravagant price, the contract being always given as a matter of favour for electioneering purposes. Page 156. Not only were the grossest impositions practised in the supply of the most important stores, by sending in damaged goods, but even the raw materials were again sold before they reached their destination. Page 157. At the cooperage of Deptford, 1,020 pounds 10 shillings and 5 pence was charged for work proved to be worth only 37 pounds 2 shillings and 3 pence. At the cooperage at Plymouth, the King's casks were stolen, and 64 of them were found in one brewery. Page 183. It was a common expression with the receiving clerks that they had not been hampered, when they refused to receive articles into store. The hampering meant a bribe in the shape of wine or other articles as the price of their certificates. Page 155. It would scarcely be believed to what extent peculation was carried on in every department. Page 155. Hampers of wine and ale were liberally supplied to the inspectors of timber, and I conclude that the same treatment was applied to the measuring clerks of the dockyard. Page 179. From the foregoing, it may be inferred that the dockyards were the most fruitful sources of plunder and national ruin. Page 180. Report No. 6 relates to the dockyards, wherein a shameful system of plunder had long existed. Reports 10 and 11 state other abuses to an enormous extent, so that Lord St. Vincent used the elegant expression that our dockyards stank of corruption. Page 190. Quote ends. From this disgraceful picture, let us pass on to another still more revolting. Quote begins. The victualling establishment at home was not less corrupt. The charge for the supply of prisoners of war was ample, but 3/4 of the amount was pilfered. The same nefarious system pursued in the hospitals abroad was followed at home in a more guarded manner, and fortunes were made by cheating the sick and wounded seamen out of the comforts and necessaries allowed them by a grateful country. Lord Cochrane endeavoured to procure better rations and treatment for the French prisoners, but the charge of sick and wounded prisoners of war fell in its administration into the hands of a set of villains whose seared consciences were proof against the silent but eloquent pleadings of their fellow creatures. Page 165. Report No. 7 relates to the hospitals, beginning with Stonehouse at Devonport. Here was discovered waste, corruption, fraud, extravagance, and villainy to a disgusting extent. 4,000 gallons of porter were consumed in 6 months, being more than 4 times the proportion used in Haslar. On board the Calne hulk, appropriated to sick prisoners of war, the surgeon's chief assistant kept a table for the officers, at the cost of 1,500 to 2,000 pounds a year. He could afford the purser a large salary, in lieu of his share of the profit of the concern. The worst and most scandalous feature was, that when the wretches in the wardroom were rioting in luxury, they were consuming the necessaries which the government had liberally supplied for the use of the sick prisoners of war. I hope there is sufficient virtue in Parliament to punish great delinquents. If not, the country will not stagger long under the practice of these blood-sucking leeches. Letter of Lord St. Vincent, quoted by Brenton. Quote ends. Abroad, the condition of affairs was infinitely worse, both as regarded the navy and army. The following extract from the Annual Register, at a period when the press hardly dared to speak truth, will serve as a sample of the practices prevailing wherever an official staff was to be found. Quote begins. The abuses committed in the West Indies are said to exceed everything that was ever stated in romance. The commissioners are stated to have discovered that forged bills and receipts for articles never purchased, and bills drawn on government endorsed under forged and fictitious names, were common and notorious. They found a most base collusion between the officers of government and the merchants and contractors, by which the latter were allowed to charge stores at a much higher rate than they might have obtained from in the market. In one instance it was discovered that to conceal this iniquity a bribe of 18,000£ had been given. In another a bribe of 35,000£. Vessels, houses, stores, etc., were usually hired at most extravagant rates in consequence of fraudulent contracts, where others might have been obtained much cheaper. But worse than either of these iniquities was the diabolical fraud of suffering the merchants and contractors to furnish his Majesty's troops with inferior and bad rum and other articles at an extravagant rate, by which the lives of the troops were endangered, as well as the country defrauded. And for the purpose of committing these practices, all free competition for the supply of articles was prevented, and every obstacle was put in the way, even to the purchase to bills on the treasury. They were dated in one island and negotiated in another, and they were sold at a much more advantageous exchange than that at which the officers debited themselves in their accounts." Quote ends. There is no doubt but that Lord St. Vincent was desirous of putting a stop to this national plunder, and the wholesale destruction of sick, wounded, and prisoners, which was its direct consequence. But the means he took were inadequate. His lordship's remedy was economy, leaving the influential delinquents in quiet possession of their places. The most extravagant contracts and profuse expenditure of the public money were thus to be cured by no expenditure at all on necessary objects. One of Lord St. Vincent's agents in this notable scheme was a Dr. Baird, who possessed his lordship's highest confidence. To this person he confided the task of regenerating the hospitals. As may be supposed from his profession, economy in medicine was the first step. An order was issued that blue ointment and pills, requisite only for complaints that might be avoided, were doled out in minimum quantity. The consequence was that the captains and surgeons of ships of war had to purchase these essential medicines out of their own pockets, more especially as a subsequent order was issued that no such complaints should be treated in the hospitals. A more barbarous regulation was enforced, viz. that from the expense of lint in dressing wounds, sponge should be substituted, as it might be used over again. The result was that even slight cases became infected by the application of sponges which had been used on putrescent sores, and this shameful practice cost the lives or limbs of many. I was myself on survey at the Devonport Hospital, where 7 persons had lost limbs from this cause, and proposed to the other surveying captains to draw up a representation to the Admiralty on the consequences of applying infected sponge, but this advice was not followed, for fear of giving offence. One of the unfortunate sufferers, amongst others, was a son of the boatswain or gunner of the then flagship, the Salvador del Mundo. The poor boy had bruised his shin, to which an infected sponge was applied, and he lost his leg. Persons so mutilated had no claim on the service for pension or reward. It was this very hospital to which Captain Brenton, in the preceding extracts, applied the terms waste, corruption, fraud, extravagance, and villainy to a disgusting extent. The remedy was the application of infected sponge. Dr. Baird had the oddest possible notions of the mission with which he had been entrusted. As to striking at the root of an evil, he had not the most remote conception, otherwise than by saving. He one day said to me, "The extravagance of this place is incredible. I have to-day found what will save 1,000£. "Ah, doctor," said I, "what is that?" "Why," replied he, "would you believe it, in the cellars under the hospital I have found tens of thousands of empty physic bottles. Did you ever hear of such waste?" And the doctor set busily to work to dispose of the empty bottles, in order to pay for his medicines, this being his idea of correcting the most crying evil of the hospital. A still more absurd instance of the doctor's economy gave rise at the time to considerable amusement. Everybody knows that a sailor requires as much looking after as a child. It was Jack's practice, when sick in hospital, to get out and scale a wall for the purpose of smuggling in spirits, these of course undoing the little that medical treatment could effect. To put an end to this practice, the authorities had ordered the wall to be raised, but Dr. Baird stopped the work, because a coating of broken glass bottles on the top of the old wall would be more economical to the nation, and equally effective. A chevaux de frise of broken glass was accordingly put on, but, to the doctor's annoyance, Jack, with a brickbat, pounded up the broken glass, and got to the spirit shop as before. Whereupon the doctor declared his belief that sailors were as far gone in wickedness as the hospital authorities themselves. These were the kind of reform adopted, the ultimate result being that Lord St. Vincent was more blamed than had been any of his predecessors, and was, on quitting the Admiralty, driven to the undignified alternative of filing a string of affidavits in the King's Bench in defence of his character. Much has been said about the difficulty of manning the Navy by persons who had not a knowledge of the arbitrary and cruel practices above mentioned, and of many others on which it would be tedious to dilate, but which, under pretence of zeal for the promotion of the service, rendered the service at that time almost intolerable. No man acquainted with facts can wonder that interminable cruises, prohibition to land in port, constant confinement without salutary change of food, and consequent disease engendering total debility, should have excited disgust, and even terror of a sailor's life, to which may be added the condemnation of invalids to harbour duty, far more severe than duty afloat, with no chance of escape, but by a return to actual service, where, strange to say, though unfit, such men were again received. The instances of abuses just given form but a brief outline of the state of the Navy at that period. From these the reader may imagine the rest. Suffice it to say that I used all diligence to store both my memory and note-book with facts, to be used when I might be able to expose them with effect. No opportunity, however, immediately occurring, I betook myself to the College of Edinburgh, then distinguished by possessing some of the most eminent professors in the kingdom. In the early part of this volume, the desultory and imperfect education which fell to my lot has been noticed. It had, nevertheless, sufficed to convince me of the truth of the axiom that knowledge is power, and also to decide that in my case, power, if proportioned to knowledge, could be of no very high order. It was therefore my determination to increase both to the best of my ability. It was, perhaps, an unusual spectacle for a post captain, fresh from the quarter-deck, to enter himself as a student among boys. For my self-imposed position I cared nothing, and was only anxious to employ myself to the best advantage. With what success may be judged from the fact of my never being but once absent from lectures, and that to attend the funeral of a near relative. Whilst at Edinburgh, I made few acquaintances, preferring secluded lodgings and study without interruption to the gaiety of my contemporaries. Besides which, if my object of getting into Parliament were to be accomplished, it was necessary to be economical, since all that the Admiralty Court had been pleased to leave me of my prize money would not more than suffice to satisfy the yearnings of a small borough, for which the only hope of election was by outbribing my antagonists. Amongst my contemporaries at the Edinburgh College was Lord Palmerston, who resided with the most eminent of the then Scotch professors, Dugald Stewart, and attended the classes at the same time with myself. I might also mention others, of whose society in after life I should have been proud, had not the shameful treatment, which it was afterwards my lot to experience from a corrupt faction, driven me from society at a time when it ought to have afforded me a welcome relaxation from hard and unintermitting exertions in the service of my country. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Employment in the Arab. On the renewal of war with France in 1803, application was made by me to the Admiralty for a ship, first taking the precaution to visit the various dockyards to see what vessels were ready or in preparation. My object was to obtain a suitable vessel which should enable me to operate inshore and harass the French coast in the Atlantic, as the Speedy had done the Spanish coast in the Mediterranean. My success there formed sufficient warrant for such an application, as, previous to the Peace of Amiens, the enemy's coastal trade from Bayonne to Boulogne had been carried on almost with impunity. My application was made to Lord St. Vincent, who informed me that, at present, there was no vessel available. Having ascertained beforehand what vessels were in preparation for sea, I began to enumerate several, all of which his lordship assured me were promised to others. On mentioning the names of some in a less forward state, an objection was raised by his lordship that they were too large. This was met by a fresh list, but these his lordship said were not in progress. In short, it became clear that the British navy contained no ship of war for me. I frankly told his lordship as much, remarking that as the board was evidently of the opinion that my services were not required, it would be better for me to go back to the College of Edinburgh, and pursue my studies, with a view of occupying myself in some other employment. His lordship eyed me keenly, to see whether I really meant what I said, and observing no signs of flinching, for beyond doubt my countenance showed signs of disgust at such unmerited treatment, he said, "Well, you shall have a ship. Go down to Plymouth, and there await the orders of the Admiralty." Thanking his lordship, I left him, and repairing to Plymouth, found myself appointed to the Arab. There was some difficulty in finding her, for my sanguine imagination had depicted a rakish craft, ready to run over to the French coast, and return with a goodly batch of well-laden coasters. In place of this, a dockyard attendant showed me the bare ribs of a collier, which had been purchased into the service in the manner described by Captain Brenton, as quoted in the last chapter. I would not have cared for this, but a single glance at the naked timbers showed me that, to use a seaman's phrase, she would sail like a haystack. It was not my wish, however, to complain, but rather to make the best of the wretched craft provided for me, and therefore there was nothing to be done but to wait patiently whilst she was completed, for the most part with old timber from broken up vessels. As soon as the Arab was ready for sea, instead of being permitted to make a foray on the French coast, for which, however, she was ill adapted, orders were given to take a cruise round the Land's End into St. George's Channel, and return to Plymouth. This experimental service being accomplished, without result of any kind, although we sighted several suspicious vessels, which, from our bad sailing qualities, we could not examine, on our return, the Arab was ordered to join the force then lying in the Downs, quietly watching the movements of the enemy on the opposite coast. Though Napoleon had not a marine capable of competing with ours, he had, during the last war, become aware that any number of French gunboats could sail along their own coasts, under the protection of the numerous batteries, and hence he conceived the project of uniting these with others at Boulogne, so as to form collectively a flotilla capable of effecting an invasion of England, whose attention was to be divided by an attempt on Ireland, for which purpose an army and fleet were assembled at Brest. The means by which this invasion of the Kentish or Sussex coast was to be effected is worth adverting to. The various towns of France were invited to construct flat-bottomed boats, to be distinguished by the names of the towns and departments which furnished them. They were divided into 3 classes, and transported to the nearest port town, thence coastwise to Boulogne, there to be filled with troops, and convoyed to the English shores by ships of war. It has been the custom to deride this armament, but had it not been for Nelson's subsequent victory at Trafalgar, I see no cause to doubt that sooner or later it might have been successful. In our day of steamships, the way to prevent the success of a similar project is by the maintenance of a navy more efficiently manned than modern governments appear to think necessary for the national safety. I do not mean efficiency as to the number of vessels of war, for in my early day the number was very great, but their efficiency, from causes already mentioned, very trifling. I mean rather that every care should be taken to keep a sufficient number in a high state of discipline, but above all that the stimulus of reward for merit should be so applied as that parliamentary influence should not interfere with officers, nor a paltry hankering after saving with the crews. The Arab was sent to watch the enemy in Boulogne. To those acquainted with the collier build, even as they appear in the Thames to this day, it is scarcely necessary to say that she would not work to windward. With a fair wind, it was not difficult to get off Boulogne, but to get back with the same wind was, in such a craft, all but impossible. The only way of effecting this was, by watching the tide, to drift off as well as we could, a gale of wind anywhere from N.E. to N.W. would infallibly have driven us on shore on the French coast. Under such circumstances, the idea of effectively watching the port as understood by me, viz. to look out for troop boats in shore, was out of the question, our whole attention being necessarily directed to the vessel's safety. Considering this compromised, I wrote to the admiral commanding, that the Arab was of no use for the service required, as she would not work to windward, and that her employment in such a service could only result in our loss by shipwreck on the French coast. My letter was no doubt forwarded to the Admiralty, for shortly afterwards an order arrived for the Arab to convoy the Greenland ships from Shetland, and then to cruise in the North Sea to protect the fisheries. The order was, in fact, to cruise to the north-east of the Orkneys, where no vessel fished, and where, consequently, there were no fisheries to protect. Not so much as a single whaler was seen from the masthead during the whole of that lonely cruise, though it was as light by night as by day. The board had fairly caught me, but a more cruel order could not have been devised by official malevolence. It was literally naval exile in a tub, regardless of expense to the nation. To me it was literally a period of despair from the useless inactivity into which I was forced, without object or purpose beyond that of visiting me with the weight of official displeasure. I will not trouble the reader with any reminiscences of this degrading command, or rather dreary punishment, for such it was no doubt intended to be, as depriving me of the opportunity of exerting or distinguishing myself, and this for no better reason than my having most truly, though perhaps inconsiderately, urged in justification of the promotion of the gallant lieutenant of the Speedy, that all Lord St. Vincent's chief officers had been promoted for an action in which fewer men fell in a 3-decker than in my brig. Of this protracted cruise it is sufficient to state that my appointment to the Arab was dated 5th of October 1803, and that she returned to England on the 1st of December 1804, a period which formed a blank in my life. On my arrival, Lord St. Vincent, fortunately for me, had quitted, or rather been compelled to retire from the Admiralty. The late Duke of Hamilton, the Premier Peer of Scotland, and my excellent friend, was so indignant at my ignominious expulsion from active service, where alone it would be beneficial to the country, that, unsolicited by any one, he strongly impressed upon Lord Melville, the successor of Lord St. Vincent, the necessity of relieving me from that penal hulk, the Arab, and repairing the injustice which had been inflicted on me by employing me on more important service. Lord Melville admitted the injustice, and promptly responded to the appeal by transferring me from the wretched craft in which I had been for 15 months in exile to the Pallas, a new fur-built frigate of 32 guns. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Cruise of the Pallas. On my appointment to the Pallas, Lord Melville considerately gave me permission to cruise for a month off the Azores under Admiralty orders. The favour, the object of which was to give me an opportunity of trying my luck against the enemy, independent of superior command, was no doubt granted in consideration of the lengthened, not to say malevolent, punishment to which I had been condemned in the Arab. My orders were to join my ship at Plymouth, with a promise that my instructions should be forwarded. In place of this, and in disregard of Lord Melville's intention, the Admiralty orders were embargoed by the Port Admiral, Sir W. Young, who had taken upon himself to recopy them, and thus to convert them into orders issued under his authority. The effect was to enable him to lay claim to the Admiral's share of any prize money that we might make, even though captured out of his jurisdiction, which extended no further than the Sound. The mention of this circumstance requires brief comment, in order to account for the result which followed. Perhaps the most lucid explanation that can be given will be an extract from a letter of Lord St. Vincent to the Admiralty when in command of the Channel Fleet. "I do not know," says Lord St. Vincent, "what I shall do if you feel a difficulty to give orders to dispatch such ships as you may judge necessary to place under my command. I have a notion that he (Admiral Young) wishes to have the power of issuing orders for their sailing, in order to entitle him to share prize money. Brenton, Vol. 2, page 249. Quote ends. From this extract from Lord St. Vincent, it is evident that if Admiral Young, according to the system then prevailing, had the power, as on his lordship's authority unquestionably appears, of paralysing the operations of a whole fleet on the question of sharing prize money, remonstrance on my part against the violation of Admiralty promises made by Lord Melville himself would have been disregarded. Nothing was therefore left but to submit. The first object was to equip the Pallas with all speed, and for this we were obliged to resort to impressment. So much had my do-nothing cruise in the Arab operated against me in the minds of the seamen. Having, however, succeeded in impressing some good men, to whom the matter was explained, they turned with great alacrity to impress others, so that in a short time we had an excellent crew. This was the only time I ever found it necessary to impress men. As the cruise off the Western Islands, when arrived there, was restricted to a month, it was a matter of consideration how to turn such orders to the best account without infringing on the letter of my instructions. We therefore crossed the Bay of Biscay, and having run to the westward of Cape Finisterre, worked up towards the Azores, so as to fall in with any Spanish vessels which might be bound from the Spanish West Indies to Cadiz. Scarcely had we altered our course, when, on the 6th of February, we fell in with and captured a large ship, the Carolina, bound from Havana to Cadiz, and laden with a valuable cargo. After taking out the crew, we despatched her to Plymouth. Having learned from the prisoners that the captured ship was part of a convoy bound from the Havana to Spain, we proceeded on our course, and on the 13th captured a second vessel, which was still more valuable, containing, in addition to the usual cargo, some diamonds and ingots of gold and silver. This vessel was sent to Plymouth as before. On the 15th we fell in with another, La Fortuna, which proved the richest of all, as, besides her cargo, she had on board a large quantity of dollars, which we shifted into the Pallas, and sent the ship to England. On the 16th we captured a fine Spanish letter of marque with more dollars on board, but as a heavy sea then running prevented us from taking them on board the Pallas, these were, therefore, despatched with her to Plymouth. Whilst securing the latter vessel, we observed at sunset an English privateer take possession of a large ship. On seeing us, evidently knowing that we were an English man of war, and therefore entitled to share in her capture, the privateer crowded all sail and made off with her prize in company. Unluckily for this calculation, the prize was subsequently taken by a French squadron, when it turned out that the captured vessel, the Preciosa, was the richest of the whole Spanish convoy, having, in addition to her cargo, no less than $1 million on board. Strangely enough, the privateer belonged to my agent, Mr. Todd, from whom I afterwards learned the value of the vessel, which his captain's mistaken greed had sacrificed. The sensation created on the arrival of the prizes at Plymouth was immense, as the following curious extracts from a local paper will show. February 24th. Came in the Caroline from Havana with sugar and logwood. Captured off the coast of Spain by the Pallas, Captain Lord Cochrane. The Pallas was in pursuit of another with a very valuable cargo when the Caroline left. His lordship sent word to Plymouth that if ever it was in his power, he would fulfil his public advertisement, stuck up here, for entering seamen, of filling their pockets with Spanish pewter and cobs, nicknames given by seamen to ingots and dollars. March the 7th. Came in a rich Spanish prize, with jewels, gold, silver, ingots, and a valuable cargo, taken by the Pallas, Captain Lord Cochrane. Another Spanish ship, the Fortuna, from Vera Cruz, had been taken by the Pallas, laden with mahogany and logwood. She had $432,000 on board, but has not yet arrived. March 23rd. Came in a most beautiful Spanish letter of marque of 14 guns, said to be a very rich and valuable prize, to the Pallas, Captain Lord Cochrane. A still greater sensation was excited by the arrival of the Pallas herself, with 3 large golden candlesticks, each about 5 feet high, placed upon the mastheads. The history of these is not a little curious. They had been presented by the good people of Mexico, together with other valuable plate, to some celebrated church in Spain, the name of whose patron saint I forget, and had been shipped on board one of the most seaworthy vessels. Their ultimate destination was, however, less propitious. It was my wish to possess them, and with this view an arrangement had been made with the officers and crew of the Pallas. On presenting the candlesticks at the custom house, the authorities refused to permit them to pass without paying the full duty, which amounted to a heavier sum than I was willing to disburse. Consequently, although of exquisite workmanship, they were broken in pieces, and thus suffered to pass as old gold. The following incident, relating to the capture of one of the vessels, had escaped my recollection till pointed out in the Naval Chronicle for 1805. It is substantially correct. Lord Cochrane, in his late cruise off the coasts of Spain and Portugal, fell in with and took La Fortuna, a Spanish ship bound to Corunna, and richly laden with gold and silver to the amount of $450,000, £132,000, and about the same sum in valuable goods and merchandise. When the Spanish captain and his supercargo came on board the Pallas, they appeared much dejected, as their private property on board amounted to the value of $30,000 each. The captain said he had lost, in the war of 1779, a similar fortune, having then been taken by a British cruiser, so that now, as then, he had to begin the world anew. Lord Cochrane, feeling for the dejected condition of the Spaniards, consulted his officers as to their willingness to give them back $5,000 each in specie. This being immediately agreed to, his lordship ordered the boatswain to pipe all hands, and, addressing the men to the like purpose, the gallant fellows sang out, "Aye, aye, my lord, with all our hearts," and gave the unfortunate Spaniards 3 cheers. Another curious circumstance must not be passed over. In one of the captured vessels was a number of bales marked Invendibles. Making sure of some rich prize, we opened the bales, which to our chagrin consisted of Pope's bulls, dispensations for eating meat on Fridays, and indulgences for peccadilloes of all kinds, with the price affixed. They had evidently formed a venture from Spain to the Mexican sin market, but the supply exceeding the demand, had been reconsigned to the manufacturers. We consigned them to the waves. On our way home we were very near losing our suddenly acquired wealth, and the frigate too. Whilst between the Azores and Portugal, one of those hazes common in semi-tropical climates had for some time prevailed on the surface of the sea, the mastheads of the ship being above the haze with a clear sky. One day the lookout reported 3 large ships steering for us, and on going aloft I made them out to be line of battle ships in chase of the Pallas. As they did not show any colours, it was impossible to ascertain their national character, but from the equality of the fore and main topgallant masts, there was little doubt they were French. The course of the frigate was immediately altered, and the weather changing, it began to blow hard with a heavy sea. The Pallas was cranked to such a degree that the lee main deck guns, though housed, were under water, and even the lee quarter deck carronades were at times immerged. As the strange ships were coming up with us, hand over hand, the necessity of carrying more sail became indispensable, notwithstanding the immersion of the hull. To do this with safety was the question. However, I ordered all the hawsers in the ship to be got up to the mastheads and hove taut. The masts being thus secured, every possible stitch of sail was set, the frigate plunging forecastle under, as was also the case with our pursuers, which could not fire a gun, though as the haze cleared away, we saw them repeatedly flashing the priming. After some time the line of battleships came up with us, one keeping on our lee beam, another to windward, each within half a mile, whilst the third was a little more distant. Seeing it impossible to escape by superior sailing, it appeared practicable to try a manoeuvre, which might be successful if the masts would stand. Having, as stated, secured these by every available rope in the frigate, the order was given to prepare to clew up and haul down every sail at the same instant. The manoeuvre being executed with great precision, and the helm being put hard a weather, so as to wear the ship as speedily as possible, the Pallas thus suddenly brought up, shook from stem to stern in crossing the trough of the sea. As our pursuers were unprepared for this manoeuvre, still less to counteract it, they shot past at full speed, and ran on several miles before they could shorten sail or trim on the opposite tack. Indeed, under the heavy gale that was now blowing, even this was no easy matter without endangering their own masts. There was no time for consideration on our part, so, having rapidly sheeted home, we spread all sail on the opposite tack. The hawsers being still fast to the masts, we went away from our pursuers at the rate of 13 knots and upwards, so that a considerable distance was soon interposed between us and them, and this was greatly increased ere they were in a condition to follow. Before they had fairly renewed the chase, night was rapidly setting in, and when quite dark, we lowered a ballasted cask overboard with a lantern, to induce them to believe that we had altered our course, though we held on in the same direction during the whole night. The trick was successful, for, as had been calculated, the next morning, to our great satisfaction, we saw nothing of them, and were all much relieved on finding our dollars and his Majesty's ship once more in safety. The expedient was a desperate one, but so was the condition which induced us to resort to it. Of the proceeds of the above-mentioned captures, all made within 10 days, Sir William Young, on the strength of having recopied my orders from the Admiralty, claimed and received half my share of the captures. No wonder that Lord St. Vincent said of him that he wished to have the power of giving orders, and so share prize money. Being then young and ardent, my portion appeared inexhaustible. What could I want with more? The sum claimed and received by Admiral Young was not worth notice. On our return to Plymouth, the country was on the eve of a general election, and the time appeared a fitting one to carry out my long-cherished scheme of getting into Parliament. The nearest borough in which there was a chance was Honiton, and accordingly I applied to the Port Admiral for leave of absence to contest that independent constituency. The prize money procured it without scruple. My opponent was a Mr. Bradshaw, who had the advantage of a previous canvass. From the amount of prize money which was known to have fallen to my share, that gentleman's popularity was for a moment in danger, it being anticipated that I should spend my money sailor fashion, so that it became unmistakably manifest that the seat in Parliament would be at my service if my opponent were outbid. To use the words of an independent elector during my canvass, "You need not ask me, my lord, who I votes for. I always votes for Mr. Most." To the intense disgust of the majority of the electors, I refused to bribe at all, announcing my determination to stand on patriotic principles, which, in the electioneering parlance of those days, meant no bribery. To my astonishment, however, a considerable number of the respectable inhabitants voted in my favour, and my agent assured me that a judicious application of no very considerable sum would beat my opponent out of the market. This, however, being resolutely refused, the majority voted in favour of his £5 notes, and saved my friends of the Admiralty Court and other naval departments from an exhibition of misplaced zeal, which, as subsequently proved, could only have ended in my parliamentary discomfiture. To be beaten, even at an election, is one thing. To turn a beating to account is another. Having had decisive proof as to the nature of Honiton politics, I made up my mind that the next time there was a vacancy in the borough, the seat should be mine, without bribery. Accordingly, immediately after my defeat, I sent the bellman round the town, having first primed him with an appropriate speech, intimating that all who had voted for me might repair to my agent, J. Townsend, Esquire, and receive £10 10. The novelty of a defeated candidate paying double the current price expended by the successful one, or indeed paying anything, made a great sensation. Even my agent assured me that he could have secured my return for less money, for that the popular voice being in my favour, a trifling judicious expenditure would have turned the scale. I told Mr. Townsend that such payment would have been bribery, which would not accord with my character as a reformer of abuses, a declaration which seemed highly to amuse him. Notwithstanding the explanation that 10 guineas was paid as a reward for having withstood the influence of bribery, the impression produced on the electoral mind by such unlooked for liberality was simply this, that if I gave 10 guineas for being beaten, my opponent had not paid half enough for being elected, a conclusion which, by a similar process of reasoning, was magnified into the conviction that each of his voters had been cheated out of £5 10. The result was what had been foreseen. My opponent, though successful, was regarded with anything but a favourable eye. I, though defeated, had suddenly become most popular. The effect at the next election must be reserved for its place in a future chapter. It was this election that first induced me to become a parliamentary reformer, or, as anyone holding popular opinions was called in those days, a radical, that is, a member of a political class holding views not half so extreme as those which form the parliamentary capital of reformers in the present day, and even less democratic than were the measures brought in during the last session of Parliament by a Tory government, whose predecessors consigned to gaol all who, 50 years ago, ventured to express opinions conferring political rights on the people. It is strange that after having suffered more for my political faith than any man now living, I should have survived to see former radical yearnings become modern Tory doctrines. Stranger still, they should now form stepping stones to place and power, instead of to the bar of a criminal court, where even the counsel defending those who were prosecuted for holding them became marked men. Still, it is something worth living for, even with the remembrance of my own bitter sufferings, for no greater offence than the advocacy of popular rights and the abolition of naval abuses. End of chapter 10. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Services in the Palace continued. On the 28th of May 1805, the Pallas again sailed from Portsmouth in charge of a convoy for Quebec. On this voyage little occurred worthy of note, beyond the fact that when we made the American coast we were, from a cause presently to be mentioned, no less than 13 degrees and a half out in our dead reckoning. The reader must not imagine that we were 800 miles out of our course, for that was corrected whenever observations of the sun or stars could be obtained. But as these might at any time be rendered uncertain from the fogs prevalent on the banks, the most vigilant care was necessary to prevent the ship and convoy from being wrecked. In my former voyage in the Thetis, we had the advantage of a very clever man on board, a Mr. Garrard, who, not being able to subsist on his salary as assistant astronomer and calculator at Greenwich, was glad to accept the berth of schoolmaster on board my uncle's frigate. From the instructions of this gentleman I had formerly profited considerably, and was not a little pleased when he applied to me for a similar berth on board the Pallas. With so skilful an observer there could be no mistake about the error just mentioned, which arose from this circumstance, that for the sake of economy, the Navy Board or Dockyard authorities had surrounded the binnacle of the Pallas with iron instead of copper bolts, so that the compass was not to be depended upon. Fortunately the atmosphere was tolerably clear, so that no danger was incurred. As, however, I had no inclination to risk either the ship or my own reputation amongst the fogs of Canada for the sake of false economy, the course of the Pallas and her convoy was directed to Halifax, there to free the compass from the attraction of iron. On demanding copper bolts from the dockyard officers, they were refused, on the ground that permission must be first obtained from the authorities in London. To this I replied that if such were the case, the Pallas should wait with the convoy at Halifax whilst they communicated with the Admiralty in England, for that on no account should she enter the Gulf of St. Lawrence till our compass was right. The absurdity of detaining a convoy for 6 months on account of 100 weight of copper bolts was too much even for dockyard routine, and the demand was, with some difficulty, conceded. It would be wearisome to detail the uninteresting routine of
attending the convoy to Quebec, or of my taking charge of another for the homeward voyage, further than to state, that from the defect of having no proper lights for the guidance of the convoy by night, the whole lost sight of us before reaching the Lizard, where we arrived with only one vessel, and that in tow. The carelessness of merchant captains when following a convoy can only be estimated by those who have to deal with them. Not only was this manifested by day, but at night their stern cabins glittered with lights, equally intense with the convoy light, which therefore was not distinguishable. The separation of the convoy on the following day was thus rather a matter of course than surprise. This want of proper distinguishing lights, and the consequent dispersion of convoys, were thus frequent causes of the capture of our merchantmen, and to remedy this I constructed a lamp powerful enough to serve as a guide in following the protecting frigate by night. The Admiralty, however, neglected its application, or even to inspect my plan. Some years afterwards, the clamour of shipowners compelled the board to direct its attention to the subject, and, passing over my communications, they offered a reward of £50 to the inventor of the most suitable lamp for the purpose. On this I directed my agent, Mr. Brooks, to offer my lamp in his own name, feeling convinced that my connection with it would, if known, ensure its rejection. He did so, and after repeated trials against others at Sheerness, Spithead, and St. Helens, the £50 prize was adjudged to Mr. Brooks for my lamp. The fact afterwards becoming known, not a lamp was ever ordered, and the merchantmen were left to the mercy of privateers as before. I do not relate this anecdote as telling against the directing powers of the Admiralty, but with the administrative powers. It was then and afterwards clearly a fixed rule that no invention of mine should be carried into effect. On our way home, we one day made an experiment which even now I believe might occasionally be turned to account, viz. The construction of gigantic kites to give additional impetus to ships. With this view, a studding boom sail was lashed across a spare flying jibboom to form the framework, and over this a large spread of canvas was sewn in the usual boys' fashion. My spars were, however, of unequal dimensions throughout, and this and our launching the kite caused it to roll greatly. Possibly, too, I might not have been sufficiently experienced in the mysteries of wings and tail, for though the kite pulled with a will, it made such occasional lurches as gave us reason to fear for the too sudden expenditure of His Majesty's stores. The power of such machines properly constructed would be very great, and in the case of a constant wind might be useful. The experiment, however, showed that kites of smaller dimensions would have answered better. On our return to England in December, the Pallas was ordered to join the squadron of Admiral Thornborough, appointed to operate on the French and Spanish coasts. Instructions were, however, given to cruise for a few days off Boulogne, before finally proceeding to Plymouth. We sailed for the Downs on the 23rd of February, 1806, and on the 31st, seeing a French merchant vessel at anchor near the mouth of the river Somme, the boats were sent inshore to cut her out. On nearing her, a battery opened fire on them, when we wore and engaged the battery, whilst the boats brought off the vessel, with which we anchored in Dover roads on the following morning. On the 8th of February, the Pallas sailed from Dover, and stood over towards the French coast, where we captured a fast-sailing lugger, having on board a number of letters addressed to various persons in London. Shortly after this, we were ordered to join the Admiral. On the 22nd, the Pallas sailed with Vice Admiral Thornborough's squadron from Plymouth, and remained in company until the 24th of March, when seeing some vessels off Ile Dieu, the boats went in chase, and returned with 7 French fishing smacks, to the surprise of whose crews we bought their fish and let them go. From information communicated by the fishing boats, the Pallas ran off shore, and in the night following returned and captured a vessel freighted with wine, which was taken on board the frigate. The next night the boats again went in, and brought off another vessel similarly laden. On the following morning we made sail with our 2 prizes, but observing a brig at anchor off Sable d'Olonne, ran in again after dark, and sent the boats to cut her out. A fire being opened on the boats from the town, we discharged several broadsides, on which the town people desisted, and the brig was brought off. Whilst engaged in this operation, another brig was seen to run ashore for safety. On the morning of the 28th, The boats were again dispatched to get her off, when the people mustering along the shore to attack them, we fired several shotted guns to warn them from interfering, and the brig was safely brought out. The propensity of French crews thus to run their vessels ashore on being chased by boats was principally caused by a galley which had been constructed at my own expense by the Deal boat builders, and shipped on board the Pallas. She rode double banked, and required 18 hands at the oars, and this, together with her beautiful build, rendered her perhaps the fastest boat afloat. Escape from such a craft being hopeless, she became so notorious that the enemy's coasters ran their vessels ashore, and jumping into their boats, thus saved themselves from being made prisoners. On the 29th we manned the largest prize, the Pomone, and sent her to England in charge of the others. On the same day we fell in with the admiral, and supplied the squadron with the prize wine, of which a large quantity had been taken, most of the vessels captured being laden with wine of fine quality, on its way to Havre for the Parisian market. On quitting the squadron, we proceeded to the southward in chase of a convoy, one of which we captured, and on the 5th of April ran for the Garonne, having received intelligence that some French corvettes were lurking in the river and its vicinity, one of which vessels was reported to be lying some miles up the river as a guard ship. Keeping out of sight for the remainder of the day, I determined on making an attempt to cut her out on the following night. After dark, the Pallas came to an anchor off the Cordovan lighthouse, and the boats, manned with the whole crew of the frigate, except about 40 men, pulled for the corvette, under the command of their gallant First Lieutenant Haswell, who found her at 3 a.m. on the morning of the 6th, anchored near 2 batteries. As the weather was thick when the attack was made, the boats came upon the enemy unawares, and after a short but gallant resistance, the corvette was carried, proving to be the Tapageuse of 14 guns. No sooner was this effected than 2 others, whose presence was unexpected, came to her rescue. Lieutenant Haswell, however, promptly manned the guns of the captured vessel, and beat off his assailants, the tide rendering it imprudent for the prize or the boats to follow in pursuit. Whilst this was going on, the Pallas remained at single anchor, waiting for the boats, and soon after daylight 3 strange sail appeared to windward, making for the river. As the private signal was unanswered, there could be no doubt but that they were enemies, to oppose whom we had only 40 hands on board, the remainder of the crew, as previously stated, being in the prize brig. There was no time to be lost, and it was of the first importance to make a show of strength, though we possessed none. I immediately set the few hands we had to fasten the furled sails with rope yarns, the object being to cut the yarns all at once, let fall the sails, and thus impress the enemy with an idea that from such celerity in making sail we had a numerous and highly disciplined crew. The manoeuvre succeeded to a marvel. No sooner was our cloud of canvas thus suddenly let fall, than the approaching vessels hauled the wind and ran off along the shore, with the Pallas in chase, our handful of men straining every nerve to sheet home, though it is surprising that the French officers did not observe the necessary slowness of the operation. By superior sailing we were soon well up with one of them, and commenced firing our bow guns, the only guns, in fact, we were able to man. Scarcely had we fired half a dozen shots, when the French captain deliberately ran his ship ashore as the only way of saving himself and crew. The corvette was dismasted by the shock, and immediately abandoned by the crew, who got ashore in their boats, though, had they pulled on board the Pallas instead, we were literally incapable of resistance. After the crew had abandoned the wreck, we ran nearly close, and fired several broadsides into her hull to prevent her floating again with the tide. Whilst thus engaged, the other corvettes, which had previously run out of sight, again made their appearance to the south-south-west, under a press of sail, evidently coming up fast to the assistance of their consort. As it was necessary once more to take the initiative, we quitted the wreck, ran up our colours, and gave chase, firing our bow guns at the nearest, which soon afterwards followed the example of the first, and ran ashore too, with the same result of being dismasted, the crew escaping as in the case of the other. Of the remaining corvette, we for a time took no notice, and made sail towards the mouth of the Garonne, to pick up our crew, which had necessarily been left on board the vessel captured on the river. As the Pallas neared the Cordovan lighthouse, we observed the third corvette making for the river. Finding herself intercepted, she also ran on shore, and was abandoned in like manner. The chase of these corvettes forms one of my most singular recollections, all three being deliberately abandoned and wrecked in the presence of a British frigate with only 40 men on board. Had any one of the three known our real condition, or had we not put a bold face on the matter, we might have been taken. The mere semblance of strength saved us, and the panic thereby inspired destroyed the enemy. Having joined our prize, the Tapageuse, the prisoners were shifted on board the Pallas, which made sail in quest of the squadron, rejoining it on the 10th, when, by order of Admiral Thornborough, the prisoners were distributed among different ships. The subjoined despatches will afford further explanation of the events just narrated. Letter begins. Pallas off Chasseron, 8th of April, 1806. Sir, having received information, which proved correct, of the situation of the corvettes in the river of Bordeaux, a little after dark on the evening of the 5th, the Pallas was anchored close to the shoal of Cordovan, and it gives me satisfaction to state that about 3 o'clock on the following morning, the French national corvette, La Tapageuse, of 14 long 12-pounders and 95 men, who had the guard, was boarded, carried, and cut out about 20 miles above the shoal, and within 2 heavy batteries, in spite of all resistance, by the first lieutenant of the Pallas, Mr. Haswell, the master Mr. Sutherland, Messrs. Perkins, Crawford, and Thompson, together with the quartermasters and such of the seamen and crew as were fortunate enough to find places in the boats. The tide of flood ran strong at daylight, the Tapageuse made sail, a general alarm was given, a sloop of war followed, and an action continued, often within hail, till by the same bravery by which the Tapageuse was carried, the sloop of war, which before had been saved by the rapidity of the current alone, was compelled to sheer off, having suffered as much in the hull as the Tapageuse in the rigging. The conduct of the officers and men will be justly appreciated. With confidence I shall now beg leave to recommend them to the notice of the Lord Commissioners of the Admiralty. It is necessary to add that the same morning, when at anchor waiting for the boats, which, by the by, did not return till this morning, 3 ships were observed bearing down towards the Pallas, making many signals, and were soon perceived to be enemies. In a few minutes the anchor of the Pallas was weighed, and with the remainder of the officers and crew we chased, drove on shore, and wrecked one national 24-gun ship, one of 22 guns, and the Malessus, a beautiful corvette of 18 guns. Their masts went by the board, and they were involved in a sheet of spray. All in this ship showed great zeal for His Majesty's service. The warrant officers and Mr. Tatwall, midshipman, supplied the place of commissioned officers. The absence of Lieutenant Mapleton is much to be regretted. He would have gloried in the expedition with the boats. The assistance rendered by Mr. Drummond of the Royal Marines was such as might have been expected. Subjoined is the list of wounded, together with that of the vessels captured and destroyed, since the 26th ult. I am, and such, Cochrane. To Vice Admiral Thornborough. Letter ends. Second letter begins. Prince of Wales, off Rochefort, 9th of April, 1806. My Lord, I have the honour to transmit to your Lordship a copy of a letter I have this day received from Captain Lord Cochrane of HMS Pallas, under my orders. It will not be necessary for me, my Lord, to comment on the intrepidity and good conduct displayed by Lord Cochrane, his officers and men, in the execution of a very hazardous enterprise in the Garonne, a river, the most difficult, perhaps, in its navigation of any on the coast. The complete success that attended the enterprise, as well as the destruction of the vessels of war mentioned in the said letter on the coast of Arcasson, speaks their merits more fully than it is in my power to do. To which may be fairly added, that nothing can show more clearly the high state of discipline of the crew of the Pallas than the humanity shown by them in the conflict. I have the honour, and such, Edward Thornborough. The Right Honourable the Earl St. Vincent. Second letter ends. Third letter begins. Hibernia, off Ushant, April 14th, 1806. Sir, I yesterday received from Admiral Thornborough a letter with its enclosure from Captain Lord Cochrane, of which copies are herewith transmitted for the information of my Lord Commissioner of the Admiralty. The gallant and successful exertions of the Pallas therein detailed reflect very high honour on her captain, officers, and crew, and call for my warmest approbation. I am, and such, St. Vincent. W. Marsden, Esquire. Third letter ends. The cold, reluctant praise bestowed by this letter was no doubt intended by Lord St. Vincent as a wet blanket on the whole affair, and contrasts strongly with the warm-hearted, sailor-like frankness of Admiral Thornborough. It had its full effect. Not a word of approbation did I receive from the Admiralty. The Tapageuse was not brought into the Navy, though a similar vessel, subsequently captured by another officer at the same place, was purchased. My first lieutenant, Haswell, was not promoted. In short, if we had done something worthy of disapprobation, it could scarcely have been more marked. On this subject, further comment will presently become necessary. To return to our cruise. On the 14th of April, we again quitted the squadron, and made for the corvettes run on shore on the 7th. The French had erected a battery for the protection of one of them, which was still sound in the hull, but we silenced the battery and set fire to the corvette. After this, the Pallas proceeded toward the wreck of the northernmost vessel stranded, but as strong breezes came on, and she was evidently breaking up in the surf, we deemed it prudent to work off shore, and in doing so, captured another vessel, which turned out to be a French packet. On the 20th, the Pallas ran down abreast of the remaining corvette, and out boats for the purpose of burning her. But these being exposed to the fire of another battery which had been thrown up to protect the wreck, and the Pallas not being able, on account of the shoaliness of the water, to get near enough to fire with effect, we desisted from the attempt, and again made sail. On the 23rd we came to anchor off the Malmaison passage, and on the following day reconnoitred the French squadron inside Isle Rhe. Whilst thus engaged, the British squadron appeared to windward, and shortly afterwards came to an anchor. On the 24th we worked up to windward to join the Admiral, and on the following day stood into Basque Roads to reconnoitre the enemy's squadron. On approaching within gunshot, a frigate and 3 brigs got under way, and we made sail to meet them, endeavouring to bring them to action by firing several broadsides at them. On this they tacked after returning the fire, and stood in under their batteries. Having completed our reconnaissance, we beat out again, and rejoined the Admiral, to whom I made the annexed report. Letter begins, off Ile d'Aix, April 25th, 1806. Sir, having stood within gunshot of the French squadron this morning, I find it to consist of the following vessels: one of 3 decks, 16 ports below, one of 80 guns, 15 ports, 3 of 74, 14 ports, 2 heavy frigates of 40 guns, 3 light frigates, 13 ports on main deck, and 3 brigs from 14 to 16 guns. The Calcutta is not among them. Neither are there any corvettes, unless a very clumsy 20-gun ship can be called one. The ships of the line have all their topmasts struck and topgallant yards across. They are all very deep, more so than vessels are in general for common voyages. Asterisk note: the Calcutta, an Indiaman recently captured by the French off St. Helena. Letter continues. They may be easily burned, or they may be taken by sending here 8 or 10,000 men, as if intended for the Mediterranean. If people at home would hold their tongues about it, possession might thus be gained of the Ile d'Oléron, upon which all the enemy's vessels may be driven, by sending 5 vessels to the eastward of Ile d'Aix. Daggered note: it is a curious fact that there being no such thing as confidence or secrecy in official quarters in England, the French were as well advised as to our movements as were our own commanders, and were consequently prepared on all points. Note ends. Letter continues. A frigate and the 3 brigs were ordered to get under way. These stood towards the Pallas, and exchanged a few broadsides. After waiting from 10 o'clock till past 2, close to the Isle d'Aix, we were obliged to come out no better than we went in. They could not be persuaded to stand from under their batteries. I have the honour and such, Cochrane, Edward Thornborough, Esquire, Vice Admiral of the Blue. Letter ends. Having found by experience that the French had organised a system of signal houses, by means of which they were able to indicate the exact position of an enemy, so as to warn their coasters from impending danger, I resolved on destroying one of their principal stations on Isle Rhe, at the town of St. Martin. The result will be gathered from the subjoined dispatch to Admiral Thornborough. Letter begins. Pallas, St. Martin's Road, Isle Rhe, May 10th, 1806. Sir, the French trade having been kept in port of late, in a great measure by their knowledge of the exact position of His Majesty's cruisers, constantly announced at the signal posts, It appeared to me to be some object, as there was nothing better to do, to endeavour to stop this practice. Accordingly, the 2 posts at Point de la Roche were demolished, next that of Caliola. Then 2 in La House de Repos, one of which Lieutenant Haswell and Mr. Hillier, the gunner, took in a neat style from upwards of 100 militia. The marines and boats' crews behaved exceedingly well, all the flags had been bought off, and the houses built by government burnt to the ground. Yesterday, too, the zeal of Lieutenant Norton of the Frisk cutter and Lieutenant Gregory of the Contest gun brig induced them to volunteer to flank the battery on Point d'Equillon, whilst we should attack in the rear by land. But it was carried at once, and one of 50 men, who was stationed to 3 36-pounders, was made prisoner, the rest escaped. The battery is laid in ruins, guns spiked, carriages burnt, barrack and magazine blown up, and all the shells thrown into the sea. The convoy got into a river beyond our reach. Lieutenant Mapleton, Mr. Sutherland, master, and Mr. Hillier were with me, and as they do on all occasions, so they did at this time, whatever was in their power for His Majesty's service. The petty officers, seamen, and marines failed not to justify the opinion that there was before reason to form, yet it would be inexcusable were not the names of the quartermasters, Barden and Casey, particularly mentioned as men highly deserving any favour that can be shown them in the line to which they aspire. I have the honour and such, Cochrane, Edward Thornbury, Esquire, Vice Admiral of the Blue. Letter ends. Early in the morning of the 14th of May, the Pallas again stood in close to the Isle of Aix to renew her reconnaissance of the French squadron, under Admiral Allemande, then anchored at the entrance of the Antioche passage, and also in the hope of once more getting within range of the vessels, which we had failed to bring to an action on the 25th ultimo. In order to prevent their again taking shelter under the batteries on Isle d'Aix, we cleared for action, and ran within range of the latter, the frigate shortly afterwards getting under way to meet us. Scarcely had she done so than the 3 brigs also got under way to support her, making a formidable addition to the force to be encountered, the frigate alone showing a broadside superior to ours. We, however, remained under our topsails by the wind to await them, and when the brigs came within point-blank shot, a broadside from the Pallas dismantled one of them. We then veered and engaged the frigate and the other brig, the batteries on Isle d'Aix meanwhile firing at us. After an hour's fighting, we observed that considerable damage had been done by the fire of the Pallas to the frigate and another of the brigs, the main topsail yard of the latter being cut through, and the after sails of the frigate shot away, though the action was not continuous, owing to the frequent necessity on our part of tacking to avoid shoals. About 1 o'clock we managed to gain the wind of the frigate, and running between her and the batteries, gave her 2 or 3 smart broadsides, on which fire slackened, and she showed signs of meditating a retreat. Perceiving this, I directed Mr. Sutherland, the master, to lay us aboard, which at 1:40 p.m. was gallantly but rather too eagerly effected. Just at this moment, unobserved by us, the French frigate grounded on a shoal, so that on coming in contact, the spars and rigging of both vessels were dismantled. The concussion drove our guns back into the ports, in which position the broadside was again discharged, and the shot tore through her sides with crushing effect, her men taking refuge below, so that the only return to this broadside were 3 pistol shots fired at random. The French captain was the only man who gallantly remained on deck. To clear away our own wreck was one object, to board the frigate was the next, but 2 more frigates were observed to quit the enemy's squadron, and crowd all sail to her assistance. This, in our crippled condition, was too much. There was, therefore, nothing for it but to quit the grounded ship and save ourselves. Accordingly, we bore up, and made what sail was possible, cutting away and repairing the wreck as best we could, the 2 frigates following in chase. Fortunately, the sloop Kingfisher, commanded by the gallant captain, now Admiral Seymour, seeing our disabled condition, promptly ran down and took us in tow, on which the enemy desisted from the pursuit, turning their attention to their disabled consort. The subjoined report of Admiral Thornbury details a few other particulars of the action, though at the time we neither knew the names nor the strength of our opponents. His Majesty's ship Pallas, 14th of May, off the island of Oleron, May 15th, 1806. Footnote: since the publication of the first edition, Admiral Seymour has kindly supplied me with the following interesting particulars, which had escaped my recollection. I remember that on the 14th, the morning in question, the Kingfisher being off the Chaperon lighthouse, within which I had directions from the Admiral Thornborough not to go, in consequence of his having thought that I risked the Kingfisher 2 days before by too near an approach to the French squadron, that the Pallas passed in towards the Basque Roads, as I supposed to reconnoitre the enemy, and when I saw you exchanging shots with the enemy's guard frigate, I had no idea you would have attempted to carry her when so near the squadron. The moment, however, I saw that you had run on board the Minerve, and that on separating you had lost your foremast and topsail yards, I immediately stood in to assist you, and as we had a leading wind, and the distance from the Pertus d'Antioch not being, I think, above 6 miles, I have a clear recollection that within the hour we gave you the end of a hawser. Perhaps I might be able to recall to your recollection that when we took you in tow, the wind had drawn more westerly, and that we could not weather Ile Rhe on the port tack, so were obliged to go about and stand towards the 2 fresh French frigates and brigs which were standing towards us. On our approach, they backed their main topsails, when they might have brought the Pallas and Kingfisher to action. You then desired me to go round, and we fetched out on the port tack, the French offering no molestation, although their squadron was apparently ready for sea. In going into this old story, I may add that I have already seen that there can be no disposition to undervalue the assistance I afforded you in 1806, when you so handsomely acknowledge that which I desired to afford you on another occasion in 1809. Yours very faithfully, G. Seymour. Footnote ends. Letter begins. His Majesty's ship Pallas, 14th of May, off the island of Oleron, May 15th, 1806. Sir, this morning when close to the Isle d'Aix, reconnoitring the French squadron, it gave me great joy to find our late opponent, the Black Frigate, and her companions, the 3 brigs, getting under sail. We formed high expectations that the long-wished-for opportunity was at last arrived. The Pallas remained under topsails by the wind to await them. At 11:30, a smart point-blank firing commenced on both sides, which was severely felt by the enemy. The main topsail yard of one of the brigs was cut through, and the frigate lost her aftersails. The batteries of Isle d'Aix opened up on the Pallas, and a cannonade continued, interrupted on our part only by the necessity we were under to make various tacks to avoid the shoals, till 1 o'clock, when our endeavour to gain the wind of the enemy and get between him and the batteries proved successful. An effectual distance was now chosen, a few broadsides were poured in, the enemy's fire slackened. I ordered ours to cease, and directed Mr. Sutherland, the master, to run the frigate on board, with intention effectually to prevent her retreat. The enemy's side thrust our guns back into the ports. The whole were then discharged. The effect and crash were dreadful. Their decks were deserted, 3 pistol shots were the unequal return. With confidence I say that the frigate was lost to France, had not the unequal collision tore away our foretopmast, jib boom, fore and main topsail yards, spritsails, bumpkin, cathead, chain plates, fore rigging, foresail, and bower anchor, with which last I had intended to hook on. But all proved insufficient. She was yet lost to France, had not the French admiral, seeing his frigate's foreyard gone, her rigging ruined, and the danger she was in, sent 2 others to her assistance. The Pallas being a wreck, we came out with what sail could be set, and His Majesty's sloop the Kingfisher afterwards took us in tow. The officers and ship's company behaved as usual. To the names of Lieutenant Haswell and Mapleton, whom I have mentioned on other occasions, I have to add that of Lieutenant Robbins, who had just joined. I have the honour to be, and such Cochrane. Killed David Thompson, Marine. Wounded Mr. Andrews, midshipman, very badly. John Cogger, and 3 other seamen, slightly. Edward Thornborough, Esquire, Vice Admiral of the Blue. Letter ends. On the 17th, being still ignorant of the name of the frigate we had engaged, we landed some French prisoners under a flag of truce, and thus learned that she was the 40-gun frigate Le Minerve. The brigs were ascertained to be the Lynx, Sylphy, and Palinure, each carrying 16 guns. On the 18th, the Pallas was ordered to Plymouth in charge of a convoy of transports, and arrived on the 27th without any other occurrence worthy of notice. A device practised by us, when, at various times, running close to the French shore, must not be omitted. A number of printed proclamations addressed to the French people had been put on board, with instructions to embrace every opportunity of getting them distributed. The opportunities for this were of course few, being chiefly confined to the crews of boats or small fishing craft, who would scarcely have ventured on their distribution had the proclamations been entrusted to them. The device resorted to was the construction of small kites, to which a number of proclamations were attached. To the string which held the kite a match was appended in such a way that when the kite was flown over the land, the retaining string became burned through, and dispersed the proclamations, which, to the great annoyance of the French government, thus became widely distributed over the country. End of chapter 11. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 12 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. My entrance into Parliament. On the termination of the cruise, the palace was thoroughly refitted, the interval thus occupied affording me time for relaxation, but nothing occurred worthy of record till, in the July following, the electors of Honiton chose me as their representative in Parliament. The story of this election is worth relating. My former discomfiture at Honiton, and the 10 guineas a head paid to those who had voted for me on the previous occasion, will be fresh in the recollection of the reader. A general election being at hand, no time was lost in proceeding to Honiton, where considerable sensation was created by my entrance into the town in a vis-a-vis and six, followed by several carriages, and 4 filled with officers and seamen of the palace, who volunteered to accompany me on the occasion. Our reception by the townspeople was enthusiastic, the more so perhaps from the general belief that my capture of the Spanish galleons, as they were termed, had endowed me with untold wealth, whilst an equally fabulous amount was believed to have resulted from our recent cruise, during which my supporters would have been not a little surprised to learn that neither myself, officers, nor crew had gained anything but a quantity of wine, which nobody would buy, whilst for the destruction of 3 French corvettes we never received a shilling. Aware of my previous objections to bribery, not a word was asked by my partisans as to the price expected in exchange for their suffrages. It was enough that my former friends had received 10 guineas each after my defeat, and it was judged best to leave the cost of success to my discretion. My return was triumphant, and this effected, it was then plainly asked what ex post facto consideration was to be expected by those who had supported me in so delicate a manner. Not 1 farthing, was the reply. But, my lord, you gave 10 guineas a head to the minority at the last election, and the majority have been calculating on something handsome on the present occasion. No doubt. The former gift was for their disinterested conduct in not taking the bribe of £5 from the agents of my opponent. For me now to pay them would be a violation of my own previously expressed principles. Finding nothing could be got from me in the way of money payment for their support, it was put to my generosity whether I would not at least give my constituents a public supper. By all means, was my reply, and it will give me great satisfaction to know that so rational a display of patriotism has superseded a system of bribery which reflects even less credit on the donor than the recipients. Alas for the vanity of good intentions! The permission thus given was converted into a public treat, not only for my partisans, but for my opponents, their wives, children, and friends, in short, for the whole town. The result showed itself in a bill for some £1200, which I refused to pay, but was eventually compelled to liquidate, in a way which will form a very curious episode hereafter. One of my first steps subsequent to the election was to apply to the Admiralty for the promotion of my first lieutenant Haswell, who had so valiantly cut out the Tapageuse from the Bordeaux river, and also for that of poor Parker, whose case had been notified in connection with the Speedy, though it was not till after my becoming a member of the House of Commons that he was promoted after the fashion previously narrated. It is unnecessary to recapitulate the services of these gallant officers, further than to state briefly that on the 6th of April 1806, Lieutenant Haswell, with the boats of the Pallas alone, acting under my orders, cut out the French guardship La Tapingeuse from the river Garonne, and brought off his prize in the face of heavy batteries, and despite the endeavours of 2 vessels of war, each of equal force to the captured corvette. For this service Lieutenant Haswell remained unpromoted. On the 15th of July in the same year, the boats of Sir Samuel Hood's squadron, under the orders of Lieutenant Sibley, performed the somewhat similar, though certainly not superior, exploit of cutting out Le Cesar, of 16 guns and 86 men, from the same anchorage. Within 3 weeks after the performance of this service, Lieutenant Sibley was promoted to the rank of commander, and so palpable an instance of favouritism determined me to urge afresh the neglected claims of both Parker and Haswell. My renewed application being met with evasion in the case of both officers, I plainly intimated to the Admiralty authorities that it would be my duty to bring before the House of Commons a partiality so detrimental to the interests of the Navy. The threat produced what justice refused to concede, and these deserving officers were both made commanders on the 15th of August 1806, Parker for a service performed upwards of 5 years before, and Haswell for one 4 months previously. Notwithstanding this lapse of time, Haswell's promotion was dated 11 days after that of Lieutenant Sibley, though the former officer had effected with the boats of a small frigate and against 3 ships of war as much as Lieutenant Sibley had accomplished against only 1, though with the boats of a whole squadron, viz. the boats of the Centaur, Conqueror, Revenge, Achilles, Prince of Wales, Polyphemus, Monarch, Iris, and Indefatigable. Lieutenant Sibley's exploit with this overwhelming force had a medal awarded, and appears in the Navy List to this day. Lieutenant Haswell's capture of the Tapingeuse under my directions was unnoticed in any way. The fact is that neither of my highly meritorious officers would have been promoted, but that after Lieutenant Sibley's promotion for a less distinguished service, it was impossible to evade their claims if brought under the notice of the legislature, and it was only by this threatened exposure of such palpable injustice that the promotion of either officer was obtained. Another gross instance of partiality in the course pursued by the Admiralty towards my officers and crews consisted in the refusal to purchase the Tapingeuse into the Navy, even though the Caesar, prize to Sir Samuel Hood's squadron, was so purchased. For the 4 vessels of war, viz. the Tapingeuse 14 guns, the Malicieuse 18 guns, the Garonne 22, and the Gloire 24, total 78 guns driven on shore by the Pallas in 1 day, no remuneration was awarded, the pretence for withholding it being that as there were no proceeds there could be no reward, whilst as the enemy's crews escaped, head money was denied, though the Act of Parliament conferring it was expressly framed to meet such cases, the non-payment practically deciding that it was not worth a commander's while to expose himself and ship in destroying enemy vessels, supposing it to have been necessary to adhere stringently to the Admiralty regulation. The rule itself rendered it the more incumbent on the board to give remuneration for the Tapingeuse, by purchasing that vessel into the service, as was done to Lieutenant Sibley and his men in the case of the Caesar. Such remuneration was, however, wholly withheld. Footnote begins. If a vessel were captured and destroyed, head money was awarded, as in the case of the Calcutta, which surrendered to the Imperieuse in the subsequent affair of Basque Roads. It was sworn to by others that she surrendered to the squadron, but that this was not the case is proved by the French government having shot her captain for surrendering to me alone, a sentence which was not likely to have been passed had he surrendered to 8 or 10 ships. In this case, head money was awarded to Lord Gambier's fleet, on which account I declined to touch a shilling of it. Footnote ends. Another curious circumstance connected with the Pallas may here be mentioned. As the reader is aware, that ship, on her last cruise, had taken a number of Chaise Maries, some of which were laden with the finest vintages of the south of France. Independently of the wine gratuitously supplied by the Pallas to the squadron of Admiral Thornborough, a large quantity of the finest had been reserved to be sold for the benefit of the captors. So much, in fact, that in an easily glutted market like that of Plymouth, it was not saleable for anything beyond the duty. An offer was made to the Victualling Board to accept, for our claret, the price of the villainous small beer then served out to ships' companies, so that Jack might have a treat without additional expense to the nation. The offer was unwisely refused, despite the benefit to the health of the men. As customs officers were placed on board the prize vessels containing the wine, considerable expense was incurred. We therefore found it imperative that something should be done with it, and as the Victualling Board refused to take it, there was no alternative but to knock out the bungs of the casks and empty the wine overboard. My agent had, however, orders to pay duty on 2 pipes, and to forward them on my account to my uncle the Honourable Basil Cochrane, who had kindly offered to stow them in his cellars in Portman Square. Knowing the quality of the wine, the agent took upon himself to forward 7 pipes instead of 2, and on these duty was paid. As it was impossible to consume such a quantity, the whole was bottled, in order to await opportunity for its disposal. On this wine hangs a curious story. My residence in town was in Old Palace Yard, and one of my constant visitors was the late Mr. Croker of the Admiralty, then on the look out for political employment. This gentleman had an invitation to my table as often as he might think proper, and of this, from a similarity of taste and habit, as I was willing to believe, he so far availed himself as to become my daily guest, receiving a cordial reception from friendship towards a person of ardent mind, who had to struggle, as I had done, to gain a position. Croker was one day dining with me, when some of the palace wine was placed on the table. Expressing his admiration of my superb claret, for such it really was, notwithstanding that the Victualling Board had rejected wine of a similar quality for the use of seamen, though offered at the price of small beer, he asked me to let him have some of it. The reply was that he should have as much as he pleased, at the cost of duty and bottling, taking the wine as I had done from the French for nothing. Jocosely remarking that the claret would be all the better for coming from a friend instead of an enemy, he stated his intention to avail himself of my offer. Shortly after this incident, Croker, who had previously been in Parliament, was appointed Secretary to the Admiralty, and from that day forward he never presented himself at my apartments, nor did I, by any chance, meet him till some time afterwards we encountered each other by accident near Whitehall. Recognising me in a way meant to convey the idea that as he was now my master, our relations were slightly altered, I asked him why he had not sent for his wine. His reply was, "Why really I have no use for it, my friends having supplied me more liberally than I have occasion for." Well knowing the meaning of this, I made him a reply expressive of my appreciation of his conduct towards me personally, as well as of the wine sources from which he had been so liberally supplied. This of course was conclusive as to any future acquaintance, and we parted without one additional word. This incident converted into a foe one who had been regarded by me in the spirit of sincere and disinterested friendship. He was moreover in a position to make his enmity felt, and when I was hunted down by that infamous trial which blasted at a blow my hopes and reputation, the weight of official vengeance was all the more keenly felt, as being the return of former hospitality. In my previous attempts to call the attention of the House to naval abuses, Croker was my constant opponent, and as in our days of friendship I had unreservedly unbosomed to him my views and plans of action, he was in a condition to fight me with my own weapons, which thus became employed in continuance of the corrupt system at which they were aimed. If at that period there were any naval abuses requiring reformation, Mr. Croker was certainly the greatest stumbling block to their removal, for no better reason than that plans for the remedy emanated from me, though in the days of our friendship he had not only approved those plans, but even suggested others. On the 23rd of August 1806, I was appointed to the command of the Imperieuse frigate, which was commissioned on the 2nd of September following, the crew of the Pallas being turned over to her. We left Plymouth on the 17th of November, but in a very unfit condition for sea. The alacrity of the port authorities to obtain praise for despatching vessels to sea before they were in a fit condition was reprehensible. It was a point, in those days, for port admirals to hurry off ships, regardless of consequences, immediately after orders for their sailing were received. This despatch, as it was incorrectly termed, securing the commendation of the Admiralty, whom no officer dared to inform of the danger to which both ships and crews were thereby exposed. The case of the Imperieuse was very near proving the fallacy of the system. She was ordered to put to sea the moment the rudder, which was being hung, would steer the ship. The order was of necessity obeyed. We were therefore compelled to leave port with a lighter full of provisions on one side, a second with ordnance stores on the other, and a third filled with gunpowder towing astern. We had not even opportunity to secure the guns, the quarter-deck carronades were not shipped on their slides, and all was in the utmost confusion. The result of this precipitation was, for it had no object, that as soon as the land was out of sight, we were obliged to heave to in mid-channel, to unstow the afterhold, get down the ballast, and clear the decks. Worse still, the rigging had not been effectually set up, so that had a gale of wind come on, the safety of the frigate might have been compromised. Or had we been attacked by an enemy, even a gunboat, we could not have fired a shot in return, as, from the powder coming on board last, we had not a cartridge filled. The weather becoming thick on the following day, no observation could be taken. The consequence was, that from the current and unknown drift of the frigate, whilst hove to set up the new rigging, secure the masts, and stow the hold, we drifted toward Ushant, and in the night struck heavily 3 or 4 times on a shelf, but fortunately forged over into a deep pool, in which, as it was blowing hard, we had to let go 3 anchors to hold the ship till the following morning. As soon as it became daylight, it was found that the Imperieuse was inside of Ushant instead of outside, to the manifest peril of the frigate. As it was, we sounded our way out with difficulty, and happily without material injury. I afterwards demanded a court-martial on my conduct in this affair, but it was not granted, because it was known that the blame would have fallen on others, not on me. This unwise and arbitrary conduct, in hastily and prematurely forcing vessels to sea, was mistaken by the public as a manifestation of official zeal in carrying on the service. It would be easy to mention numerous instances of the like nature, but this being my own case, I can vouch for its authenticity. In a future chapter it will be necessary again to advert to these and other evils, to which men and ships were not only exposed, but actually sacrificed by hurry or neglect of equipment. On the 29th we joined the blockading squadron in Basque Roads, and were ordered by the Admiral to cruise off shore in the vicinity, but without effect, till the 19th of December, when we captured 2 vessels off Sable d'Olonne, and on the 31st a third at the entrance of the Garonne. On the 4th of January we gave chase to several vessels which ran in the direction of Arcassan. On the following day the boats were sent in chase of a galleon and another vessel in shore, but the cutter being swamped in the surf, both escaped into the creek or basin, and ran ashore. We then anchored about 3 miles from the entrance. On the 6th we again hoisted out boats and sent them with the stream anchors to warp off the vessels, in which operation they were successfully obstructed by a battery on an island at the entrance of the creek. As the water was too shoal for the frigate to approach with safety, the boats were manned, and before daylight on the 7th we carried the battery by assault, spiking or otherwise destroying the guns, which consisted of 4 36-pounders, 2 field pieces, and a 15-inch mortar. This done, we collected their carriages, and what wood we could find, with which we set fire to the fort. Several gunboats being at anchor in the rear of the island, we burned them, as well as the vessels previously chased, not thinking it prudent to remain and get them off, as a general alarm had been excited along the coast. Having destroyed this battery, we again sailed for the Garonne, and on the 9th anchored off Cordovan, in the hope of intercepting any vessels entering or quitting the river. But notwithstanding we remained here till the 19th, none showed themselves, nor was any attempt made by the enemy to dislodge us from our position. Our anchorage was, however, exposed, and heavy gales coming on, we were compelled to make sail on the 19th. Shortly after this the Imperieuse was ordered home, arriving at Plymouth on the 11th of February, without further incident. Indeed, the cruise would not have been worthy of record, except to preserve the order of time in this narration of my services unbroken. On the 26th we chased some vessels off Isle Dieu, but they ran under the protection of a battery, with which we exchanged some shots, and then made sail in the direction of Sable d'Olonne. On the 29th joined the squadron, and were ordered to supply the Atalante with provisions and water. A further notice respecting this operation will be found in the parliamentary debate in the next chapter. End of chapter 12. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.